Chapter 26. Zhang Ruo Chen stared at Lin Ningxian and said wryly, "Making the top 4 is important for me too. How about this? I'll fight without a sword." Really? A sense of excitement welled up in Lin Ningxian's mind. "Well, thank you for being so humble, my cousin." As far as she was concerned, Zhang Ruo Chen had to be so loath to defeat her that he had proposed to fight empty-handed. She had no idea that Zhang Ruo Chen clearly knew that defeating her did not require a sword. The sword in Lin Ningxian's hand was the Splendor Sword, a second-class, genuine martial arm. Once she took the combat sword out of the sheath, it immediately emitted radiance. The sword shone like a star and had bright spots flowing on its surface. Lin Ningxian's eyes sharpened. She activated the genuine qi inside her body and channeled it steadily into the blade. Her qi stimulated the inscription of Power Series and inscription of Light Series forces in the sword. Boom! Lin Ningxian took 3 steps forward, covering 3 meters with each bound. She moved first and stabbed toward Zhang Ruo Chen's chest. A cyan sword flower bloomed out of thin air. Momentarily, the cold tip of the sword pointed at Zhang Ruo Chen. Lin Ningxian had defeated the 9th Commandery Princess with the same sword technique. This sword technique was not easy to handle. Zhang Ruo Chen thrust his foot against the ground, dodging to the right immediately. Swish! Lin Ningxian changed her technique as well. With a twitch of her arm, she rotated the Splendor Sword in the air and made a backhand stab toward Zhang Ruo Chen's neck. The Splendor Sword had almost become a part of her, like an extension of her hand. Her technique was sophisticated, and her control of the sword was complete. Floating clouds and flowing water. Lin Ningxian brought out a sword technique of the mid-class of the human stage, stabbing toward Zhang Ruo Chen repeatedly. Her technique was elegant and gave off an intense light. Wind sweeping away the clouds. Rain stops and clouds show. Lin Ningxian used 13 sword techniques in a row. Every stab was well executed, but they all failed to touch even the tail of his robe. Her sword comprehension, after all, had reached the realm of sword following the heart. How could it take that long to defeat a warrior who had a weaker cultivation? Parting clouds. Lin Ningxian used one last sword technique. Its power was so staggering that Zhang Ruo Chen was forced to retreat step by step. He almost reached the edge of the drill ground. The attack nearly pushed Zhang Ruo Chen out of the drill ground. "It's almost time." Zhang Ruo Chen's eyes emitted 2 rays of light. Suddenly, he stopped. He stared into the overwhelming sword light and squeezed his index finger and middle finger into a finger sword. All of a sudden, he unleashed his finger sword. Boom! The finger sword had broken through the sword breath in the void and pointed at Lin Ningxian's chest. Boom! He transferred his genuine qi through his fingers and struck Lin Ningxian. She fell to the ground 3 meters away. Zhang Ruo Chen stared coldly at Lin Ningxian on the ground and said, "You lose." Lin Ningxian covered her chest with her hand. She gritted her beautiful teeth and stared at Zhang Ruo Chen with humiliation in her eyes. She grabbed her Splendor Sword and said, "No, I don't. Zhang Ruo Chen, let's keep fighting." Zhang Ruo Chen shook his head slightly and turned toward the exit of the drill ground. He did not want to keep arguing with a defeated opponent. Sacred guiding sword. Lin Ningxian had a grim look in her eye. She channeled all the genuine qi and resentment in her body to the Splendor Sword and cast the low class of spiritual sacred sword skill. All of a sudden, the Splendor Sword sprouted a meter-high light sword, emitting a huge stream of sword breath. She waved her arm, and 7 meters of sword breath stabbed toward Zhang Ruo Chen. When Lin Ningxian displayed this sword technique, the warriors gathered outside the drill ground were shocked. They could not believe that Lin Ningxian would attack the 9th prince from behind as he was leaving the drill ground. Furthermore, she used a sword technique of the spiritual stage, a much stronger power. Had the sword cut the ninth prince, he would have been a dead man. Ningxian, stop. Lin Fengxian's countenance changed as he roared toward his daughter. If the ninth prince died under Lin Ningxian's sword, their family would be doomed. No one, however, expected that she would attack him after being defeated. Yet, it was too late to stop her. Everyone thought that Zhang Ruo Chen was going to die under Lin Ningxian's sword, but he shot into the sky to evade the sword breath from Lin Ningxian's sword. Dragon in the sky, Zhang Ruo Chen had risen 7 meters high in the air. He twisted his body, let out a dragon's roar, and his palm struck Lin Ningxian's shoulder. Boom! Lin Ningxian's body shivered. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her legs trembled and she fell to the ground. Zhang Ruo Chen looked at Lin Ningxian laying in blood and callously shook his head. He was more than disappointed with his cousin. Lin Fengxian rushed over to the drill ground at once. He glanced at Zhang Ruo Chen and the Yunwu commandery prince. Then he begrudgingly said, "Thank you for your mercy, ninth prince." Immediately afterward, Lin Fengxian helped Lin Ningxian get up. He put his hands on Lin Ningxian's back. Lin Ningxian channeled a large volume of genuine qi into Lin Ningxian's body through his palms to help her condition of an injury. Indeed, Zhang Ruo Chen had shown mercy just now. If he had struck the top of her head instead of her shoulder, Lin Ningxian would have surely died. Lin Ningxian woke up. She opened her eyes and glanced at Zhang Ruo Chen with heavy resentment. "Zhang Ruo Chen, one day I will return double the humiliation you gave me today," she vowed to him. But Zhang Ruo Chen had already walked out of the drill ground. After Lin Fengxian helped Lin Ningxian get down off the stage, the competition continued. The following 3 competitions were C2 Lin Jiang versus Lin Tianwu, the 5th prince versus the 6th prince, and last but not least, Shui Kai versus Luo Cheng. Lin Tianwu was another young master of Lin family. Although he was only 19 years old, he had reached the martial cultivation of the medium state of the Yellow Realm. However, C2 Lin Jiang had already reached the cultivation of the final state of the Yellow Realm. With only one blow, he struck Lin Tianwu out of the drill ground. The competition between the 5th prince and the 6th prince had ended with the 6th prince's surrender. The competition between Shui Kai and Luo Cheng was exciting. Although Luo Cheng had only reached the cultivation of the medium state of the Yellow Realm, his martial technique was powerful enough to compete with Shui Kai. Eventually, the disparity in cultivation allowed Zhu Ka to defeat Luo Cheng. So far, the top 4 of the year-end assessment this year had all emerged. They were Zhang Ruo Chen, the 5th prince, Shui Kai, and C2 Lin Jiang. Lin Ningxian, Luo Cheng, Lin Tianwu, and the 6th prince would have to compete for 5th place. The following competitions would be quite brutal. The 5th prince, Shui Kai, and C2 Lin Jiang were all in the final state of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruo Chen was only in the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. "Ninth brother, I can't believe you're in the top 4. I definitely underestimated you before. Well, you won't be able to go any further. The gap between the dawn state and the final state is too big for you," the 5th prince said as he laughed. Zhang Ruo Chen took no notice of him. Instead, he closed his eyes and rapidly recharged his genuine qi. The next competition, Zhang Ruo Chen, the 9th prince, versus Shui Kai from the minister's mansion. Zhang Ruo Chen and Shui Kai simultaneously walked onto the drill ground. Shui Kai looked Zhang Ruo Chen over. He laughed and said, "Ninth prince, if I'm not mistaken, your specialty is swords." "You could say that," Zhang Ruo Chen responded. "Great, let's fight with swords." Shui Kai stretched out his arm. Outside the drill ground, a young warrior from the minister's mansion handed him a long sword. Shui Kai had carefully scrutinized Zhang Ruo Chen's 2 previous competitions. He suspected that Zhang Ruo Chen ability with swords was a facade. Rather, his true specialty was palm techniques. After all, the palm techniques he showed in the last 2 fights had been astonishing. He did not seem to be a sword master at all. Palm techniques focused on strong power. Sword techniques, however, were about dexterity. Warriors would rarely combine these 2 abilities. Shue Kai, therefore, proposed to compete with Zhang Ruo Chen using swords. He believed that Zhang Ruo Chen's sword techniques would prove inferior to his own. Ninth brother, take this. The 9th commandery princess tossed her blue water sword to Zhang Ruo Chen. Zhang Ruo Chen took the blue water sword. He held the handle of the sword and felt a draft of icy air emanating from it. A 3rd class, genuine martial arms combat sword. There are 3 inscriptions of Ice series and 3 inscriptions of Power series engraved in this sword. Zhang Ruo Chen estimated the grade of this sword just by holding it. Chapter 27. 9th Prince, you should be careful. With a twist in the corner of his mouth, Shue Kai poured his genuine qi into the body of the sword to activate 3 inscription of Power series at the same time. The sword in his hand immediately increased its weight to 175 kilograms. He held the sword with both hands, waving it valiantly. There was an oscillatory qi billow wherever the sword went. His sword technique seemed simple, but it was efficient. It was not fancy, but every hit had shocking power. Zhang Ruo Chen also poured the genuine qi into the blue water sword to activate an inscription of Ice series and an inscription of Power series. The sword emitted freezing ice into the air, and the air filled with white frost. Zhang Ruo Chen knew that he did not have as much power as Shue Kai. He did not plan to confront the tough with toughness. Zhang Ruo Chen did some mysterious footwork while waving his sword. He dodged almost every attack. Meanwhile, Lin Fengxian, who stood outside the drill ground, watched Zhang Ruo Chen's footwork wholeheartedly. With surprise, he silently asked himself how he could be using the footwork of the sacred sword skill. The sword techniques of the spiritual stage all had corresponding footwork. Only by combining it with footwork could the sword technique reveal its real power. Right now, the footwork that Zhang Ruo Chen used matched the sacred sword skill exactly. Seeing Zhang Ruo Chen using this footwork, how could Lin Fengxian not be surprised? Shue Kai's sword was extremely heavy. Naturally, it consumed a great amount of genuine qi. As the battle continued, Shue Kai began to feel tired. There was sweat on his forehead, and his genuine qi was halfway depleted. His original strategy had been to defeat Zhang Ruo Chen in a few movements, but after dozens of movements, he had not even touched Zhang Ruo Chen's sword. Crap, I fell for his trick. He was depleting his energy and genuine qi on purpose. Shue Kai drew back a part of his genuine qi the moment that he realized it. As he activated only 1 inscription of Power series, the heavy sword in his hands doubled in weight immediately. This is high time. Zhang Ruo Chen made a move. Sacred guiding sword. Zhang Ruo Chen waved his arm and struck, and an 8-meter-long sword breath flew from the ground, leaving a sword path in Shue Kai's direction. Shue Kai did not see it coming. He had never expected that Zhang Ruo Chen could practice a sword technique of the spiritual stage. In haste, Shue Kai could only activate all his genuine qi and move his sword crosswise to counter. Bang! The sword breath hit the sword in Shue Kai's hands and threw him away. All his clothes were torn into pieces. When he fell back on the ground, he was outside the drill ground. Shue Kai looked at his bleeding hands, then glanced at Zhang Ruo Chen, who was standing upright on the drill ground. Bitterly he acknowledged, "I've lost." When the battle ended, the audience could not recover from their shock. How could a warrior in the final state of the Yellow Realm be beaten by one in the dawn state. He's really practicing the sacred sword skill. It's impossible. Lin Ningxian was quite shocked. She could not believe that Zhang Ruo Chen could practice the sacred sword skill. He even seemed better at it than she was. Could he be the mystery man we met at the central auction? Lin Fengxian seemed serious and said, "It is not that simple, Ningxian. Don't forget that the sacred sword skill we bought is not the master copy, but a handwritten copy by a superior of the heaven realm." "Daddy, do you mean that the reason for Zhang Ruo Chen's extremely fast practice speed is the strength of the heaven realm hiding behind him?" Lin Ningxian asked in surprise. "Hush!" Lin Fengxian made a gesture to silence her and said in a low voice, "It's better to keep it in the family. We'll talk about it when we get back." Lin Ningxian nodded. Her grudge expanded as she stared at Zhang Ruo Chen. No wonder he could so easily dodge the sacred guiding sword that I used. He also practices this sword technique. How many secrets do you have? Zhang Ruo Chen. Even Shui Kai is defeated. It seems that the ninth prince has practiced a sword technique of the spiritual stage. It is fair that he defeated Shui Kai. The ninth prince must have reached the realm of sword following the heart. He is indeed a genius of sword techniques. No one dared to look down upon the ninth prince. Instead, they treated him like an incredible genius martialist. Some even thought his talent was as great as the seventh prince's. The following battle was the fifth prince versus Sidu Linhai. The fifth prince was 19 years old and had reached the final state of the Yellow Realm with a third-class sacred mark. Sidu Linhai, the first genius of the Siddhas, was 17 years old and had also reached the final state of the Yellow Realm with a fourth class of Blaze sacred mark. Sidu Linhai had his own reputation within the young generation of the entire Yunwu city. With his talent, he even had the chance to break through to the completion of the Yellow Realm and reach the Black Realm before the age of 20. Sidu Linhai carried a long black spear, standing on the drill ground proudly. He stared at the fifth prince across from him and exclaimed with confidence, "Fifth prince, you are no match for me." The fifth prince said, "We are both in the final state of the Yellow Realm. It will not be easy for you to win. You should know better than anybody else that my genuine chi has the power of Blaze. I have a fourth class of Blaze sacred mark. I have no equal in the same realm. You won't last 10 movements against my spear with your cultivation." Sidu Linhai's eyes were firm and sharp, full of confidence. Warriors with natural sacred marks were indeed more powerful than those with normal sacred marks in the same realm. Really, we should let the battle decide who is stronger. The fifth prince picked up the combat sword in front of him, then activated his genuine chi to move fast through his 12 meridians. He poured all of it into the sword. Chef. He activated 3 inscriptions in the sword. It immediately radiated out a 1-meter-high light. The fifth prince made a move proactively, using a sword technique of the mid-class of the human stage. He waved the combat sword continually to form a vortex of sword light and cleaved at Sidu Linhai to obtain a shining rank in the drill ground of the year-end assessment. Most of the young warriors had learned at least one, or often several, martial techniques of the mid-class of the human stage. They wanted to achieve fame with one battle in the year-end assessment. The fifth prince was no exception. He had spent half a year practicing the Heaven Light Sword skill, a martial technique of the mid-class of the human stage. It contained 8 movements in total, and the fifth prince had mastered 3 of them. The Heaven Light Sword skill is mediocre, Sidu Linhai said with a sneer. Sidu Linhai seemed at ease under the fifth prince's continuous attack. He waved the long black spear to counter back the fifth prince's every hit. Bang! Bang! The long spear hit the combat sword and sparks flew out. Sword of cloud and rain, the fifth prince shouted. Then he jumped into the sky about 6 meters high, holding the hilt with both hands, and cleaved. The light of the combat sword became brighter, like a shower of illumination, falling on C2 Linjiang. C2 Linjiang had developed 13 meridians, one more than that of the fifth prince. The genuine qi moved fast in C2 Linjiang's 13 meridians, gathering at his hands. His hands looked like a burning flame, and the flame rushed to the long black spear, activating the power of the 3 inscriptions of Fire series at the same time. Fire Snake. The Flame Snake Spear technique was a martial technique of the superior class of the human stage. The spear thrust like a fire snake, breaking all of the sword radiance made by the fifth prince. Bang! The fifth prince flew backward. His royal boa robe caught on fire, burning to ashes immediately. Sidu Linhai rushed forward and thrust his spear again. The end of the long spear hit the fifth prince in the chest, knocking him out of the drill ground. With a trace of blood in the corner of his mouth, the fifth prince raised himself from the ground and stared at C2 Linjiang, who was standing at the center of the drill ground like a reincarnate spear god. He declared, "Flame Snake Spear Technique, terrific. If you had practiced it from the beginning, I wouldn't have lasted 3 movements." The spear technique that C2 Linjiang had just used was extremely amazing. He definitely had reached the realm of spear following the heart. Plus, with the power of blaze in his genuine qi, he had virtually no equal in the final state of the yellow realm. Outside the drill ground, Mo Hanlin said mildly, "Only the 9th prince and C2 Linjiang stand now. It seems appropriate that C2 Linjiang is the strongest of the Sidu's young generation. Maybe we won't need the final battle." "Why?" Xianxia blinked. Her eyelashes were long and neat. The charming light in her beautiful eyes could attract any man at any time. Mo Hanlin said, "With his cultivation, C2 Linjiang is absolutely a young superior, who has no equal even in the final state of the Yellow Realm. Although the 9th prince is a greater genius than C2 Linjiang, he is only at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. He could beat Shui Kai, but beating C2 Linjiang is out of the question." Almost everyone present was of the same opinion. They admitted that the 9th prince was a genius of martial arts, but they would not believe that he could beat C2 Linjiang right now. If the 9th prince had another year to practice martial arts, it would be easy for him to beat C2 Linjiang. But as of now, there is still a gap. A small smile showed on Xianxia's red lips as she said, "Don't bet on it. A genius is called a genius because they can create miracles. I hope the 9th prince can create a miracle. If that's the case, I will have even more interest in him. He. Xianxia's eyes narrowed a bit like 2 bright crescents. Chapter 28. The final battle was between Zhang Ruo Chen, the 9th prince, versus C2 Linjiang, the first genius of the Sidus. Before the year-end assessment, Zhang Ruo Chen, who was once considered a waste, had just obtained his sacred mark. Yet nobody dared to look down on him now, including C2 Linjiang, who stood across from him. "Fight!" C2 Linjiang groaned, and in the meantime, poured his genuine qi into the long spear. The long black spear was covered with flames like a fire snake, thrusting toward Zhang Ruo Chen. C2 Linjiang clearly knew that Zhang Ruo Chen's cultivation and power were far beneath his own. But Zhang Ruo Chen's control over his genuine qi and power was subtle, so he was unsettled by that. If he wanted to defeat Zhang Ruo Chen, he had to attack fiercely so that he would not have the chance to fight back. As long as Zhang Ruo Chen had no chance to attack, he would surely be the winner. C2 Linjiang was indeed far more powerful than Shui Kai, and his spear technique was also perfect. But Zhang Ruo Chen stayed calm as usual, so there was not a trace of fear or panic on his face. Fire Snake. The spearhead was chasing Zhang Ruo Chen's back like a fire snake, aiming at his heart. Zhang Ruo Chen lowered his body to dodge the long spear. Then suddenly, he thrust the blue water sword directly at C2 Linjiang's right hand, which was holding the spear. C2 Linjiang stepped back to duck the attack, then he struck back. He used the spear as a stick and slashed at Zhang Ruo Chen's head. Sparks fell on Zhang Ruo Chen before the long spear hit him. They burned little black holes on his royal boa robe. Zhang Ruo Chen whispered to himself, "Such a fast response." There was no time to dodge it now. Sacred Bell Sword. The 11 meridians inside Zhang Ruo Chen had all displayed. His genuine qi kept injecting into the blue water sword ceaselessly to activate the 2 inscriptions of ice series in it. He twisted his body and countered with his sword crosswise. Boom! A nadir blue bell-like shadow covered Zhang Ruo Chen's body, and it spun fast, emitting freezing icy air. C2 Linjiang cleaved the shadow's surface with his spear, but a powerful force stopped him from breaking the shadow. He countered my attack. Boom! The power of rebounce made C2 Linjiang's arm numb. At this moment, Zhang Ruo Chen rushed from the bell sword and wielded his sword at C2 Linjiang, causing an 8-meter-long sword breath. Sacred Guiding Sword. Another sword technique of low class of spiritual. C2 Linjiang's face slightly changed. He immediately drew back to duck the sword breath. He then roared and thrust the spear at Zhang Ruo Chen again. Clap! The speed was so fast that it caused violent friction between the blaze spear and the air. The spearhead was burnt in red, dropping grains of sparks. Zhang Ruo Chen did not counter C2 Linjiang directly. Instead, he jumped into the air to evade the attack. Stupid. One can't borrow power to move when one is in midair. It makes you an easy target. How can you dodge my next attack? Then C2 Linjiang seized the chance. He also jumped into the air and stabbed Zhang Ruo Chen at his chest. Who says I can't borrow power? I'll use yours. Zhang Ruo Chen waved his sword continually, hitting the spear. Bang, bang. Every time the blue water sword hit the long spear, Zhang Ruo Chen's direction shifted a bit. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ruo Chen hit the long spear 9 times with his sword. When the 9th hit was over, Zhang Ruo Chen was below C2 Linjiang. Now, C2 Linjiang was in midair, becoming an easy target for Zhang Ruo Chen. All those 9 hits happened in a flash. Without a keen eye, one could only see a series of sword glints, but had no idea of what was really going on. Crap! C2 Linjiang panicked. He did not expect that Zhang Ruo Chen could control his power in such an amazing way. In just a blink, the situation was reversed. Boom! Zhang Ruo Chen thrust the sword. The icy air covered the blue water sword. A layer of ice crystals wrapped its body. The cutting edge of the sword emitted white icy air. At this moment, C2 Linjiang had not reached the ground. He could not borrow power and thus he could not dodge. Fire Snake's eyes. C2 Linjiang clenched his teeth and also thrust his spear. The power of blaze broke out from the spearhead. Boom! The combat sword and the long spear hit each other. The icy air and the flame collided and made a loud crash of metal. A great power went to Zhang Ruo Chen's arm through the sword, sending him 7 steps backward. C2 Linjiang was in a more embarrassing situation. He was thrown backward and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to hit the ground with his spear at the last moment. With the help of the reaction force, he landed smoothly on his feet. He did not realize that his right sleeve was frozen until he got a firm foothold. He activated the genuine qi inside and shook his arm. The sleeve broke apart at once and fell to the ground as pieces of ice. They went on fiercely fighting without stopping. Right, a great talent takes time to cultivate. The 9th Prince's future achievements are beyond our imagination. Congratulations, Your Majesty. There is another great genius in the royal family. A senior general wearing armor flattered him from below. Hearing all the compliments, the Yunwu commandery prince was surely happy. The truth revealed itself. The ninth prince did have an incredible talent in martial arts. Had they been in the same realm, the first young genius of the cities might have lost already. What kind of father would not be happy when his son had incredible talent in practice? The Yunwu commandery prince said with a smile. He doesn't have such great power by chance. Haven't you noticed that, although he is only at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, he's already developed 11 meridians? What? One at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm can develop 11 meridians? The concubines, eunuchs, princes, princesses, generals, and ministers all stared at Zhang Ruo Chen, who was on the drill ground. If Zhang Ruo Chen did not activate his genuine qi, nobody could quantify his meridians. But when he was fighting C2 Linjiang, Zhang Ruo Chen had to give it his all. The quantification of his meridians was exposed immediately. Of course, only the powerful elder warriors were capable to see through it. 11 meridians, really? Is ninth brother that strong? I remember that my seventh brother only developed 10 meridians when he was at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. The ninth commandery princess was so shocked that her pretty eyes were wide open. If that was not said by the Yunwu commandery prince, she would not have believed that there was someone even more talented than the seventh prince in the entire Yunwu commandery. The more meridians that a warrior developed, the more powerful his body of martial arts became, and hence, the more potential he obtained. Taking the fifth prince as an example, he was at the final state of the Yellow Realm, but he had only developed 12 meridians. Therefore, even if he had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm, he could only develop 15 meridians at most, which meant that even if he could reach the Black Realm or the Earth Realm in the future, he would only have 15 meridians inside his body. He surely could not compete with warriors that had 16 or 17 meridians. The more meridians the warriors of the Yellow Realm developed, the more potential they gained. Of course, one with 15 meridians was already more powerful than most warriors. 11 meridians. He has developed 11 meridians when he is only at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. How could it be possible? Does that mean that he has more potential than the seventh prince? Lin Fengxian was shocked. He did not at all expect that Zhang Ruo Chen could be such a genius. This was beyond genius. Lin Ningxian asked, "Father, has he really developed 11 meridians?" Lin Fengxian nodded with regards. Had he known the ninth prince's amazing talent, he would not have been such a jerk when concubine Lin went back to the Lin's mansion to beg him. He should not have betrothed Lin Ningxian to the seventh prince. After all, she could only be a concubine at best if she married the seventh prince. There was no chance for her to be a lady. But if he had betrothed Lin Ningxian to the ninth prince, considering the ninth prince's former love for her and their kinship as cousins, she would definitely be a lady. If they could help the ninth prince to become the successor to the throne, the Lins would have much greater influence in the Yunwu commandery in the future. But it was too late now. Who said the ninth prince couldn't defeat C2 Linjiang? Can't you see that the victory still hangs in the balance? He. Xianxia smiled. Mo Hanlin nodded. Showing a great talent like this, the ninth prince may obtain a higher achievement than the seventh prince. The situation in the Yunwu commandery will change a lot after the year-end assessment. Chapter 29. On the drill ground, Zhang Ruo Chen fought against C2 Linjiang fiercely. The sword shadow and spear collided with each other, which let out a deafening bang. Boom! Gripping a long spear in his hands, C2 Linjiang stabbed it into the ground, shattering the flagstone, turning it into gravel instantly. He spun his spear, and then all of the gravel flew toward Zhang Ruo Chen. Bang, bang! Zhang Ruo Chen swung his sword and chopped straight down. All of the gravel was smashed, and altered into stone powder immediately. Then C2 Linjiang seized his chance and tried to stab at the chest of Zhang Ruo Chen through the stone powder, while C2 Linjiang was immersed in complacency, since he thought he was sure to win. His eyes then blurred suddenly, and a sword shadow flashed before him. All he saw was a streak of blue sword radiance. Then C2 Linjiang felt a pain in his wrist. His long black spear slipped out of his grip and flew from his hand. It was Zhang Ruo Chen who left a deep wound on his wrist, very close to cutting off his right hand. I still have a chance to win, C2 Linjiang said to himself. C2 Linjiang was being absent-minded when his long spear flew out of his fist. He immediately sobered and dashed toward Zhang Ruo Chen. This time, C2 Linjiang intended to plant his fist in the face of Zhang Ruo Chen. Zhang Ruo Chen realized that C2 Linjiang was going to strike to win. Want another round of fighting? Zhang Ruo Chen asked, with one hand holding his sword. Zhang Ruo Chen used his other hand to use the first palm of the dragon and elephant prajna palm. Elephant galloping. He bent his body and charged forward. After giving one palm, he unleashed the strength of 16 bulls. When Zhang Ruo Chen shook his arm, a loud screech broke out from the blue water sword. It looked like the landscape of a white rainbow crossing the sun, casting 7 sword shadows onto the ground. The sacred sword skill, the sacred breaking plum sword. By integrating his palm technique with his sword technique, Zhang Ruo Chen used them at the same time. It was almost like Zhang Ruo Chen had split into two, and he made the attack simultaneously and smoothly with each hand. His fighting capacity was suddenly doubled. Boom! When C2 Linjiang's fist made contact with Zhang Ruo Chen's fist, he was surprised to find that the palm strength of Zhang Ruo Chen was quite violent, and the equivalent to his fist. After all, C2 Linjiang could manifest the strength of 16 bulls. He wondered if Zhang Ruo Chen could also break out such awesome power. C2 Linjiang had no time to really think about it, since Zhang Ruo Chen was thrusting his sword toward him again. PHHF. A blast of sharp sword breath whipped through C2 Linjiang, leaving a red sword mark on his neck. Zhang Ruo Chen easily shifted between his palm and sword, forcing C2 Linjiang to keep stepping back. C2 Linjiang had never seen someone separate his left hand from his right hand. They could work independently without any difficulty. He thought that it was like contending with 2 incarnations of Zhang Ruo Chen, thus landing himself in a defensive position. It was not long before he had another 2 wounds caused by Zhang Ruo Chen's sword. I failed. C2 Linjiang gave in and had no intention to continue fighting. Zhang Ruo Chen stopped his attack and withdrew his sword, planning to exit the drill ground. C2 Linjiang asked, "Can you tell me how you were able to accomplish that level of multitasking? One hand for the palm, the other hand for the sword. It seems impossible." Turning around, Zhang Ruo Chen glanced at C2 Linjiang and answered, "When your spiritual power is strong enough, you are able to do 2, 3, or even 4 things at the same time. Do warriors also need to practice their spiritual power?" C2 Linjiang asked. "You can practice if you want. You can choose not to practice if you want. Your choice is your own," Zhang Ruo Chen replied coolly. In Kunlun's field, only weapon refiners, alchemists, and tamers often practiced their spiritual power. Only after your spiritual power had become strong enough would you be able to depict the inscription and refine the genuine martial arms and panaceas. In the meantime, only when one's recorded inscription was in the body of the savage beast were you able to tame them to be your flying mount or war beast. Generally speaking, warriors did not bother with practicing their spiritual power as it was a time-consuming process. Actually, with the enhancement of martial arts cultivation, a warrior's spiritual power would also improve. but fairly slowly. If the warrior did not practice their spiritual power purposely, they would not attain that level of multitasking until they arrived at the heaven realm. In his last lifetime, Zhang Ruo Chen practiced both his martial arts and spiritual power. Notably, the strength of his spiritual power had entered into a high realm. In this lifetime, he had been reborn into this weak body. Although he had lost all of his cultivation, his spiritual power had been retained. With his present spiritual power level, he could achieve multitasking, doing even 3 things at one time. When C2 Linjiang gave up the battle, the sound of a Triton's trumpet and a war drum came from the military drill ground, which officially announced an end to this year's year-end assessment. Arranged from high to low, the top 5 for the year-end assessment were Zhang Ruo Chen, C2 Linjiang, Shui Kai, the 5th Prince, and Lin Ningxian. The top 5 young geniuses would get an extra reward, besides the opportunity to practice in the Savage Gods pool. Zhang Ruo Chen obtained the armor of a 6th class genuine martial arm, called the Ice Fire Kylin armor. Recognized for its great value and amazing defensive power, it was said to be refined from the scales of the king of the savage beasts, a Kylin. When compared to a warrior from the same class, the armor was considered more valuable than the soldier. Namely, the value of the armor of a 6th class genuine martial arm was equal to a soldier of the 7th class genuine martial arm, at a cost of at least 1,000,000 silver coins. This Ice Fire Kylin armor is comparable to a martial technique of the low class of the spiritual. It's even scarce for the royal family in the Yunwu commandery. I can't believe such a treasure was given to me as a reward for first place. Zhang Ruo Chen was astonished and looked at the Yunwu commandery prince who was standing on the top. After pondering for just a moment, he understood immediately. After all, Zhang Ruo Chen was the son of the Yunwu commandery prince. The precious Ice Fire Kylin armor, though it was presented to him, still technically belonged to the royal family. If C2 Linjiang had ranked first place, he would not have been rewarded the same treasure. It would have been another treasure, inferior to the Ice Fire Kylin armor. Perhaps the Yunwu commandery prince felt regret for Zhang Ruo Chen and concubine Lin, thus rewarding the Ice Fire Kylin armor to Zhang Ruo Chen as a form of compensation for his faults over the past years. The Ice Fire Kylin armor was an armor that only covered one's upper body. When Zhang Ruo Chen injected his genuine qi into the armor, the Ice Fire Kylin armor appeared blue and red instantly, emitting a combined power of icy cold and roaring flame. Humph! Upon seeing Zhang Ruo Chen wearing the Ice Fire Kylin armor, the queen, sitting at the top, pulled a long face and looked quite serious. With a murderous intent flashing across her eyes, she stood up from her seat. The queen swung her sleeves and turned away, turning her back on the drill ground. The 5th prince and the 6th prince all glared at Zhang Ruo Chen with great jealousy and admiration. Harboring resentment in his heart, the 5th prince said with a grim smile, "It doesn't matter how gifted he is in practice. The more outstanding he does, the sooner he will die. Wait and see. I believe our queen won't let him reach his potential. Even if he is extremely talented, he still falls far behind our 7th brother. Huh! Even his favorite woman will marry our 7th brother as his side imperial concubine. That's nothing." The 6th prince laughed coldly. Actually, they just spoke out of jealousy. However, jealousy was the source of their hatred. The Savage Gods pool was one of the most precious and treasured places of the royal family. It took hundreds of years for the pool to catch tens of thousands of savage beasts and to collect their blood from the past, which then changed into a vast blood pool. That was why it was named the Savage Gods pool. Only the most outstanding geniuses were allowed to practice in the Savage Gods pool. The Savage Gods pool was beneath the imperial ancestral temple. The ceremony of worship was held annually in the imperial ancestral temple, where people would kill savage beasts to replenish the savage god's pool with fresh blood. A mysterious power came into being when the blood from the sacrifice blended with the savage god's existing pool. Therefore, the young warriors who practiced in the savage god's pool absorbed the essence of blood, and it would build up their body of martial arts, opening up more meridians. The greater the talent of the warrior, the more benefits he would gain. Under the guidance of the minister Zhang Ruo Chen, C2 Lin Jiang, Shui Kai, the fifth prince, and Lin Ningxian were brought to the imperial ancestral temple. Anyone who enters the imperial ancestral temple should kowtow to the great emperors and queens of the past in Kunlun's field. Everyone should show respect to them, especially to the Holy Queen of Majesty and Morality, Empress Qi Yao, my lord. She governs the world and enjoys the majesty in all directions. Wish her a forever young and eternal life. The minister was piously praying and reading aloud while kneeling on the ground. Empress Qi Yao, my lord. She governs the world and enjoys the majesty that is in all directions. Wish her a forever young and eternal life. C2 Lin Jiang, Shui Kai, the fifth prince, and Lin Ningxian read and prayed. They knelt and kowtowed to the stone statue of Empress Qi Yao. Only Zhang Ruo Chen stood still, showing no respect, but was filled with a bitter hatred for her. Qi Yao, wait for me. I will come to see you when I succeed in my cultivation. Zhang Ruo Chen thought to himself. 800 years have passed. You probably don't know that the one you killed 800 years ago was reborn anew. Chapter 30. With displeasure, the minister rose to his feet, took a glance at Zhang Ruo Chen behind him, and said, "Ninth Prince, won't you bow down to Empress Qi Yao? Rather than her, I only worship heaven and earth as well as my parents." After these words, Zhang Ruo Chen went through the imperial ancestral temple and the secret door. Then he walked step by step along the stone ladder behind the door toward the savage god's pool. The fifth prince, C2 Lin Jiang, Shui Kai, and Lin Ningxian stood up and glanced at Zhang Ruo Chen. It's his untamed characteristic that will hurt him sooner or later. C2 Lin Jiang slightly shook his head. After the fight with Zhang Ruo Chen, C2 Lin Jiang had come to admire him for his martial arts talents, but Zhang Ruo Chen was so haughty that he should not worship the empress. He would get into big trouble in the future. Who do you think you are? You just have the cultivation of the dawn state of the yellow realm, which can only be counted as the initial stage of martial arts. No one can predict whether or not he will be a superior in the future, said Lin Ningxian. Then, led by the minister, the fifth prince, C2 Lin Jiang, Shui Kai, and Lin Ningxian also walked down the stone ladder and entered into an underworld filled with the smell of blood. In the center of the underworld, there was a giant bloody sacred pool, with both a length and width of more than 100 meters. The bloody waves ceaselessly surged with the rolling pool water. In the center of the blood pool stood an ancient altar made of tons of megaliths with epitaphs and patterns on each of them. A stone table extended straight up to connect the altar on earth. It's time for all of you to practice in the savage god's pool. Please keep in mind that due to the strong power of blood in it, leave it as soon as possible when you can't stand anymore. Otherwise, it may be life-threatening, the minister sternly warned. The five young geniuses, Zhang Ruo Chen, Lin Ningxian, C2 Lin Jiang, the fifth prince, and Shui Kai, walked into the savage god's pool in turns. The water in the savage god's pool seemed hot enough to boil people. Ouch! The five young geniuses groaned when the pool water touched their skin and melted them. Immediately, their legs became mangled and bloody. They bit the bullet and held on by operating their internal genuine qi to defend against the power of blood. If you operate genuine qi to defend against the power of blood, you will stop it entering into the body, the minister casually said at the poolside. In order to acquire the power of blood of the savage god's pool, the 5 young people had to withdraw their external genuine qi. At that time, the familiar painful feeling appeared again to make their meridians exposed. Due to the strong spiritual power, Zhang Ruo Chen clearly detected that a trace of the hot power of blood entered into his body through the wounds and integrated into his blood and bones. It is indeed the power of blood, hooray! With it, my physical quality is certain to be improved a lot. I need to take this chance. Slowly, as he closed his eyes, Zhang Ruo Chen walked to the center of the savage god's pool step by step. The farther that he walked in, the deeper the water became. After only 10 steps, the bloody water has reached Zhang Ruo Chen's waist. The more that he touched the water, the faster the absorption speed of the power of blood became. Meanwhile, the pain grew stronger as well. The minister at the poolside was surprised by him and marveled. Awesome! How strong his willpower is. To walk into the central area the first time entering the pool. When the 7th prince first entered the savage god's pool to practice, it took him 2 hours to adapt to the shallow area before he went into the central area. There were 3 areas of the savage god's pool: the shallow area, the central area, and the deeper area. The shallow area was also known as the boundary of the savage god's pool, and where the deepest area could just only reach the knee of the warrior. Generally speaking, the first time practicing in the pool, a warrior could only stand in the shallow area. None of them dared to enter the central area. In the last decade, only the 7th prince walked into the central area, his first time going into the pool. The fact that Zhang Ruo Chen walked straight toward the central area his first time in the pool indeed shocked people there, and caused great pressure on the other 4 young warriors. It was the second time for the 5th prince to practice in the savage god's pool. However, he was still afraid of the central area, and stubbornly stayed in the shallow area, to take in more power of blood to refine his body and build his physical quality. 4 hours later, Lin Ningshan was the first to leave the savage god's pool. After all, the female physical quality could hardly compare to that of male warriors. After she left the savage god's pool, the burnt skin of her legs began to heal at a speed visible to the eye. Shortly afterward, they became as flawless as the smooth surface of jade. The insufferable pain disappeared and was replaced with a feeling akin to being immersed in ice crystals and milk, which gave her a comfortable feeling that was cool and refreshing. How could I recover so fast? Lin Ningshan was surprised. It is the absorbed power of blood that helped you recover from the condition of an injury on your legs. Practice right now. Try your best to refine the power of blood into your own power. Otherwise, all your previous cultivation effects will be greatly diminished, said the minister. Lin Ningshan sat with legs crossed at once and operated genuine qi to refine the power of blood that remained internally. Shui Kai also quit an hour later and walked out of the savage god's pool. 4 hours later, Shui Kai, C2 Linjiang, and the 5th prince quit almost at the same time. The moment they walked out of the savage god's pool, they began to sit with legs crossed in order to refine the power of blood. Now Zhang Ruo Chen was the only one that still practiced in the savage god's pool. Furthermore, he was in the central area. Amazing! A half-day has passed, and he still practices in the central area. At that time, the 7th prince could only hold on for 1 day. Incredible! The minister was visibly awed by this. In the Yunwu commandery, the 7th prince, who had opened the 7th class sacred mark at the age of 3, could be considered a rare genius. Once in a blue moon, he had been using various treasure comprehension abilities to refine his body from childhood, which laid a solid foundation for martial arts practice. His talent and perception could be considered number one. Could the ninth prince, who just opened the sacred mark at 16, be compared with him? After transforming the remaining power of blood, Lin Ningxian, Shui Kai, C2 Linjiang, and the fifth prince all refined their physical quality, showing that they had benefited a lot from it. No one left the savage god's pool. All of them stood at the poolside and stared at Zhang Ruo Chen inside the pool. Why is there such a great difference between us, even though this is the first time here for all of us? C2 Linjiang found it incredulous and frustrating. He thought that his willpower was strong enough to bear the pain that ordinary people could not bear, but he could never think that there was such a huge gap between him and Zhang Ruo Chen. One day later, Zhang Ruo Chen still firmly stood in the central area of Savage God's pool. He did not walk out of the pool until the middle of the third day. Then he sat with legs crossed in order to refine the remaining power of blood inside his body. Zhang Ruo Chen slowly opened his eyes the moment that he finished the refinement, with a flash of blood flowing in his eyes and quickly retracting back into his pupils. My physical quality has indeed improved a lot. If so, I absolutely can open 19 or even 20 meridians when making a breakthrough to reach the medium state of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruo Chen thought to himself. After the year-end assessment, concubine Lin had moved back into the Jade Palace again. The moment that Zhang Ruo Chen arrived in the Jade Palace, he took out 10 small jade bottles with marrow-washing liquid in them from the internal space of the time and space spindle, and put them in a line. It's time for the medium state of the Yellow Realm. He emptied a bottle of marrow-washing liquid into his mouth, and then Zhang Ruo Chen began to develop the 12th meridian. At that moment, the minister reached the queen's palace to report everything that he had witnessed in the savage god's pool. Bang! The white genuine qi from the queen's 5 fingers broke the glass into pieces. That's really something. He could practice in the central area of the savage god's pool for 2.5 days. I never imagined that he was so highly gifted, but it's a pity that he hasn't realized that people like to shoot others down before they even stand up, said the queen in a deep voice. The minister mentioned, "Your Majesty, the year-end assessment just ended. Thus, should anything happen to the 9th prince, you would be suspected." The queen sneered, "Do you think that I'm stupid? We certainly can't kill him in the palace, but once he leaves the palace, it's none of my business if he dies out there." The minister replied, "Actually, no matter how high the 9th prince's gifts are, he's just at the cultivation of the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, which could never compare with the 7th prince. Thus, it's unknown whether he will fully develop in the future. Your Majesty, it's not necessary." The queen interrupted the minister and said coldly, "Whoever may threaten my son must die. Since he has not become stronger, we must kill the 9th prince to prevent trouble later." Chapter 31. I have reached the medium state of the Yellow Realm, but indeed, I only managed to develop 19 meridians. After 3 days' practice, Zhang Ruo Chen developed 8 meridians one by one. He finally reached the medium state of the Yellow Realm. The powerful genuine qi quickly ran through the 19 meridians, filling his whole body, and then an unprecedented strong power came from his meridians. The 5th prince, who reached the final state, had only developed 12 meridians. However, Zhang Ruo Chen, who just reached the medium state, had developed 19 meridians. It meant that his body of martial arts had become exceedingly powerful. In his last lifetime, he developed 20 meridians when he was in the medium state of the Yellow Realm, just one more than this time. I have practiced once in the savage god's pool and absorbed a great deal of power of blood, making my body more powerful, but it still can't compare with the one in the last lifetime. Of course, I have some advantages that I never had in the last lifetime, powerful spiritual power, and a rich practice experience. If I want to catch up with Qi Yao's martial cultivation, I must do better than that of my last lifetime and open up more meridians. Therefore, I need to make my body become more powerful than it was last lifetime. I have to open up all the 36 meridians from the graph of meridians in the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean. Zhang Ruo Chen walked out of the internal space of the time and space spinel, cleaned up the dirt he made when he developed his meridians, and then practiced in the yard. Bang, bang, once he slapped a bang, echoed in the air. Now, even if he did not utilize the dragon and elephant prajnapam, he could also exert the strength of 16 bulls. If he utilized the dragon and elephant prajnapam, he could break out the strength of 25 bulls with the power of his palm. With his current power, he could defeat C2 Linjiang with 3 palms. He also could compare well with the warriors who had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruo Chen's combat effectiveness had advanced to a high level only in a few days. There were more maidservants and eunuchs to serve concubine Lin and Zhang Ruo Chen after they moved back to the Jade Palace. Since his gift of martial arts was exposed at the year-end assessment, Zhang Ruo Chen had begun to openly practice in the courtyard. A beautiful girl with a flush of shyness on her snow-white face, of about 15 or 16, obsessively gazed at Zhang Ruo Chen practicing in the courtyard. She thought, "The 9th prince is so excellent, and I have heard that he could even defeat the 5th prince and the 6th prince. He is regarded as a genius of martial arts by the whole palace." Naturally, people always respected a superior. Girls always admired the geniuses as well. Seeing Zhang Ruo Chen practicing, an older maidservant with something strange flashing in her eyes slipped away from the Jade Palace to a rockery in the palace. The maidservant knelt down and respectfully said, "Miss Han, the 9th prince had released himself from refining. His cultivation has reached the medium state of the Yellow Realm." The girl in front of the maidservant wore a light green dress. She was slender and appeared to be 18 or 19. She was Han Qing'el, one of the 4 close female guards of the queen. The 4 close female guards were also the apprentices trained by the queen. With powerful cultivations and special skills in killing, they eliminated dissidents for the queen. The queen had ordered Han Qing'el to assassinate the 9th prince. With her hands behind her back and contemptuous mirth on her face, Han Qing'el said, "At the martial arts competition, the cultivation of Zhang Ruo Chen had reached the peak of the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. What's more, he had absorbed the power of blood in the savage god's pool. It would be strange if he hadn't reached the medium state of the Yellow Realm with his talent." With a murderous look, Han Qing'el continued, "Continue to observe him and report it to me once he leaves the palace." The maidservant assented, "Yes." After saying that, the maidservant returned to the Jade Palace. After finishing his practice, Zhang Ruo Chen went back to his room and entered the internal space of the time and space spinel. Sitting with his legs crossed in the center of the internal space, Zhang Ruo Chen took out an energy pill, ate it, and started to refine. With his current cultivation, he was able to absorb all the pill spirit of the energy pill without any waste. It only took him 2 hours to absorb all of the pill spirit of the energy pill and convert it into genuine qi. After Zhang Ruo Chen reached the medium state, the capacity of his qi pool had become 10 times bigger, but only 1 energy pill spirit could not increase his genuine qi much for his qi pool. He spent another 2 hours absorbing the remaining 2 energy pills. The genuine qi only increased by 20% with 3 energy pills. Zhang Ruo Chen would have to eat hundreds of energy pills to fill his qi pool with genuine qi. "I must buy some pills of a higher class, because the energy pills are having a decreasing effect on me. They will be useless once I reached the final state of the yellow realm. Both energy pills and refining powder were first-class pills. They had great effects on warriors in the lower realms. But as the warrior's cultivation increased, the effects of the first-class pills started decreasing, requiring warriors to eat second-class pills in order to maintain their rate of practice. Zhang Ruo Chen was about to leave the internal space of time and space spinel to buy some pills of a higher class when he suddenly noticed the stone platform. On the stone platform was a scroll and a silver iron book, The Mystery of Time and Space. My cultivation has reached the medium state of the yellow realm. Maybe I can open up the scroll. The scroll was so heavy that Zhang Ruo Chen could not even pick it up when he was at the initial stage of the yellow realm. According to the mystery of time and space, only after Zhang Ruo Chen reached the dawn state of the yellow realm would he be able to open up the scroll. Zhang Ruo Chen operated his genuine qi, converged it in his right arm, grasped the scroll, and slowly picked it up. The scroll was so heavy, it had to be at least 10 pounds. Zhang Ruo Chen controlled his power to slowly spread the scroll on the ground. The scroll was a magnificent catalogue of reckless waste with lofty mountains, torrential ancient rivers, steep cliffs, and a giant old tree in the middle of the scroll. The old tree was atop the clouds. Its roots were as big as a mountain and as long as a dragon. Every leaf could cover a lake. With a little smile, Zhang Ruo Chen shook his head and thought, how can there be such a giant tree in the world? Suddenly, he heard a voice. Who says there can't be? You are so ignorant that even don't recognize the divine tree called the sacred prime tree that supports the entire Kunlun's field. I'm really disappointed. Being slightly astonished, Zhang Ruo Chen looked around in the internal space only and found no one. Where did that voice come from? In an alert state, Zhang Ruo Chen asked in a sinking voice, who is speaking? The voice came again. Can't you see me in the painting? In the painting? Zhang Ruo Chen felt astonished and asked, are you the sacred prime tree? According to history, it was cut down in the medieval ancient times. The sound came again. In medieval ancient times. Zhang Ruo Chen nodded and said, the medieval ancient times was around 100 years ago. By the way, are you really the sacred prime tree? Is the legendary tree something that really exists? The voice said with a sigh, how could it be? As you are saying the sacred prime tree has been cut down, then how could I be a tree? Zhang Ruo Chen gazed at the scroll and asked again, who are you? The voice answered, I'm not a human being. Zhang Ruo Chen said, The voice said, I'm a cat. Then it continued, you can't look down on me. I have a famous name, the King of Slaughter. A superior like me is unable to be worn down by time. Even if 100 years have passed by, I will still play an important role in history. Young man, you must have heard of my name, haven't you? Thinking for a while, Zhang Ruo Chen shook his head and replied, no. Suddenly, Zhang Ruo Chen found that there was a black cat that was as small as a grain of rice under the sacred prime tree. No one could find it unless they looked carefully. Are you a cat or a painting? Zhang Ruo Chen felt strange and asked. It sighed. I've told you, I'm the King of Slaughter. I was sealed in the scroll because I did something wrong in the past. Now only you can release me. Why am I the only one who can set you free? Zhang Ruo Chen asked. Because you have opened up the sacred mark of time and space. You can drive the power of space to open the seal of the painting. It is known that, from ancient times to now, only a few humans have developed the sacred mark of time and space. Young man, you are so lucky. After knowing what it was, he laughed and asked, why should I set you free? Chapter 32. Saint Monk Xiaomi sealed me in this painting. hoping that I could confess and overcome all of my weaknesses. He wanted me to help the next warrior with a time and space sacred mark, to study the mystery of time and space so that warrior could become the strongest warrior on earth. That voice said again, "If you don't free me, how can I show you the mystery of time and space? And if I don't show you the mystery of time and space, how can you become the strongest warrior? You were sealed by Saint Monk Xiaomi in the painting." Zhang Ruo Chen could not believe that cat's words because they sounded ridiculous. It had to be important for Saint Monk Xiaomi to seal it in the painting. It could not be that simple, that it only had done something bad. Saint Monk Xiaomi, who had obtained a time and space sacred mark, wrote the mystery of time and space. He was a famous saint back in medieval ancient times, and records about him could be found in history. That voice said with a sigh, "Who else can unleash the power of sealing the space except for Saint Monk Xiaomi? He is the only person who can open up a world in the painting. However, without a doubt, you can do that easily as well after you have become stronger. You said that you could show me how to practice the mystery of time and space, right? In other words, you can use the power of time and space as well, right?" asked Zhang Ruo Chen. That voice said, "Of course, my cultivation is unparalleled. I can do everything. However, without a time and space sacred mark, I can't use the power of time and space. But I used to be with Saint Monk Xiaomi, so I have unconsciously developed a deep understanding of time and space. Obviously, I have no problem with teaching you at all. Now you can finally turn to the second page of the mystery of time and space." Zhang Ruo Chen picked up the mystery of time and space and turned to the second page. He saw some silver words on this page. Inscription of space. On the second page, 8 fundamental inscriptions of space, which represented the 8 grids of space, were recorded. They were: inscription of pointy, inscription of line type, inscription of lengthways, inscription of transverse type, inscription of height, inscription of flat type, inscription of strain type, and inscription of condensing. In short, pointy, line type, lengthways, transverse type, height, flat type, strain type, and condensing. A voice came out from the painting. Only 8 fundamental inscriptions of space are recorded on the second page. If you can practice these 8 inscriptions well, basically, you open up a small space by yourself. However, even so, you won't be able to attack enemies with the power of the space. You have to learn advanced level inscriptions of space, such as inscription of seal, inscription of collapse, inscription of crack, inscription of transmission, etc. It is more important for you to practice these 8 basic inscriptions well. Zhang Ruo Chen asked, "Why does this page record 8 basic inscriptions of space only? What about inscriptions of time?" "Haha, time is flowing continuously. Nobody can create time. Therefore, we don't have inscriptions of time. However, for a warrior with a time and space sacred mark, he can practice his mark of time and utilize the power of time in order to use time spiritual techniques. If your spiritual power is strong enough, and if you can practice your mark of time well, you can easily cut 10 years off your enemy's life expectancy with one finger. You can even stop time, speed up time, slow down time, etc. In an independent space, time has an amazing power. Even if your cultivation is high, you can't compete against time. Neither can you defend yourself against time. Well, with your current level of spiritual power, you can't practice the mark of time. You can only do the 8 basic inscriptions of space." Zhang Ruo Chen asked, "So practicing inscriptions of space and the mark of time require amazingly strong spiritual power. Is that correct?" That voice laughed. "Free me from the painting first, and then I will let you know." Zhang Ruo Chen hesitated a bit. He was uncertain whether or not it would be a good thing to do that. "Don't hesitate. I have great unrivaled cultivation. However, I'm not interested in you at all, young man. Free me and I promise you that I will tell you more secrets about time and space. I will help you utilize the power of the time and space sacred mark. Is this a good thing or bad thing? That's the problem. However, if it's a bad thing, it can't be avoided easily. It will happen anyway. If Saint Monk Xiaomi considered it a threat, he should have killed it, rather than just sealing it inside a painting. Zhang Ruo Chen thought for a while and asked, "How can I free you from the painting?" "Just a drop of blood will be enough. Once you drop it onto the painting, you'll become the painting's owner. Inject your genuine qi into it. Then you will be able to break the seal and free me," said that voice with great excitement. Zhang Ruo Chen used his nail to break the skin of his right index finger, leaving a bloody line on his fingertip. A crimson drop of blood from his fingertip dribbled onto the painting with a ta sound. The droplet was absorbed by the painting. Boom! A light layer of blood covered the painting. The painting suddenly flew into Zhang Ruo Chen's hand. It should be noted that the painting was 10 pounds, however. Zhang Ruo Chen made it fly to his hand with his spiritual power. It was incredible. It's an amazing treasure. Other genuine martial arms can't be compared to it at all. After having become the owner of this painting, Zhang Ruo Chen could clearly sense that every line on the painting was an inscription. There were inscriptions of space, inscriptions of ice series, inscriptions of power series, inscription of earth series, inscription of fire series, etc. All kinds of inscriptions were on the painting, and they were uncountable. That's why Saint Monk Xiaomi was the greatest saint in medieval ancient times. Even his painting is beyond others' cognition. Zhang Ruo Chen unleashed his spiritual power, and the painting was turned into a white light and flew into the sacred mark on his glabella. Then it reached his chi pool. The painting was hung in the middle of the chi pool. It was rotating slowly with shallow white light. Boom! Zhang Ruo Chen unleashed his spiritual power again. Now the painting flew out of the chi pool and was back in his hand. The voice said again, "The painting is called the yin-yang wooden graph. Its paper is made of a tree leaf from the sacred prime tree." It took Saint Monk Xiaomi 10 years to finish the drawing, and it cost him great spiritual power. "Young man, now you can free me, right?" Of course. Although Zhang Ruo Chen agreed to free the cat, inside his mind he was still uncertain. He could not fully trust the cat. Zhang Ruo Chen injected his genuine qi into the scroll. The scroll was shining and shaking slightly. Boom! A black light flew out of the painting and fell to the ground. It became a 1-meter-tall, giant black cat. That cat was as large as a hog and fat with soft black fur. Its golden eyes were even bigger than Zhang Ruo Chen's fists. Zhang Ruo Chen had seen cats before, however. It was his first time to see such a large, fat cat. "Ha ha! Finally, I am out. It's been 100 years. 100 years. That fat, black cat spoke like a human being, which was weird. Suddenly, that fat, black cat bared its sharp teeth, with a ferocious gaze in its round eyes. It rushed toward Zhang Ruo Chen and roared, "Kiddo, I'm the king of slaughter. I can kill you with a claw." "Ha ha!" It rushed at Zhang Ruo Chen, reaching out a sharp paw toward his neck. Its body seemed fat and bloated, but it was super fast. It moved like a black shadow. Zhang Ruo Chen had been vigilant against the cat before the paw was coming toward him. Zhang Ruo Chen hit the cat with his palm on its giant face. The cat whined, and his tongue was almost outside his mouth. The cat was thrown backward. Bang! It hit on the internal space of the time and space spindle, and fell to the ground like a dead pig. Zhang Ruo Chen looked at his palm, and then glanced at the cat on the ground. He frowned slightly and asked, "Are you really the king of slaughter?" That giant, black cat stamped the ground with its paws and gnashed. "Young man, how dare you doubt my ability? If it wasn't for my cultivation being sealed in the painting, it would be a piece of cake to kill you. Oh no, what are you doing? Help, I was just kidding. I am such a nice guy, why would I kill others? What are you? Oh no, no. Zhang Ruo Chen carried the cat's tail and dragged it to the center of the space. He stepped on its abdomen with the flash-shining sword in his hand. He injected his genuine qi into the flash-shining sword, and all of a sudden, 3 inscriptions of power series in the sword were activated. The weight of the sword reached 500 pounds suddenly. Fatty, do you really think that I will believe you again? Zhang Ruo Chen held the sword with both his hands and stabbed abruptly downward. Suddenly, a scary power was unleashed from the cat's body. The cat turned its body and escaped out of Zhang Ruo Chen's control and hid in a corner. With its tail upturned, the cat shined shallow black lights and said, "Young man, you must calm down. When you do things, remember not to act on rash impulse. I was just testing your cultivation. How would I try to kill you? Besides that, with my unrivaled cultivation, if I plan to kill you, do you really think that you can get the chance to fight back? Are you serious?" With the flash-shining sword in his hand, Zhang Ruo Chen walked toward the cat one step at a time and swayed the sword. "Shit, you really think that I am afraid of you? If we really fight against each other, it doesn't mean that I will be weaker than you." The cat reached out his sharp paw and grabbed the flash-shining sword. It roared loudly, "Meow." Chapter 33. Zhang Ruo Chen retracted the flash-shining sword and quickly stabbed it out again. The sword pierced through the breach between the paws of that giant black cat and hit on its glabella. This made a metal crashing sound and some sparks struck out. Bang! The flash-shining sword was a 4th-class genuine martial arm. However, it could not break the cat's defense. The cultivation of the cat isn't that strong. It isn't more powerful than a warrior in the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. Why does it have such formidable defensive power? Ha ha. Although I am 1 realm lower than you, my indestructibility, great martial technique, and spiteful means can help me defeat those who are 3 realms higher than me. With my current power, even a warrior in the completion of the Yellow Realm can't defeat me. Young man, go to hell. Meow. That giant black cat rushed at Zhang Ruo Chen again and jumped 2 meters high. It opened its big mouth and tried to bite Zhang Ruo Chen's shoulder. Sacred breaking plum sword. Genuine qi was running through Zhang Ruo Chen's entire body. He waved his sword at the cat. Meanwhile, the sword had broken out 7 sword breaths. When the flash-shining sword was right in front of the cat, the 7 sword breaths gathered together and hit the cat's chin. The cat screamed again and fell to the ground. "Awa, that hurts. Young man, why do you have such strong power? You're just in the medium state of the Yellow Realm. How can you unleash the power of a warrior in the completion? Do you think you're the only one who has a great physical quality? If we were in the same realm, I would probably be weaker than you. However, I have a higher realm than you now. You're not capable enough to fight against me," said Zhang Ruo Chen with his sword in his hand. The cat was strong indeed. If they were in the same realm, Zhang Ruo Chen could barely defeat it because of its strong indestructibility. Being an immortal, there was no blade or spear that could cut through it. Seeing Zhang Ruo Chen coming closer, it said, "Young man, as we both can't defeat each other, why do we still have to fight? We will be wasting our time if we continue fighting each other. Why don't we sit down and talk peacefully?" The cat's defensive power was so strong that even the flash-shining sword could not break the defense of its body. If they continued fighting, Zhang Ruo Chen could only defeat it rather than kill it. Zhang Ruo Chen stopped and said, "If you can answer some of my questions, we can probably talk peacefully for now." The cat sat on the ground with its belly stuck out. It said comfortably, "Go ahead. I know everything from 100 years ago, and can predict what will happen in the next 100 years. Whether you want to know something up in the sky or underground, or anywhere else on Earth, there is nothing that I don't know. Why did Saint Monk Xiaomi seal you in the yin-yang wooden graph? Asked Zhang Ruo Chen. Well, that's a long story. Back then, I had committed horrible crimes. Saint Monk Xiaomi thought I was sinful, so he sealed me up, said the cat, with its big ears shaking slightly and eyes spinning. What kind of horrible crimes? Said Zhang Ruo Chen. I had killed millions of people, triggered human disasters, killed dragons and took out their gallbladders, set fires in the sky and oceans. Well, I think that's it, said the cat. Zhang Ruo Chen stared at the cat's fat body and said, well, you don't seem like a killer. Yes, you read my mind. That monk was unreasonable. He sentenced me incorrectly and sealed me in that graph. I don't even know to whom to complain to. The cat lay on the ground, shook its head, and sighed with its belly stuck out. Zhang Ruo Chen said, those who don't look like bad guys can sometimes turn out to be very bad. Likewise, those who don't look like good people can do great stuff sometimes. I'm just a cat. Please don't judge me or misunderstand me. Hey, young man, what are you doing? Asked the cat. Phew. The cat had been sealed in the yin-yang wooden graph again. As expected, the power of the yin-yang wooden graph can keep you down. Now I am the owner of this graph, so as long as I want, I can seal you in the graph. Zhang Ruo Chen smiled with the graph in his hand. Young man, you should stay calm and set me free. I promise you that you'll have my loyalty forever. If you ask me to catch fish, I won't dare to catch a rat, said the cat worriedly. The cat had been sealed in the graph for 100 years and had finally regained its freedom. Undoubtedly, it hated to be sealed again. Zhang Ruo Chen ignored the cat and put the yin-yang wooden graph aside. He started studying the 8 basic inscriptions of space. Young man, if you want to carve the basic inscriptions of space, you must at least cultivate your spiritual power up to the 12th level. How old are you now? How can you possess such strong spiritual power? Release me and I'll teach you how to practice your spiritual power. The cat's voice came out of the graph. The 12th level, well, my spiritual power has reached the 32nd level already. The basic inscriptions are not difficult to me at all. Zhang Ruo Chen sat on the ground with his legs crossed. He opened the mystery of time and space, put it in front of him and started studying. How can it be possible? The spiritual power of an ordinary adult is normally at the 10th level. It would be an outstanding achievement to reach a maximum of the 8th level for a young man like you. Even those with great innate spiritual powers can only reach the 15th level at most. How can you reach the 32nd level? The cat was doubtful. Zhang Ruo Chen was not interested in talking to it any longer. He started practicing the first basic inscription of space, the inscription of pointy. The voice came out of the graph again. Did you start practicing your spiritual power when you were a child? No. Even if you started practicing from an early age, you could only have reached the 20th level. How can you have reached the 32nd level? Young man, you are better at boasting than me. Warriors with their spiritual power higher than the 15th level would be able to carve basic inscriptions. However, the basic inscriptions of space were special. They were more complicated and unstable than the basic inscriptions. Only warriors with spiritual power at the 20th level could possibly carve them. Boom! Zhang Ruo Chen pushed his genuine qi into his fingertip and reached out his finger. A light spot was formed. He wanted to carve the inscription of pointy in the air. He had tried more than 30 times, and yet none of them were successful. Haha, I knew it. You were totally boasting. Practicing spiritual power to the 20th level is as difficult as climbing into the sky for average warriors. And if they want to carve the basic inscriptions of space, that's even more difficult. The cat teased him. Zhang Ruo Chen stopped and whispered to himself, It's my first time to carve it and it's surely difficult. Let me practice with the spiritual paper and the inscription pen. When alchemists and weapon refiners first started practicing the inscriptions, they all practiced with the inscription pens and spiritual papers. It took them at least 1 year to practice before they carved their first inscription on the spiritual paper. It was Zhang Ruo Chen's first time to practice an inscription. Yet, he wanted to carve it in the air with his finger. It was not surprising that he failed. Zhang Ruo Chen stood up and planned to purchase some inscription pens and spiritual papers. Young man, take me there as well. I promise that I won't make any trouble. I will listen to you. Before the cat finished its words, Zhang Ruo Chen had put the yin-yang wooden graph back into his glabella and walked out the internal space of the time and space spindle. Then, Zhang Ruo Chen left the royal palace and walked toward the martial market. Right after Zhang Ruo Chen had left the palace, a maidservant rushed to the palace where the queen lived and reported Zhang Ruo Chen's activity to Han Qing'elwo. He's finally leaving the palace. That's wonderful. Get me a troop of soldiers. I'll take them out of the palace. Tonight is going to be the last night for that genius, said Han Qing'elwo with a cold gaze in her eyes. A hint of an evil smile played on her lips. Zhang Ruo Chen had arrived at the martial market and walked toward the Federation of Inscription. The Federation of Inscription was one of the strongest organizations in Kunlun's field, with a long history. Before the First Central Empire was formed, the Federation of Inscription had already been established. There were 4 alliances under the Federation of Inscription: Alchemist Alliance, Weapon Refiner Alliance, Tamer Alliance, and Union of Unusual Talent. Inscription pens and spiritual paper could only be purchased at the Federation of Inscription. The Federation of Inscription had a monopoly over these 2 goods. They could not be found in any other place. In Kunlun's field, each city had a branch of the Federation of Inscription. The Yunwu Commandery was built magnificently, like a castle. The traffic was always busy outside of the Federation of Inscription. There were warriors as well as alchemists in long blue gowns on the streets. For the alchemists, a tripod was embroidered on the back of their gowns. Other than the alchemists, there was a hammer embroidered on the back of the weapon refiners' gowns. Apart from the alchemists and weapon refiners, there were some tamers riding on savage beasts walking into the Federation of Inscription. There was a middle-aged man wearing a weapon refiner's gown. He looked like he was in his 30s, with his chest stuck out. He loftily walked toward the Federation of Inscription. My Lord Zuo-en. The royal guards who stood outside the Federation of Inscription saluted with a gaze of respect in their eyes. Zuo-en nodded. He walked into the Federation of Inscription without taking a glance at the royal guards. It's Lord Zuo-en, the weapon refiner. It is said that he is an amazing second-class weapon refiner with his spiritual power at the 26th level. Lord Zuo-en has altogether 17 disciples, 8 of which have become first-class weapon refiners. There are countless warriors who want to be mentored by Lord Zuo-en in all of Yunwu City. I've heard that Lord Zuo-en has a relatively high requirement for his disciples. Warriors will be rejected if either his spiritual power has not reached the 12th level or is aged over 20. It is almost impossible for warriors to cultivate their spiritual power up to the 12th level before turning 20 years old. Only the true geniuses can make it. At this moment, Zhang Ruo Chen saw 2 familiar figures: the 8th Prince Xianxia and the daughter of Master of the Red Cloud sect, Shan Xiangling. They had arrived at the Federation of Inscription as well. After the year-end assessment, the status of Xianxia had greatly plummeted in the palace. His biological mother, concubine Zio, had been banished to the cold palace. Meanwhile, out of the 9 princes, he had become the prince with the lowest cultivation. He was so depressed due to these two blows. He had accompanied Shan Xiangling to the Federation of Inscription, hoping that they could apprentice with Lord Zhuo En, the second-class weapon refiner. In terms of his martial arts talents, he could barely compare to Zhang Ruo Chen. Therefore, he had to discover some way to surpass Zhang Ruo Chen so he could retrieve his status back. Chapter 34. When Zhang Ruo Chen noticed the 8th prince and Shan Xiangling, they saw him as well, standing outside the Federation of Inscription. On seeing Zhang Ruo Chen, the 8th prince got angry and said, "Ninth brother, what have you come to the Federation of Inscription?" Not being willing to argue with the 8th prince, Zhang Ruo Chen just shook his head and said to Yun, "Wait for me at the Roan Antelope Ancient Carriage. I'll buy something in the Federation of Inscription." Stepping off the Roan Antelope Ancient Carriage, Zhang Ruo Chen headed for the Federation of Inscription. A mellow sound came from a distance. A woman said, "Please wait, 9th prince." Zhang Ruo Chen stopped to turn back, gave a glance at Shan Xiangling who was walking toward him, and asked, "Who are you?" Having just met her once at Cultivation Pavilion, Zhang Ruo Chen did not know anything about her. He just knew that she was the 8th Prince Junior sister apprentice, and came from the same suzerain as him. "I'm Shan Xiangling from the Red Cloud sect. You greatly opened my eyes at the year-end assessment, defeating a warrior in the final state of the Yellow Realm, with your cultivation in the Dawn state of the Yellow Realm. If it's possible, I would like to discuss martial arts with you." Shan Xiangling slowly walked toward Zhang Ruo Chen with expectation in her eyes, giving off a wisp of soft fragrance. As one of the 4 beauties in the Yunwu Commandery, Shan Xiangling was really pretty. With slender arched eyebrows, long eyelashes, and exquisite facial features, she was almost as delicate as a work of art. When she first saw Zhang Ruo Chen in Cultivation Pavilion, Shan Xiangling considered him a good-for-nothing, without any ability to practice martial arts. Suspecting he was a catamite of Xianxia, she deeply looked down upon him. However, Zhang Ruo Chen showed a marvelous gift for martial arts at the year-end assessment, by easily holding a heavy stone tray of about 500 kilograms, killing savage beasts of superior class level 1, and defeating opponents who were in a higher realm. It was known that it was not easy for a young warrior to do even one of those 3 things. As a genius martialist, Zhang Ruo Chen could not be a catamite and a plaything of a licentious woman. Zhang Ruo Chen glanced at Shan Xiangling and felt a little surprise. She thought, the girl not only looks pretty but has a high gift for martial arts, as she has reached the final state of the Yellow Realm, which is higher than that of the 9th Commandery Princess and Lin Ningxian. Actually, the reason why they were all regarded as the 4 beauties of the younger generation was that they looked pretty and were extremely gifted in martial arts. If they did not have a gift for martial arts, they could not become goddesses adored by numerous warriors, no matter how beautiful they were. Shan Xiangling was 17. A little older than both the 9th Commandery Princess and Lin Ningxian, so she had a higher cultivation. Seeing Shan Xiangling expressing kindness to Zhang Ruo Chen and feeling a sense of crisis, the 8th prince quickly walked up to them and said, "Junior sister apprentice, you have forgotten the affairs between the 9th brother and the hostess of Cultivation Pavilion, haven't you? You are supposed to stay far away from him." Shan Xiangling raised her hand to interrupt the 8th prince, donning a bright smile and said, "The 9th prince is a young talent. He is not the kind of person you are talking about." The 8th prince felt a greater sense of crisis. "Junior sister apprentice, let's go. We will apprentice to a master next time," the 8th prince said as he grasped her arm to leave. Boom! As Shan Xiangling quickly operated her genuine qi, she lightly waved her wrist, where a strong power broke out, blowing back the 8th prince. 8th prince, between a man and woman there should be a prudent distance. You should conduct yourself with dignity, Shan Xiangling said coldly. Junior sister apprentice. With pain turning to numbness in his fingers, the eighth prince could not raise his arm. Shan Xiangling only caught a fleeting glimpse of him and shook her head slightly. Then she turned to Zhang Ruo Chen with a mellow smile and asked in a dulcet voice, I'm going to apprentice to a master in the Federation of Inscription. What about you, ninth prince? Seeing what had happened just now, Zhang Ruo Chen just calmly answered, I will just buy some inscription pens and spiritual paper to learn inscriptions. Really? That's great. I have been learning inscriptions from a very young age. I have already carved some basic inscriptions. With my experience of studying with inscription pens and spiritual paper, maybe I can do you a favor if you want to buy them, said Shan Xiangling. Zhang Ruo Chen thought for a while, finding that he was not familiar with inscription pens and spiritual paper, so he agreed. Looking at the receding figures of Zhang Ruo Chen and Shan Xiangling, the eighth prince became very frustrated. A moment later, his will to fight came back. He thought, as long as I become Zhuo apprentice, a weapon refiner, junior sister apprentice will come back to me again. Both inscription pens and spiritual paper have 5 levels as follows: beginner stage, medium stage, superior stage, heaven stage, and God stage. The 5 levels correspond with the 5 levels of inscriptions respectively. To carve basic inscriptions, basic inscription pens and spiritual paper are enough, and people with spiritual power below the 30th level can only carve the basic inscriptions. The higher the spiritual power is, the more basic inscriptions can be drawn. The more stable the inscriptions are, the higher possibility it has. Introducing inscriptions to Zhang Ruo Chen, Shan Xiangling said, I started practicing spiritual power and learning inscriptions at a very young age. Now my spiritual power has reached the 16th level, but I carve several basic inscriptions with little success, carving 20 times before I succeed once. A weapon refiner like Zhuo with a high success rate can make 7 or 8 successfully out of 10 times. There were weapon refiners that practiced spiritual power in the Red Cloud sect, but their weapon refiner with the highest spiritual power had only reached the 18th level. After all, the Red Cloud sect was just a suzerain of martial arts. The weapon refiner in the Red Cloud sect was unable to guide Shan Xiangling with his cultivation. Therefore, Shan Xiangling visited the Federation of Inscription to take Zhuo as her master, as a way to continue to further her study of inscription and weapon refining. That was because she wanted to become a first-class weapon refiner as soon as possible. Your spiritual power has reached the 16th level, Zhang Ruo Chen said unexpectedly. It was known that the people who could practice spiritual power to the 15th level before 20 years old would be regarded as geniuses. It was great that Shan Xiangling's spiritual power was much stronger than that of her peers. As he mentioned spiritual power, Shan Xiangling felt proud with a sense of superiority arising in her mind and said, generally, the people whose spiritual power has reached the 15th level have an opportunity to become first-class weapon refiners. Halting a while, she despondently said, unfortunately, I don't do well in weapon refining and inscription. I failed twice in the first-class weapon refiner's test. If I can take a second-class weapon refiner as my master, I would become a first-class weapon refiner quickly with his help. Zhang Ruo Chen asked, what happens when you become a first-class weapon refiner? Are there any benefits? There are so many benefits. First, as a first-class weapon refiner, you can become a member of the Federation of Inscription. Second, you can study books written about the more esoteric spiritual power. What's more, you can attend a class given by Master. Meanwhile, as a first-class weapon refiner, you can gain a robe refined by the Federation of Inscription. The robe will symbolize that You are a member of the Federation of Inscription. When someone tries to hurt you, as long as it's not because of a personal grudge or your fault, the Federation of Inscription will help you. Of course, as a first-class weapon refiner, you can get respect from warriors. Generally, no warriors dare to offend a weapon refiner or an alchemist. After hearing what Shan Xiangling said, Zhang Ruo Chen also wanted to give it a try. After all, the Federation of Inscription had a long history established in medieval ancient times 100 years ago. Even the first Central Empire created by Empress Qi Yao only had a history of 500 years. It could be said that even the cultural details of the first Central Empire ruling Kunlun's field could not compare with that of the Federation of Inscription. Nobody knew how strong the Federation of Inscription was, and nobody dared to provoke it. Zhang Ruo Chen nodded and thought that it was not bad to become a member of the Federation of Inscription. Both inscription pens and spiritual paper were expensive. A piece of spiritual paper of the beginner stage would cost 1 silver coin. Ordinary warriors would leave immediately once they saw the price. It was simply a waste of money to learn inscription. Only a big family and a strong suzerain could foster a few alchemists and weapon refiners. They carefully picked out the geniuses with strong spiritual power to foster. If the person who was picked out could not develop into a first-class alchemist or weapon refiner, they would lose out. Zhang Ruo Chen spent 20 silver coins buying 10 inscription pens and 10 sheets of spiritual paper. Enough money as he had, he also spent it very distressed. After buying what he wanted, Zhang Ruo Chen visited Zuo with Shan Xiangling. And now he knew nothing about inscription, but would just learn by himself through trial and error. He thought that once he got guidance from a master, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Meanwhile, a voice came from the distance. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Your spiritual power has reached the 12th level. You have never practiced spiritual power?" Zuo asked in awe. Zuo thought that the 8th prince deserved to be recognized as gifted because his spiritual power had reached the 12th level without any practice at his age. "Right, I haven't practiced spiritual power." The 8th prince looked at Zhang Ruo Chen and Shan Xiangling with a smile on his face and said in a louder voice, "In your point of view, I was born to be a superior of spiritual power." After hearing the commendation from Zuo, the 8th prince was so delighted that he could not wait to show off his talent to Shan Xiangling. Chapter 35. Your Highness, if you keep up the hard work with your marvelous gift, you are expected to be a first-class weapon refiner within 5 years, Zuo said with high praise. The 8th prince became even more arrogant. Zhang Ruo Chen and Shan Xiangling walked over to the 8th prince and Zuo. "My lord Zuo, I'm Shan Xiangling from the Red Cloud sect. Here is a letter from my father." Shan Xiangling handed him the letter. Zuo opened and read the letter. He glanced at Shan Xiangling from head to toe and said, "Your father mentioned that your spiritual power has reached the 16th level. Is that true?" Shan Xiangling nodded with consent. "Yes, that's correct." Zuo folded the letter and said, "Your father, master of the Red Cloud sect, and I are good old friends. Since you have such talent, I'll take you as my disciple. From now on, you are my 19th disciple." Shan Xiangling was delighted. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Mr. Zuo, please accept my respect." "That's wonderful, junior sister apprentice. I'm also one of the disciples of Lord Zuo. We can practice spiritual power, learn how to carve inscriptions, and refine weapons together," the 8th prince said with excitement. Shan Xiangling ignored the 8th prince and introduced Zhang Ruo Chen to Zuo. She said, "My lord, this is the 9th prince of the Yunwu Commandery. He wants to ask you questions about the inscriptions." Zhuo En glanced at Zhang Ruo Chen and said, "If you want to be my disciple, you have to meet the following requirements. First, you must be aged under 20. Second, your spiritual power must reach at least the 20th level. It doesn't matter if you're a prince. If you can't meet these two requirements, you are not qualified to be my disciple." The eighth prince sneered. In his opinion, no doubt Zhang Ruo Chen had a great talent for practicing martial arts, yet his talent for spiritual power was not as strong as his. Zhang Ruo Chen looked at Zhuo En and said, "Wait, you misunderstand me. I just want to ask you a few questions about the inscriptions rather than apprentice to you." When other warriors saw Zhuo En, they all had always behaved respectfully, which made him get used to being a superior. He felt annoyed as Zhang Ruo Chen stood himself upright to talk to him. Zhang Ruo Chen was not being arrogant. He just wanted to communicate with Zhuo En in an equal manner. In fact, his spiritual power was much stronger than Zhuo En's, and he did not need to look up to Zhuo En. Zhuo En groaned. "HMPH, you're aiming too high, young man. Listen, if you want to carve the inscriptions, you have to practice your spiritual power. The higher level of your spiritual power, the higher possibility to carve the inscriptions. Yet, you will not succeed if your spiritual power is under the 15th level." "Young man, have you reached the 15th level?" Zhang Ruo Chen asked. "Do you mean that once I cultivate to the 15th level, you'll help me out with carving inscriptions?" "Ha ha. Only warriors who cultivate to the 15th level can be my disciples. Unless you've reached the 20th level, don't even think about communicating equally with me about inscriptions," Zhuo En said arrogantly. In fact, the person whose spiritual power had reached the 20th level usually became a second-class weapon refiner. Every upgrade was extremely difficult after reaching the 15th level. It was as difficult as climbing into the sky, as it was to reach the 20th level. That explained why the second-class weapon refiners were rare. Even the Red Cloud sect could not hire one. "The 20th level, let me try." Then, Zhang Ruo Chen stared at the sacred testing stone. He headed over to it and put his hands on it. The 20th level. He has never practiced spiritual power. How could he have reached the 20th level? The eighth prince sneered and thought. Zhuo En said, "You're crazy. Even a talented genius of spiritual power can't reach the 20th level before 20 years old." Shan Xiangling was curious, but she believed that Zhang Ruo Chen would only do things that he was sure of. Is his spiritual power really that incredible? Zhang Ruo Chen closed his eyes and injected his spiritual power into the sacred testing stone. Boom! There were circles of light streaks that appeared on the surface of the sacred testing stone. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Every circle represented a level of spiritual power. When Zhuo En saw 20 circles on the rock surface, he was so shocked and stared at Zhang Ruo Chen with surprise, as if he was a monster. "It can't happen, it's impossible," the eighth prince murmured as his face turned pale. He could not believe what he just saw. Shan Xiangling was also shocked. She stared at Zhang Ruo Chen with adoration in her eyes. When the circles had added up to 20, Zhang Ruo Chen stopped releasing his spiritual power and withdrew his palms. Zhuo En knew that Zhang Ruo Chen did not do his best because his spiritual power was definitely higher than the 20th level. He had changed his attitude immediately. He welcomed Zhang Ruo Chen and said, "Your Highness, you are definitely a master of spiritual power. Please forgive my offense." At the age of 16, his spiritual power could advance past the 20th level. His future achievements are going to be beyond imagination. Who knows if I'll need his help in the future? Thinking about this, Zhuo En immediately showed his kindness to Zhang Ruo Chen. Zhang Ruo Chen said, "I just want to consult you about the inscriptions and skills of carving." "No problem. Your Highness, please follow me." Let's go to a quiet place to share the knowledge of spiritual power and inscriptions," Zhuo said happily. Zhang Ruo Chen nodded and headed for the audience hall of the Federation of Inscription with Zhuo, followed by Shan Xiangling. The eighth prince walked out of the Federation of Inscription. His face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. How irritating this is. In the past, Zhang Ruo Chen was a waste who didn't dare to hit me back when I slapped him. But now he is stronger than me unexpectedly. How could his talent be so high? How could it be? The eighth prince was gnashing his teeth in anger when he saw an ancient roan antelope ancient carriage outside the Federation of Inscription. That was the carriage of Zhang Ruo Chen. At the moment, Yun was silently sitting in the carriage waiting for Zhang Ruo Chen and looking at the Federation of Inscription now and then. Seeing the eighth prince walking toward her, she was so scared that she saluted immediately and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." He looked cold-blooded and said, "Take me back to the palace." Yun felt reluctant and embarrassed and said in fear, But this is the ninth prince's carriage." Bang! The eighth prince slapped Yun so hard that it made Yun fly 3 meters away. Yun's face was swollen and bloodshot, with a 5-fingered handprint appearing on her face immediately. She was spitting blood constantly with a dizzy head and a dislocated jaw, and she felt like she was going to die. The eighth prince stomped on her and said with a fierce look, "The ninth prince is a prince. Am I not a prince? You are just a maidservant. How dare you refuse to follow my order? Believe it or not, I can make your parents become the food of savage beasts and make you turn into a worthless prostitute with just a word." After that, the eighth prince got on the carriage and said, "Drive, or I will make your life a living hell." Yun felt so frightened, as she was just a maidservant. Her whole family would be destroyed by one word from the eighth prince. She stood up hard, sat on the carriage enduring the pain on her face, and drove back to the palace. Sitting on the carriage and wringing his hands with grim eyes, the eighth prince thought, "Zhang Ruo Chen, you have surely gained some kind of precious treasure. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to become so excellent in 3 months. As long as I have control over concubine Lin, and make use of her life to force him to hand over the treasure, I have a chance to make huge progress in my cultivation and become a master of martial arts. After I become a martial arts master, Zhang Ruo Chen will definitely be the first person who I kill. By that time, Shan Xiangling, that dishonorable woman, will become my plaything." Ha. The street was desolate at night. Passers-by became fewer and fewer. 2 men in black stood on the roof beside the street and stared at the roan antelope ancient carriage passing below. "Is that the carriage of the ninth prince?" The taller and thinner man whispered. He was carrying a wire bow and 10 thunder arrows on his back, and exuded a murderous coldness. The chunky one sneered and said, "It must be him. Look at the maidservant who is driving. She looks exactly the same as the portrait given by Miss Han. She is the maidservant of the ninth prince. The ninth prince must be in the carriage right now. Ha. It is so exciting to assassinate a prince. Once we have finished the mission, Miss Han will surely give us a generous reward." The taller and thinner man in black drew a thunder arrow and fitted it to his bow. Then he aimed at the carriage, ready to let it fly. Chapter 36. PFFT. A thunder arrow was released. It thrust into the ancient roan antelope carriage and passed through the vest of the eighth prince. The arrowhead exploded. It turned into a fist-sized ball of electricity and released shafts of lightning that left a bloody bowl-sized wound on the eighth prince's back. Crash! A short and chunky dark shadow dashed into the carriage. The sword flashed, and the head of the eighth prince had been cut off and put inside a beast-skin bag. The assassin chuckled darkly. He carried the bag with the eighth prince's head and sprinted out of the ancient roan antelope carriage. In an instant, he had disappeared into the dark. Yun noticed that there were strange noises. She stopped the carriage and asked, "My eighth prince, what happened? Is everything okay?" Hearing no reply from the eighth prince, she lifted the curtain slowly and carefully. Inside, she saw a headless body. The carriage was all covered with blood and looked extremely horrifying. "Help!" Yun screamed and passed out from fear. Two dark shadows, one tall and one short, flitted across Yunwu City and soon reached the side of the moat. Han Qingelwo crossed her hands behind her back. Her tall figure under the moonlight cast a long shadow on the ground. She stood under the willow next to the riverside. Her eyes stared at the moon reflecting on the river's surface, and she quietly asked, "Did you complete your mission?" "Miss Han, the mission was a lot easier than we expected. We cut off his head with one single stroke. He didn't even have a chance to fight back," the tall man in black said. The other man in black laughed and said, "What kind of prodigy is he that he can't even put up a fight? He is a complete joke." Han Qingelwo nodded slightly and said, "Both of your cultivations are at the completion of the Yellow Realm as well as professional assassins. Killing him is surely not a difficult task. Anyway, have you brought his head?" "Yes, we've brought it here." The lanky man in black took out the beast-skin bag, placed it on the ground and opened it. A human head covered with blood was exposed. Han Qingelwo looked into the bag. Her countenance shifted slightly and coldly asked, "Are you sure the one you killed is the ninth prince?" Both men in black were frightened when they looked inside the bag. Their hearts skipped when they realized that they had killed the wrong person. They shivered, kneeled down instantly and said, "Miss Han, please give us one more chance. We will make sure to bring back the ninth prince's head." "You two have no more chances." Han Qingelwo shook her head slightly and said, "This is such a huge mistake, killing the eighth prince rather than the ninth prince. I will be punished for your mistake. Do you really think you two will still have a chance to live? Please, Miss Han, spare us." "Spare us, Miss Han." All of a sudden, both assassins jumped up high at the same time like lightning, and struck out as fast as they could toward Han Qingelwo. They had no choice as they had failed the mission, and had killed the eighth prince instead. Having made such a massive mistake, they would both certainly be killed by Han Qingelwo. If they were going to die anyway, why not make a last bid for their lives? Once they killed Han Qingelwo, they would escape immediately and hide forever after away from Yunwu City. The world was big enough that even the queen with her great power would never be able to find them. Moreover, Han Qingelwo's cultivation was at the completion of the Yellow Realm, the same as the two assassins. Indeed, if the assassins cooperated together and took Han Qingelwo by surprise, there was a chance that they could kill her. Han Qingelwo sneered. She turned 5 of her fingers into a claw shape, with her nails becoming razor sharp. Pfff. Her claw punched through the lanky man in black's chest, taking his bloody heart along with it. The lanky man in black looked at Han Qingelwo, who was crushing his heart helplessly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and fell flat on the ground. Next, Han Qingelwo struck out with her other hand, wrapping it with a layer of icy cold genuine qi. Boom! Her palm, which was sharper than a knife, passed through the air and sent the stocky man in black's head flying away. Although Han Qingelwo and the two assassins were at the same level of cultivation, the completion of the Yellow Realm, Han Qingelwo was much more powerful. Even if 7 or 8 more warriors of the same level attacked her at the same time, they would not be strong enough to defeat her. She specialized in the killing technique. It was well known that once she fought, certainly there would be blood. The 8th prince has been killed. This will definitely shock Yunwu City. And now, there will be no chance to assassinate the 9th prince. I need to return to the palace and report what has happened to the queen, so that we can prepare counter-strategies. Han Qingelwo threw the 2 dead bodies into the moat. After she wiped the blood from her hands, She turned into a green shadow and flew to the palace. Through the communication with Zhuo En, Zhang Ruo Chen understood and learned a lot about inscriptions. At the same time, Zhuo En mentioned a lot of information about refining weapons, which also piqued Zhang Ruo Chen's interests a little. Zhang Ruo Chen left the Federation of Inscription, while Shan Xiangling stayed behind to get better acquainted with the art of refining weapons. When Zhang Ruo Chen left the Federation of Inscription, he looked around but could not see Yun. He frowned and said, "Where is Sister Yun? Has she left early to return to the palace? But she shouldn't have done so." Zhang Ruo Chen did not think too much of it, as the martial market was a safe place to visit. He thought that Yun must have had something urgent to deal with and left him without notice. Following that, he went to the pill market, planning to buy some higher-grade pills to enhance his ability while practicing. This was the second time he had visited Qingshuan Pavilion. When he walked in the front door, Mo Hanlin welcomed him with pleasure and asked, "Ninth Prince, are you looking for pills again? My mistress has already informed me that my ninth prince will receive a half-price discount when buying any pills." "Your mistress is so generous." Zhang Ruo Chen responded with surprise. Mo Hanlin narrowed his eyes, smiling, and said, "My mistress is hardly lavish with her hospitality toward customers. Only the ninth prince will be able to enjoy such treatment." Zhang Ruo Chen asked, "How much is a triple purity genuine qi pill?" A triple purity genuine qi pill was classified as a second-class pill. Its effect was the same as the energy pill, but 10 times stronger in power. Moreover, the genuine qi produced by taking a triple purity genuine qi pill was purer than that of an energy pill. 50 silver coins for 1 pill. Mo Hanlin extended 5 fingers and waved them at Zhang Ruo Chen. It was so expensive, such a supreme class of this pill. Even the prodigies from the large-scale family could not take it every day. It was said that they were given a triple purity genuine qi pill every 6 months. Weapon refiners and alchemists sure made a lot of money. "I want to buy 10 of them," Zhang Ruo Chen said without hesitation. 10 triple purity genuine qi pills. Mo Hanlin recorded it down in his notebook and asked, "My ninth prince, do you need any other pills?" "Please give me 100 second-class blood pills," Zhang Ruo Chen replied. The blood pills that Zhang Ruo Chen had bought last time were already used up. He needed to buy some more this time. With his current martial arts cultivation, he was able to digest the spiritual blood of the second-class blood pills. Although the price of a second-class blood pill was more expensive than a first-class blood pill, it was also more beneficial toward the human body. The spiritual blood of a first-class blood pill could only provide the energy that warriors needed for a day. However, a second-class blood pill could supply warriors with enough energy to last them 3 days. 30 silver coins for a second-class blood pill. Altogether 100 pills. Mo Hanlin also marked it down in his notebook. Zhang Ruo Chen continued searching on the counter. Suddenly, he saw the elephant fire pill, a third-class pill that could facilitate a warrior to refine their body. At the moment, Zhang Ruo Chen needed to reinforce his physique urgently. The stronger the body, the better for practicing martial arts in the future. It was said that if practicing martial arts was like constructing a building, the most important part was the foundation. The more solid the foundation was, the higher the building could be constructed. Practicing the yellow realm meant refining one's body. Through opening the meridians, it enabled the warriors to build a solid foundation for practicing martial arts. "How much is an elephant fire pill?" asked Zhang Ruo Chen. Mo Hanlin's eyes flashed and he explained, "The elephant fire pill is a third-class pill. It is made of the marrow and blood of elephants. Moreover, fire lotus, a very expensive ingredient, has been added into the pill. hence why it costs 80 silver coins for one pill. Zhang Ruo Chen was going to buy it no matter how costly the pill was. He asked, "How many triple purity elephant fire pills do you have in stock?" 7. "This is all we have in Xianxia Pavilion," said Mo Hanlin. "Good, I'm buying them all," Zhang Ruo Chen said. Besides that, Zhang Ruo Chen bought 20 bottles of marrow washing liquid and a bottle of healing pills. Click clack. Mo Hanlin was holding an abacus and he calculated for a while. He said, 10 triple purity genuine chi pills, 50 silver coins, 100 second-class blood pills, 3 silver coins, 7 elephant fire pills, 560 silver coins, 20 bottles of marrow washing liquid, 4 silver coins, 10 Saint Stone pill, 20 silver coins. The total cost is 637 silver coins. With the half-price discount, that will be 318 500 silver coins. Although Zhang Ruo Chen had anticipated that it would be costly, the cost after the discount surprised him. He could not believe he had just spent 300 silver coins for the pills. 7 elephant fire pills were very expensive, which brought up the total price. Luckily, Mistress Xianxia offered him a half-price discount, so the final amount was still fairly acceptable for him. If I take all 7 elephant fire pill and digest them completely, I'm sure that my physical quality will reach the level of my last lifetime, Zhang Ruo Chen thought. After paying 318 500 silver coins to Xianxia Pavilion, there were only 800 silver coins left in Zhang Ruo Chen's total assets. They were also all stored at the Martial Market Bank. When Zhang Ruo Chen just left the Xianxia Pavilion, he saw a group of soldiers clad in armor on horseback. They were rushing through the main street and had kicked up a huge cloud of dust. There was a warrior on the side, looking at the rushing soldiers, and whispered, "I can't believe there's someone who is brave enough to kill the 8th prince. The city is under lockdown now. Even the exit and entrance of the martial market are closed. The 8th prince has been killed." Zhang Ruo Chen remembered that he saw the 8th prince at the Federation of Inscription. How was it possible that he had been killed not long after? Boom! A group of soldiers rushed toward Zhang Ruo Chen and kneeled down neatly in front of him. Among the soldiers, there was an elder eunuch who stood at the front and greeted Zhang Ruo Chen with courtesy and said, "My 9th prince, His Majesty summons you to return the palace promptly." Chapter 37. It was dreadful that the 8th prince had been decapitated in Yunwu City. If the generals and soldiers could not find the assassin and punished him severely, all the members of the royal family would be in danger. The Yunwu commandery prince was inflamed with anger. He summoned 10 generals who had guarded Yunwu City that very night. He demanded that they close the city gate and lock down the martial market. He told them that catching 100 innocent suspects was better than letting a single guilty person escape. It has been many years since someone dared to assassinate a member of the royal family in Yunwu City, the Yunwu commandery prince said. Inside the palace, the 10 generals felt like they heard a loud boom of thunder. Their eardrums seemed broken as they all shivered and sank down to their knees. Each of the 10 generals commanded thousands of soldiers and horses. Their martial cultivation was tremendously powerful. Yet the Yunwu commandery prince only needed to groan slightly to frighten all of them into kneeling down on the ground. That was because the Yunwu commandery prince was a warrior in the heaven realm, and he was known as a martial arts legend. All the martial arts warriors regarded him as a god. Minister Zhu Jingshan stood respectfully before him and said, "Your Majesty, do you think this incident is related to the moon worship demonic sect?" Only the moon worship demonic sect and the black market dare to oppose the royal family in the Yunwu commandery. Although numerous evil and unsavory people gather around the black market, they only work for their own benefit. Killing the eighth prince does not serve their interests. I doubt if they are involved in the assassination. Yet, the moon-worship demonic sect worship devils, and they like meddling in high-profile affairs. It is highly possible that they've killed the eighth prince in order to provoke the dignity of the royal family. The minister added, the moon-worship demonic sect. The Yunwu commandery prince's eyes sank as he digested what the minister had just said. The royal family was no doubt the most powerful group in the Yunwu commandery. They had conquered the land and they held power over the military. Other suzerains and superior families were subservient to the royal family. However, some well-known groups often challenged the royal family, such as the Federation of Inscription, the moon-worship demonic sect, the black market, and the Martial Market Bank. The Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank had control over all of the alchemists, weapons refiners, tamers, and other unusually talented people in the Yunwu commandery, as well as more than one-third of the assets of the commandery. The Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank were located all over Kunlun's field. They were influential enough to alter the Yunwu commandery prince's decisions with just one word. Of course, the Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank worked in partnership with the royal family to achieve mutual benefits. Under normal circumstances, they would not confront the official power. In such a peaceful era, the Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank symbolized subservience to the official power. They accepted the governance of the royal family. Yet the Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank were left to manage their core interests themselves. The official power did not get involved. The black market, like the Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank, had been completely free from the supervision of the official power since ancient times. It was a place specifically for all kinds of illegal businesses. It was the seedy underbelly of the world. They controlled half of the assassins, prostitutes, thieves, wanted murderers, as well as a large number of slave traders and thugs for hire in the commandery. To a certain extent, the black market was powerful enough to compete with the Martial Market Bank. The official power was somewhat able to suppress the black market, but they could not completely eliminate it. In another commandery, the black market had dominated the entire government and military, turning it into a dark paradise. The moon-worship demonic sect was even more terrifying. Large numbers of warriors worshipped devils in every commandery. They had established a branch gang for every region to confront the official power there. They even wanted to overrule the First Central Empire, and they took control over Kunlun's field. The moon-worship demonic sect had built an assembly hall in every commandery and had appointed a branch chief to run it. The power of the moon-worship demonic sect was no doubt present in the Yunwu commandery. The chief of the moon-worship demonic sect in the Yunwu commandery was also a warrior with a cultivation in the heaven realm, as well as a martial arts legend. If the assassin who killed the eighth prince is a member of the moon-worship demonic sect, it is definitely a threat. They must be testing the Yunwu commandery. Perhaps heresy masters are planning to attack the Yunwu commandery, Minister Zhu Jingxian said. The minister was the brother of the queen. He must have known that her assassins had mistakenly killed the eighth prince instead of the ninth prince, their intended victim. He had to direct the Yunwu commandery prince's suspicions away from his sister. Zhu Jingxian needed to guide the Yunwu commandery prince's attention to the moon-worship demonic sect. Assassinating a prince was a serious matter, but the moon-worship demonic sect was even more important. The moon-worship demonic sect had eliminated more than one commandery during the last 800 years. This was a nightmare for many rulers. Even if the moon-worship demonic sect decided to attack the Yunwu commandery, the Yunwu commandery prince would definitely make it a priority. The Yunwu commandery prince's face grew serious as he listened to the minister. The moon-worship demonic sect was threatening his position as a commandery prince. The minister glanced at the Yunwu commandery prince and felt a little relieved. He was relieved because he had finally switched the Yunwu commandery prince's attention to the moon-worship demonic sect. If the Yunwu commandery prince ordered an investigation of the 8th prince's murder, it might expose the queen. It is impossible that the 8th prince was assassinated by the moon-worship demonic sect, Zhang Ruo Chen exclaimed while walking into the place. The minister looked at Zhang Ruo Chen with surprise and asked, "My 9th prince, what's your opinion?" Zhang Ruo Chen responded and said, "The 8th prince was riding on my carriage. He was assassinated on his way back to the palace. Obviously, assassins were targeting me, not the 8th prince. His death was a mistake." The Yunwu commandery prince nodded and said, "Ruo Chen's deduction is indeed reasonable. The moon-worship demonic sect has always been high profile. If they wanted to challenge the royal family intentionally, assassinating the 8th prince would be too simple. This incident must be investigated comprehensively. Also, Ji Qian, you have to leave the palace and discreetly monitor what the moon-worship demonic sect is about to do, just in case." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ji Qian, the royal bodyguard of the Yunwu commandery prince, left the palace immediately to investigate the moon-worship demonic sect. Zhang Ruo Chen and the 10 generals also left the palace. They immediately went and looked into the 8th prince's death, hoping to arrest the assassin. Zhang Ruo Chen went back to the Jade Palace and checked up on Yun's injury. She had been badly hurt in the incident. Afterward, he went into the internal space of the time and space spinel and started practicing. "I was definitely the target of the assassination. Tonight was extremely dangerous. If the 8th prince hadn't forced Yun to send him back to the palace, I guess I would be the headless one." During the year-end assessment, Zhang Ruo Chen's performance was too outstanding. It had made a lot of warriors jealous. The people in the palace were the most suspicious. Indeed, the black market and the moon-worship demonic sect were not completely free from suspicion. A talented martial arts warrior who had born in the royal family was a threat to their existence. The best way to deal with it would be to kill the prodigy. "Stop overthinking. If my cultivation is strong enough, no one will be able to kill me. Moreover, the assassination of the 8th prince has caused such a big reaction that the assassin may not try again." Zhang Ruo Chen stopped overthinking and placed an elephant fire pill in his palm. The elephant fire pill was as big as a longan. It looked like a flame and produced an extremely hot aura. A third-class pill was indeed different. The pill's spirit inside was surprisingly potent. On the other hand, only warriors with such a powerful body like Zhang Ruo Chen had the courage to take an elephant fire pill. If a warrior in the medium state of the Yellow Realm tried to take one, he would not only fail to digest it, but he might also burn himself badly. Taking an elephant fire pill was like swallowing a mini-sun. The pain was even more intense than practicing in the Savage God's pool. Phew! Zhang Ruo Chen swallowed the elephant fire pill. A current of pill fire and pill spirit poured down from the sky. It drilled into his meridians, flesh, bones, and 5 internal organs. It purified his body and blood. Zhang Ruo Chen spent 3 whole days digesting the elephant fire pill. His body strength had increased drastically. Also, his genuine qi in the qi pool had doubled. Although Zhang Ruo Chen had fully digested the pill fire, he had only absorbed 30% of the pill spirit. After 5 more days, Zhang Ruo Chen had completely absorbed the pill spirit of the elephant fire pill. His pool of genuine qi had enhanced greatly. At this speed, if I take 2 more elephant fire pills, I will be able to practice the genuine qi of my qi pool and reach the peak of the mid-stage of the yellow realm. The role of the elephant fire pill was to refine one's body, not to elevate one's genuine qi. However, the elephant fire pill was miraculous because while Zhang Ruo Chen was refining his body, his genuine qi also increased. Zhang Ruo Chen was in no hurry to take the second elephant fire pill. The pills were so strong that, even with his physique, if he took them without any interval, they would be unbearable. Rather than taking the second elephant fire pill, he thought, let's start learning how to carve the basic inscription of space. He took out the inscription pen and the spiritual paper. He infused the pen with his genuine qi and started drawing on the spiritual paper. After wasting 130 pieces of paper and an entire day, he had failed to draw an inscription. Rather than giving up, he kept drawing and practicing until he succeeded. Zhang Ruo Chen spent almost every day in the internal space of the time and space spinel within the next month. He only went out once every 3 days. The rest of the time, he practiced the dragon and elephant prajnapam, the heaven and heart sword, and drawing 8 types of the inscription of space. A month outside the time and space spinel equaled 3 months in the internal space of the spinel. Zhang Ruo Chen had taken 3 elephant fire pills in 3 months' time. Finally, he had fully developed his genuine qi pool and reached the peak of the medium state of the yellow realm. He could start practicing the final state of the yellow realm. My physical quality is just about the same as it was in my last lifetime. Indeed, when I broke through the final state of the yellow realm in my previous life, I was only 6 years old, said Zhang Ruo Chen. Zhang Ruo Chen was ready to break through to the final state of the yellow realm in this current life. I wonder how many meridians I will manage to open up. In my last lifetime, when I reached the final state of the yellow realm, I had opened 27 meridians. Will I be able to open more than last time? Zhang Ruo Chen's determination showed in his eyes. No matter what happened, he had to make it. Chapter 38. There were currently 19 meridians inside Zhang Ruo Chen's body, who was classified as outstanding among all the warriors. With a cultivation in the medium state of the yellow realm, Zhang Ruo Chen was able to fight against warriors in the completion of the yellow realm. If he could open up 27 meridians when he was breaking through to the final state of the yellow realm, he could not imagine how powerful his fighting ability would be. When Zhang Ruo Chen took the first bottle of marrow washing liquid, it took him an hour to open the 20th meridian. The second bottle of liquid took him 4 hours to open the 21st meridian. When he took the third bottle of liquid, it took him 4 days to open the 22nd meridian. He continued by taking the 4th bottle of liquid. The 23rd meridian opened after quite a long time. The more meridians in his body, the more difficult it was for him to open them. Having opened up 4 meridians consecutively, Zhang Ruo Chen had used up half of his genuine qi. He felt exhausted, and pain went all over his body. As he was an experienced warrior in his last lifetime, he did not force himself to open the 24th meridian. Rather, he stopped and decided to take some rest. He then took a triple purity genuine qi pill, and with the help of the pill spirit, his genuine qi would recover after all the energy that he had expended. Shortly afterward, the genuine qi in his qi pool had been fully recovered. His entire body was full of power and energy. Later, Zhang Ruo Chen placed the graph of meridians of the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean in front of him and started studying. Zhang Ruo Chen had memorized all 36 meridian paths on the scripture solidly. Even when he closed his eyes, the scripture appeared clearly in his mind. In Zhang Ruo Chen's last lifetime, Altogether, he had opened up 33 meridians. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open the remaining 3. The remaining 3 meridians were the chakras, the vessel of spiritual blood, and the vessel of spirit. These 3 meridians were all mysterious. They overrode either the knowledge of normal warriors or their martial arts. Otherwise, with the talent that Zhang Ruo Chen had in his last lifetime, it was impossible that he was unable to open all the meridians. The chakras referred to the growth ring of a warrior. It was known that trees would grow a spiral-shaped growth ring. Yet, after practicing the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean, Zhang Ruo Chen realized that even human warriors would be able to develop a growth ring. The only condition for warriors to cultivate a growth ring was that the warriors had to open up the chakras under their skin. For each layer of growth ring, there was a layer of leather armor. A layer of growth ring would increase after each year of practice. The defensive power of the skin would also be greatly enhanced. The growth ring of a warrior was incredibly thin, so people would not be able to see it. Even warriors who had practiced 100 years and cultivated 100 layers of growth rings, the thickness of their skin had no difference compared to ordinary citizens. The defensive power of their skin had reached a terrifying level, so they were impervious to bullets and swords. The vessel of spiritual blood referred to the meridians which linked to the blood. Blood was in a liquid state. If warriors wanted to cultivate a gaseous state meridian inside the liquid state of blood, this was completely beyond their knowledge. Even Zhang Ruo Chen was suspicious about whether or not the vessel of spiritual blood actually existed. The vessel of spirit was even more unexplainable. It was recorded in the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean that the vessel of spirit existed in the meridians of a warrior's soul. It linked a warrior's body and soul together. Once warriors cultivated the vessel of spirit, they would be able to see their soul. They could also control their soul apart from their body. What they had to do to make it work was just a thought. When they thought about a certain idea, their soul could fly and see what happened a mile away. The chakras, the vessel of spiritual blood and the vessel of spirit were all incredibly mysterious and exceeded the knowledge of ordinary warriors. Even with the talent and capability in Zhang Ruo Chen's last lifetime, he could not open up these 3 meridians. In this life, Zhang Ruo Chen was determined to seize every opportunity to elevate his capability. If he was able to open these 3 mysterious meridians, his physical quality would definitely be stronger and much more powerful than it was in his last lifetime. Among all 3 meridians, the chakras seem to be the highest possible in existence. Maybe I will be able to open them up. Zhang Ruo Chen stared at the graph of meridians and pondered on the chakras. He wanted to open this meridian up under his skin. After 9 days of studying, Zhang Ruo Chen came up with some ideas. He transferred the genuine qi into his skin. However, he failed with every trial and was badly hurt. Does it even exist? Zhang Ruo Chen questioned himself. No matter how hard and how many times he had tried, he could not open the meridians. He was sweaty. His shirt was all wet because of the numerous trials. Suddenly, he heard a voice coming from the yin-yang wooden graph. Hey, young man, let me tell you, the chakras do exist. Just the way that you are trying to obtain them is wrong. My method is wrong. So what's the correct way to open them? Tell me now. Zhang Ruo Chen said. That voice responded by saying, ha ha, if you let me get out of this wooden graph, I'll tell you. Well, don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. The yin-yang wooden graph will suppress me if I hurt you. As long as you think about it, you can put me back into the graph. When Zhang Ruo Chen thought about it, the yin-yang wooden graph dashed out immediately from his glabella. He held the yin-yang wooden graph firmly. He started transferring the genuine qi to the graph in order to unleash the sealing stamp, and he released the giant black cat. You can tell me now, how can I open the chakras? Zhang Ruo Chen asked. The giant black cat said, the answer is already in your hands. In my hands. Zhang Ruo Chen looked at the sacred prime tree on the graph. It seemed that he figured something out and yelled, the sacred prime tree. The giant black cat nodded and said, if you see yourself as a human being, surely you won't be able to open the chakras. Now imagine, if you see yourself as a tree, maybe it'll be easier for you to obtain it. Zhang Ruo Chen then walked out from the blind area in the past as if there was a flashlight to guide him out. He sat on the ground and stared at the sacred prime tree in the graph, trying to imagine that he was the tree. It had been 2 days since he moved an inch, as if he had turned into a 1,000-year-old divine tree. Even his pulse seemed to have stopped. At this moment, he had already entered a realm which was a mystery of mysteries. He took a bottle of marrow-washing liquid unconsciously and started opening up the chakras. After 2 hours of practicing, there was a layer of a faint halo shining on Zhang Ruo Chen's skin. A white, thin line circulated on his skin, as if he had been wrapped by a massive net. The giant black cat widened his eyes with surprise and thought, oh my God, he made it. Niyama, do the chakras really exist? In fact, the giant black cat knew nothing about the chakras. He randomly told Zhang Ruo Chen that he knew the key to open the chakras to help himself get out of the graph. I made it. He was extremely excited about the fact that he had finally opened up the chakras. The meridians looked like a gleam of light, flowing around on his skin. Once he revolved the genuine qi, there would be a transparent armor on the surface of his skin. Even if he were to stand still and let people attack him freely, random swords would never be able to pierce through his skin. This was his 24th meridian. By opening the tough chakras, it greatly boosted Zhang Ruo Chen's confidence. He did not waste his time resting, but continued opening other meridians so that he could break through to the final state of the yellow realm. Another 4 days had gone by. Altogether, he opened up 27 meridians and reached the final state of the yellow realm. The capacity of his chi pool had enlarged 10 times more after breaking through the realm. 27 meridians. That's awesome. If I keep working hard, my capability will go beyond my last lifetime. With my power now, I guess I would be able to knock away the warriors in the completion of the Yellow Realm. Warriors who reached the completion of the Yellow Realm could break out the strength of 25 bulls. When Zhang Ruo Chen first broke through to the medium state of the Yellow Realm and displayed the dragon and elephant prajna palm, he successfully erupted with the strength of 25 bulls. Furthermore, when he was at the peak at this stage, he broke out the strength of 36 bulls, and now he had already made it to the final state of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruo Chen would easily break out the strength of 36 bulls with a random palm. If he demonstrated the dragon and elephant prajna palm, it was sure that his power level would equal 49 bulls. The best explosiveness of Zhang Ruo Chen at the moment was 49 bulls, which fairly doubled up the power of warriors who had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm. There was a myth saying that if the warriors in the Yellow Realm could reach the power of 100 bulls, it would be called the Power of Realm. Ruhowever, no one had exceeded such a limit, not even those with magnificent martial techniques and physical quality. In fact, Zhang Ruo Chen had never encountered anybody who could break out the strength of 100 bulls. There were warriors whose power was close, but no one had ever reached 100, the perfect number. When he reached the peak of the Yellow Realm in his previous life, he could only break out the strength of 94 bulls. Young man, I have to say, you have almost caught up with me when I was young, said the giant black cat, flattering him. Zhang Ruo Chen eventually calmed himself down from the practice. He glanced at the giant black cat and said, there are 8 basic types of inscriptions of space. I can possibly carve 6 of them: the inscription of pointy, the inscription of transverse type, the inscription of lengthways, the inscription of height, the inscription of line type, and the inscription flat type. However, I can't carve the remaining 2 inscriptions no matter how hard I try. Do you know what's happening to me? What? You're able to carve 6 types of inscriptions now. How is that even possible? The giant black cat could not believe what Zhang Ruo Chen had just said and kept shaking his head. Indeed, before Zhang Ruo Chen broke through to the final state of the Yellow Realm, he was able to carve 6 basic types of inscriptions of space. Such a talented warrior, with no doubt about what he had achieved with 3 months of practice. In order to convince the giant black cat, Zhang Ruo Chen took out 6 pieces of spiritual paper and carved the inscriptions on the paper using the inscription pen at his fastest speed. Shortly after, 6 inscriptions were displayed on the spiritual paper. The giant black cat crawled toward and stared at the inscriptions on the 6 pieces of spiritual paper. He nodded and praised it. "This is wonderful. You can surely carve all the 6 basic types of inscriptions of space. You've mentioned that you still can't carve the remaining 2 inscriptions: the inscription of strain type and the inscription of condensing. Right. Well, it's normal, as these 2 inscriptions are a lot more difficult and complex compared to the other 6. Do you have any carved jade with you?" "Young man, carved jade?" Zhang Ruo Chen did not understand what it was saying, but he still took down the jade thumb ring from his thumb and placed it on his palm. He asked, "Why do you ask for carved jade?" The giant black cat quickly glanced at the jade thumb ring. He nodded and said, "The quality of the jade is pretty good. You can use it for refining weapons." "Refining weapons?" Zhang Ruo Chen asked with hesitation. The giant black cat responded, "Yes, refining weapons. You have already learned how to carve the 6 basic types of inscriptions of space. You will be able to refine the simplest genuine martial arm of space, the spatial ring. In the entire Yunwu commandery, you are the only one who has the ability to refine the ring. What is the spatial ring?" Zhang Ruo Chen's mind was full of questions. The cat continued, "A spatial ring is an independent space being constructed inside the ring. If your spiritual power and cultivation are powerful enough, the ring you define will be able to store a mountain or even the world. By all means, if you can create a space 1 cubic meter in size with your cultivation at the moment, that will be a very decent achievement." Chapter 39. In Zhang Ruo Chen's last lifetime, he had seen a treasure called the Xiaomi primordial bag. It seemed to be only a palm-sized bag, yet it was able to store an entire mountain. The Xiaomi primordial bag was classified as a highly precious treasure. There were less than 10 pieces in all of Kunlun's field. It was said that it had been passed on since the medieval ancient times and was refined and worshipped by a saint. Many of the weapon refiners always wanted to counterfeit the Xiaomi primordial bag. Not a single person had succeeded. In Zhang Ruo Chen's previous life, he was Emperor Ming's son. He was well-educated and had a broad knowledge of the world. Hence, he knew that treasures like the Xiaomi primordial bag existed. Opening an independent space inside the ring. Isn't that the same characteristic as the Xiaomi primordial bag? Zhang Ruo Chen was shocked by its function. The giant black cat said, "The Xiaomi primordial bag is a space treasure refined by Saint Monk Xiaomi. I'm sure there will only be a few pieces left through the progress of passing on the space treasure. Until this era, each of them is extremely valuable. I can't believe that the Xiaomi primordial bag was refined by Saint Monk Xiaomi. Well, I also want to try refining a space treasure with my capability." Zhang Ruo Chen was excited. He thought that if he could refine and produce space treasures, by then he could sell them at a very costly price, and the profit would be used to buy more spiritual pills for his cultivation. He gripped the inscription pen hard and transferred, and implanted the genuine qi from his body into the inscription pen. The inscription pen instantly displayed a white splendor. A gleam of white light extended from the top of the pen and entered the jade thumb ring. Zhang Ruo Chen paid full attention to control the inscription pen and carved the base of the inscription of space inside the jade thumb ring. Drawing the inscription was a task that required extreme meticulousness and consumed a lot of spiritual power. Boom! The first inscription had been successfully carved. Zhang Ruo Chen did not stop but kept up the good work. Shortly after, he had finished the second inscription, the third inscription, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one. When Zhang Ruo Chen finished carving all 6 inscriptions, there was a layer of a light halo displaying on the surface of the jade thumb ring. A strand of the white inscription was flowing around the thumb ring. Soon, the halo disappeared and the white inscription penetrated into the thumb ring. Have I made it? Zhang Ruo Chen wondered. In order to clarify it, he immediately transferred a streak of genuine qi into the jade thumb ring. On the jade thumb ring's surface, there was a layer of halo and gleams of the white inscription. Zhang Ruo Chen touched the ring and felt like his entire arm had entered the ring. I made it. The area inside the jade thumb ring is 1 cubic meter large. Within the spatial ring, it contains 6 streaks of the inscription, which classifies as a third-class genuine martial arm, said an ecstatic Zhang Ruo Chen. Bear in mind that this was his first time refining a spatial ring, and he had successfully made it. The giant black cat said, "Don't be overjoyed with your little achievement. You've only learned how to carve 6 basic types of inscriptions of space, yet you're still unable to control the size of the space when you refine it. Wait until you learn how to carve the remaining 2 inscriptions, the inscription of strain type and the inscription of condensing, then the space that you refine in. The spatial ring will definitely larger than 1 cubic meter. Moreover, what you have done is to carve the inscription on the jade thumb ring. The inscription is not solid enough. It will probably dispel with a slight bump. What you have to do is to utilize the method of refining weapons. By worshipping the spatial ring with fire, it empowers the inscription on the spatial ring. However, if you fail properly to manage the heat, you will probably destroy the spatial ring." The giant cat expressed a certain level of seriousness. Zhang Ruo Chen nodded and said, "I get it. I'll head to the Federation of Inscription and borrow the weapon refining stove from Zhuo En, and hopefully I can fully refine the spatial ring." "Wait, I'm going with you. PHHHF. The giant black cat thrust its feet and flew out from the internal space of the time and space spinel. Looking at the giant black cat, who stood in Zhang Ruo Chen's room, Zhang Ruo Chen furrowed his eyebrows and decided to put it back into the yin-yang wooden graph. Such a tricky cat could see through what Zhang Ruo Chen had in mind. He lay on the ground and cried, "Young man, I have been imprisoned in the yin-yang wooden graph for more than 100 years. Though I have made massive mistakes, all these years I have atoned for my sins. I'm only a cat. I'm longing for freedom, longing for a brand new life. Mew. Besides, I am the one who guided you to open up the chakras. Without my help, do you think you will be able to refine the spatial ring?" Considering that it had helped Zhang Ruo Chen to break through the chakras, he said, "Okay. I'll let you stay outside of the yin-yang wooden graph for the time being, but you have to stay next to me the entire time." "Of course." The giant black cat rolled on the ground with excitement. Suddenly, Zhang Ruo Chen heard footsteps outside his room. "My 9th brother, are you still secluding yourself for refining?" It was the 9th Commandery Princess Zhang Yuxi's voice. Zhang Ruo Chen opened the door and left the room. He looked at the 9th Commandery Princess, who waited outside his room and asked, "My ninth sister, what can I help you with?" The ninth commandery princess was beautiful today. She was carrying a sword in forest green, wearing a silver silk-pleated dress with her shiny black hair rolled up on the top of her head, as well as a green belt tied around her tiny waist. She was so excited when she saw Zhang Ruo Chen. "I heard that your cultivation has reached the medium state of the Yellow Realm. Therefore, I want to fight with you as a form of practice." It had been less than 2 months since the year-end assessment. She could never foresee that Zhang Ruo Chen had not only broken through to the medium state, but had also reached the final state. Zhang Ruo Chen asked, "I guess my ninth sister has also made some improvements and reached the final state of the Yellow Realm." She slightly shook her head and said, "Me. It's not easy to reach the final state of the Yellow Realm. I'm only at the peak of the medium state. But I've practiced my sword comprehension to the realm of sword following the heart. I think that even though I haven't yet reached the final state, I'll be able to defeat warriors in the final state." Zhang Ruo Chen nodded his head in consent. It was indeed hard for warriors who reached the realm of sword following the heart at such a young age. In fact, both the ninth commandery princess and Lin Ningxian had just reached the initial stage of the sword following the heart. Yet Zhang Ruo Chen had made it to the advanced stage of the sword following the heart, and was thus beyond comparison. With any random sword technique, Zhang Ruo Chen would easily defeat them. He responded to Zhang Yuxi's request, "But I don't have time to practice with you now. I need to head over to the Federation of Inscription." "Never mind, I can go with you. Let's take my Cloud Rabbit lunar rover." Her eyes glittered. It seemed that the ninth commandery princess just wanted to spend time with Zhang Ruo Chen, rather than practice martial arts with him. Then she walked toward Zhang Ruo Chen and held his arms as if she was not evasive to demonstrate a sense of intimacy. Zhang Ruo Chen looked a bit shy. Although they were brother and sister of different mothers, they were still attached by the blood of the same father. Soon after, he got more comfortable with it. Mew. The fat black cat walked out of Zhang Ruo Chen's room casually as if it had gone for a walk. At the moment, the cat's size had been greatly minimized compared to its original size. It was just a bit bigger than a normal cat. "My ninth brother, you have a cat. It's so adorable. What's its name?" The ninth commandery princess lifted the cat up and touched its skin softly. Mew. The fat black cat pretended to behave itself. It rolled its eyeballs, stuck its tongue out, and licked the fingers of the ninth commandery princess slightly. Zhang Ruo Chen glanced at the cat, shook his head and said, "Just call it Blackie." "Blackie." She stretched out her finger and moderately patted Blackie's head. She could not imagine how angry it was to be called Blackie, as it once was king of slaughter in its previous life. "That is such an offense to me. It's definitely an insult. Fine, I'll just tolerate him. If I don't behave myself, he will send me back into the wooden graph." Blackie thought. Riding on the ninth commandery princess carriage, Zhang Ruo Chen arrived at the Federation of Inscription again. He borrowed the weapon refining stove from Zhuo En in order to refine and worship the spatial ring. The process of worshipping the spatial ring went unexpectedly well. Soon after, the first spatial ring had been produced and turned out as an actual product. A third-class, genuine martial armed the spatial ring. Zhuo En stood aside observing the process of refining. He whispered while observing Zhang Ruo Chen, "The ninth prince is definitely an inborn master of refining weapons. It's his very first time to refine a weapon, and he is able to control the heat with such an amazing technique. This is no doubt admirable." Zhang Ruo Chen did not act arrogantly, but asked Zhuo En with courtesy, "With my control over the heat, which class do you think my technique in terms of a weapon refiner is?" "The peak of a first-class weapon refiner." Zhuo En continued, "Be mindful. This is your first time worshipping a genuine martial arm, and you've already fully shown your talent. I believe that you will reach the second class of a weapon refiner very soon. Being a second-class weapon refiner could enjoy a superior status in Yunwu Commandery. Moreover, if weapon refiners were willing to rely on a particular sect or a large-scale family, they could immediately enjoy the same treatment as a presbyter, or a status even more superior than a normal presbyter. Sigh, my spiritual power has reached the third class of a weapon refiner. Yet, my control over the heat is still not on point. Therefore, I can only classify myself as a second-class weapon refiner." Zhuo En groaned. The spiritual power of a first-class weapon refiner was usually between level 15 to 20. For a second-class weapon refiner, it was between the levels 20 to 25. For a third-class weapon refiner, it was between level 25 to 30. Last but not least, the spiritual power of a fourth-class weapon refiner was between levels 30 to 35. The most senior master weapon refiner in Yunwu Commandery was Kong Tong, who was a fourth-class weapon refiner. Her spiritual power had reached level 34, and thus was called a master of spiritual power in Yunwu Commandery. Her status in Yunwu Commandery was more or less the same as Yunwu Commandery Prince. If Yunwu Commandery Prince wanted her to refine his weapons, he had to visit her in person. He had to negotiate with her in a fair and equal manner, because she was not only a fourth-class weapon refiner, but also chief of the Federation of Inscription in Yunwu Commandery. Her status was extremely magnificent. Zhuo En asked with curiosity, "My ninth prince, what exactly is the thumb ring that you're refining? Is it a kind of defensive genuine martial arm?" Zhang Ruo Chen smiled and said, "Well, let's keep that a secret for the time being." Shortly after, he left the weapon refining room. There was something bothering him in his mind, which was that he also wanted to buy a weapon refining stove. However, Qingshuan Pavilion sold the best weapon refining stoves in Yunwu City. If Zhang Ruo Chen wanted to pay a visit to it, he had no choice but to encounter the attractive hostess, who had the ability to steal men's souls. Xianxia was a very coquettish, charming, and attractive woman who took the initiative to seduce Zhang Ruo Chen. She would make him commit a crime. It gave Zhang Ruo Chen a headache when he thought of this. By encountering such a lovely woman, he wondered if there was any man who could control himself to not be dominated by her. If Yuxi goes with me, maybe the hostess will slightly behave herself. Zhang Ruo Chen finally thought of an idea to prevent himself from falling into the hostess' seduction. Chapter 40. While walking out of the refining room, Zhang Ruo Chen saw the 9th Commandery Princess Zhang Yuxi and Shan Xiangling. Both of them were the startling beauties of Yunwu Commandery and looked slim and pure, displaying a sense of pleasure. At that moment, they were scrambling to play with Blackie. "Blackie, I know that you want to play with me, right?" the 9th Commandery Princess said with a threat. Shan Xiangling, however, talked to Blackie in a soft voice with her red lips shining and eyes blinking. "Blackie, let's go to enjoy the best cuisine in the Commandery." The 9th Commandery Princess grabbed Blackie's ears, while Shan Xiangling grasped its tail. They both kept dragging Blackie toward themselves, as if they were going to tear it apart. The pain of being a toy between two pretties was unspeakable. Yet Blackie was frightened that Zhang Ruo Chen would send it back into the wooden graph. Otherwise, it would have killed them for what they had done to it. "This is absolutely absurd. I once was king of slaughter. From when have I become two women's toy?" Creak! The iron door of the refining room opened. Seeing Zhang Ruo Chen and Zhuo En walk out of the room, the 9th Commandery Princess and Shan Xiangling let Blackie free almost at the same time. In a second, they returned to elegant ladies. The 9th Commandery Princess slightly fixed her sleeves and dress, looking classic and elegant, while Shan Xiangling softly touched her long hair, presenting a feminine and pure image. Boom! Blackie lost its bearings, falling on the ground heavily with its eyes were full of stars. No one could imagine that two of the four beauties in Yunwu Commandery would scramble for a cat if one did not see it in person. Were they scrambling just for a cat? It was the fact that both of the 9th Commandery Princess and Shan Xiangling were beautiful and known as unrivaled beauties of the world. Any warrior would be honored to meet one of them. They wished they could dedicate all their assets just to see them smile. Whether or not they were one of the four beauties, it did not bother Zhang Ruo Chen. "My 9th sister, please accompany me to Qingshuan Pavilion. I need to buy a weapon refining stove." "Sure. Let's go." With delight, the 9th Commandery Princess instantly lifted Blackie up, who was lying on the floor. She blinked at Shan Xiangling, as if she was demonstrating her victory of having either Blackie or Zhang Ruo Chen. "Your Highness, I also need to go to the Qingshuan Pavilion. Can I join you both?" Shan Xiangling's voice was always soft and displayed a sense of spirituality. "Sure, why not?" Zhang Ruo Chen did not think too much about it and let her join them. The distance between the Federation of Inscription and Qingshuan Pavilion in the weapon market were quite close. Therefore, they did not ride in the carriage, but walked toward Qingshuan Pavilion. Then, something that Zhang Ruo Chen did not anticipate happened. Everyone knew that both the 9th Commandery Princess and Shan Xiangling were exceptionally beautiful and were goddesses for lots of warriors. The people who followed after them were countless, as the line for waiting to meet them had extended from the Federation of Inscription to the gate of Yunwu City. It was as difficult as climbing into the sky for one who wanted to meet any one of the four beauties. Yet two of them were following behind a young man today. It surely caused quite a sensation in the martial market. "Isn't she the daughter of Master of the Red Cloud sect, Shan Xiangling, one of the four young beauties in Yunwu Commandery? She is exceptionally beautiful, as if she were a fairy coming out from the graph. How about the lady beside her? Her splendor is more or less the same as Miss Shan. How can you not know the 9th Commandery Princess, Zhang Yuxi? She is called a beauty of Yunwu Commandery, just like Miss Shan. There are numerous followers wanting to approach her in Yunwu City. Most of them are superior with a strong martial cultivation." Not far away, there were two young men sitting opposite each other on a pavilion. They also glanced at Zhang Ruo Chen, Zhang Yuxi, and Shan Xiangling as the three of them just walked by. Liu Chengfeng looked cold-blooded and stared at Zhang Ruo Chen. "I can't believe both Shan Xiangling and the 9th Commandery Princess are accompanying him to the market. When did such a young man get so popular in Yunwu City?" The man sitting opposite Liu Chengfeng was called Sidu Ji, C2 Linjiang's elder brother. Sidu Ji chuckled. "Oh, my brother, don't you recognize him? He is Yunwu Commandery Prince's 9th son. Not long ago, he obtained first place in the year-end assessment. He is now the hottest genius in Yunwu City. Well, what beauty doesn't love a genius? Not to mention his superior status. He has surely become the idol of young women." Liu Chengfeng giggled. "I know who he is. Being first in the year-end assessment, so what? He's just the first among the royal family and their relatives in the younger generation. Compared to the entire young generation in Yunwu City, I guess he can fairly make into the top 10. Yet I bet ranking in the top 20 in Yunwu Commandery will be too much hard work for him. It makes sense, though. His cultivation has just reached the dawn state of the Yellow Realm." "Ha ha." Liu Chengfeng smirked slightly and looked contemptuous. Sidu Ji had watched the fight between Zhang Ruo Chen and C2 Linjiang. He clearly knew that Zhang Ruo Chen was indeed magnificent. Although his cultivation is in the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, he is able to defeat the young geniuses in the final state. He is not someone to mess with. When he breaks through to the medium state of the Yellow Realm, I guess he can still barely confront the warriors in the completion. Liu Chengfeng said, "How is that possible? The meridians inside a completion warrior's body are all fixed. It's called succeeding the body of martial arts. It's incomparable to the warriors in the final state of the Yellow Realm. Even if he breaks through to the medium state, he will be defeated by the completion warriors within 3 moves." Siru Ji giggled. "With your martial cultivation, it's more than sufficient to make it to the top 3 among the young warriors in Yunwu City. Moreover, you're in the peak of the completion of the Yellow Realm. No matter how talented the 9th prince is, he won't be strong enough to compete with you until he makes it to the completion stage." The so-called young generation referred to the warriors, who were under age 20. Liu Chengfeng had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm at 17 years old, excluding the 7th prince, who had incredible talent and had always been ranked ahead of him. None of the other geniuses were capable of withstanding any of his moves during a fight. There was a delighted smile on Liu Chengfeng's face. "It's just a pity that the 9th prince is still so weak. Otherwise, he'd be classified as one of my strongest opponents. To be honest, I'm totally not concerned with his cultivation." Siru Ji chuckled. "You're only interested in Miss Shan, aren't you? Unfortunately, she feels like she is more into the 9th prince. If you do like her, I suggest you take the initiative and talk to her. Otherwise, she will soon become the 9th prince's woman." HMPH, my status in the Martial Market Bank is almost the same as the 9th prince's. Is that still a matter if I want a woman? Liu Chengfeng said with arrogance. Liu Xianxia, Liu Chengfeng's father, was the chief of the Martial Market Bank in Yunwu Commandery. The Martial Market Bank was financially powerful and had lured numerous strong warriors to support them. Liu Xianxia was seen as having a massive control over Yunwu Commandery's economy. Being Liu Xianxia's son, Liu Chengfeng was certainly a famous person in Yunwu Commandery. If he really loved Shan Xiangling, what he had to do was to express his feeling toward Master of the Red Cloud sect, who would certainly be more than ecstatic to marry his daughter off to Liu Chengfeng. It would only be beneficial if the Red Cloud sect could socialize with the Martial Market Bank. However, Liu Chengfeng did not want to marry Shan Xiangling. He just wanted to have fun with her and treated her like a prostitute. With his status and talent in martial arts, he had already found someone better for marriage. To Liu Chengfeng, Shan Xiangling was just a master's daughter and was only worth spending a night with. Afterward, he was going to dump her away. Qingshuan Pavilion was located in the weapon market. Xinya was naked, and her snow-white body was comfortably lying in a pool carved out of a jade stone. There was a creamy white liquid in the pool, emanating a vague icy air that completely wrapped her exquisite embossed figure. Her plumpy breasts and buttocks, tiny waist and slim, long legs, all were partly visible within the air. It was exceptionally attractive. If any men were to see such a beautiful scene, blood from their nose would surely spurt non-stop. At this moment, Mo Hanlon was sitting outside the pool with his whole body clenched tightly. He did not dare to look toward the pool as he asked with a faltering voice, "My hostess, we've eroded half of the financial affairs of the Martial Market Bank. They are no longer our competitor. Shall we start working on Liu Xianxian and dispelling the entire Martial Market Bank in Yunwu Commandery?" Qin Ya squinted her shining eyes, glistened her long eyelashes where drops of water fell from, one by one. Her crystal-clear red lips slightly moved. "There's no rush. The power of the Martial Market Bank is still strong. It's not as easy as it seems. Moreover, if we take down the Martial Market Bank, the official power of Yunwu Commandery will also get involved. It'll only make things complicated. Yunwu Commandery Prince will never allow us to take control over the economy of Yunwu Commandery. On top of that, the black market is longing to dismiss the Martial Market Bank. Let them fight first. We'll wait for the perfect moment and take them down. Mo Hanlon nodded in agreement. Tip-tap. The sound of footsteps resounded. A maidservant came inside and bowed toward the pool and said, "My hostess, the 9th prince has arrived at Qingshuan Pavilion. He wants to buy a weapon refining stove, which is a 7th-class genuine martial arm." Mo Hanlon sat there freezing with his sweat. He had to seize this opportunity to leave the pool, so he stood up and said, "My hostess, let me welcome him." "Wait, since it's the 9th prince, how can I not greet him in person?" Xianxia opened her attractive eyes. She walked out of the pool, took a red, thin yarn and wrapped her seductive body. Water dropped on her white back and glided on the jade stone. Zhang Ruo Chen was the first ever man who was able to deal with her seduction. His spiritual power and determination were far greater than anyone else's. Hence Xianxia was very interested in him. Furthermore, she suspected that there was a superior warrior helping Zhang Ruo Chen. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the dawn state of the Yellow Realm within 3 months. Chapter 41. My 9th Prince. There are only 2 weapon refining stoves which are classified as 7th-class genuine martial arms in the entire Yunwu Commandery. One of them is owned by the chief of the Federation of Inscription, while the other one is right in front of you. Xianxia led Zhang Ruo Chen to the armory, where the 3-meter-tall bronze weapon refining stove was kept. This time, rather than just the 2 of them going in alone, the 9th Commandery Princess, Shan Xiangling, and Mo Hanlon were together as well. Zhang Ruo Chen's eyes were fixed on the massive stove in front of him. Nodding in satisfaction, he said, "This weapon refining stove should be very expensive." If it was not expensive, it would have been bought by any weapon refiners long ago. Pursing her lips, Xianxia chuckled softly and said, "Of course, it's expensive. I usually set the base price at 2 million silver coins when other weapon refiners ask about it. Since it's the 9th prince, I'm willing to offer you a half price. 1 million silver coins and that's it. No more bargaining. 1 million silver coins, that's way too expensive. It seems like you're robbing us blind." The 9th Commandery Princess said in a slightly displeased manner. She was obviously annoyed with Xianxia. Even Shan Xiangling was secretly surprised. The Red Cloud sect only made 500,000 silver coins for the entire year. Yet, a single piece of weapon refining stove could easily cost 1 million silver coins, which would be the double of her sect's annual income. This stove was excessively expensive. Zhang Ruo Chen shook his head and said, "No, not at all. It's actually very cheap. A 7th-class genuine martial arms weapon is sold for at least 1 million silver coins. A weapon refining stove of the same class will certainly cost more, with its price exceeding 2 million silver coins. Madam, if you keep offering low prices, I'm afraid you will go out of business very soon. No amount of money can fill the void I feel within. If the 9th prince can spend a night with me, I'm more than happy to give you the weapon refining stove for free." Xianxia said flirtatiously as she stared at Zhang Ruo Chen with eyes full of affection. How seductive. Zhang Ruo Chen coughed dryly, feeling a little awkward. He replied, "I'll collect 1 million silver coins as soon as possible. I hope you can keep the weapon refining stove on hold for the time being." I'm in a rush. I'll excuse myself first." Having said that, Zhang Ruo Chen quickly walked out of the armory as if he was running away from danger. The 9th Commandery Princess ran after Zhang Ruo Chen and asked, "9th brother, are you sure you want to buy that weapon refining stove? 1 million silver coins is not a small sum. Even though the royal family sends silver coins to all our brothers and sisters every month, it's still impossible to raise 1 million silver coins from what we get." I'm getting 3,000 silver coins a month for basic expenses, which is already the most among all princesses. I guess you can only receive up to 5,000 at most for a month. Zhang Ruo Chen replied calmly, "Don't worry, ninth sister. I'm not going to rely on the funds allocated by the royal family. Very soon I'll be able to collect 1 million silver coins." A 7th-class genuine martial arms weapon refining stove was not easily available anywhere. Thus, Zhang Ruo Chen could not miss the chance of getting it. Once he had the weapon refining stove, he could use it to refine spatial rings anytime. By then, he would have an endless supply of the rings, and money would no longer be an issue. Now, he only had 800,000 silver coins, which were all deposited in the Martial Market Bank. How was he going to collect the remaining 200,000 silver coins? Zhang Ruo Chen glanced at the spatial ring on his thumb out of the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. He smiled and said, "The Martial Market Bank." Xianxia's face darkened and her smile disappeared as soon as she walked out of the armory. Looking at the direction where Zhang Ruo Chen, the 9th Commandery Princess, and Shan Xiangling left, she said in a low tone, "He's able to demonstrate the technique of multitasking during the year-end assessment. He must have practiced his spiritual power till level 20 or above." Mo Hanlin stood behind Xianxia and his expression flickered. He said, "He's only 16 years old. I think it's not quite possible for him to practice his spiritual power up to level 20. Neither do I. After all, the spiritual power of a human body is limited. It's theoretically impossible to obtain such incredible martial arts talent, as well as the spiritual power. However, since he's so determined to buy the weapon refining stove, he probably wants to become a weapon refiner. Perhaps his spiritual power is indeed brilliant." Xianxia narrowed her eyes as her curiosity grew. Driven by the desire to test out her theory, she said, "Mo Hanlin, check with the Federation of Inscription. I'm sure the 9th Prince has been there for a few times recently. I want to know the exact level of his spiritual power." "Yes, I'll head off now." Mo Hanlin bowed to Xianxia and hurried away. "Huh, boy, you make me even more curious now." Xianxia stuck out her soft tongue and licked her red lips while laughing in a coquettish manner. Zhang Ruo Chen, the 9th Commandery Princess, and Shan Xiangling rode on the carriage and headed to the Martial Market Bank. The 9th Commandery Princess asked, "Ninth brother, why are we heading to the Martial Market Bank? Do you have 1 million silver coins kept over there?" Zhang Ruo Chen smiled and responded, "Well, I did have 1 million silver coins, but I've spent some. Now there are around 800,000 silver coins left." Shan Xiangling's eyes lit up with surprise when she heard this. She was shocked by how much assets Zhang Ruo Chen had at such a young age. 800,000? Impossible. "Ninth brother, where did you get that massive amount of money from?" The 9th Commandery Princess was extremely surprised. She could not believe her ears. Not to mention 9th Commandery Princess. Even if it was a leader from any other large-scale family in the Yunwu city, it was still difficult to come up with 800,000 silver coins right away. Even though the Lins could come up with 1.2 million silver coins to purchase the low class of spiritual sword skill, it was thanks to the financial capability of the entire family, rather than Lin Fengxian himself. It would be good enough if Lin Fengxian could come up with 500,000 silver coins at once. Zhang Ruo Chen had nothing to hide. When he purchased the weapon refining stove later, his wealth would still be exposed anyway. Moreover, no one would dare to steal from him in the Yunwu city, knowing that he was one of the superiors in the royal family. The 9th Prince. Even if the 9th Prince has 800,000 silver coins with him, he'll still need 200,000 more in order to buy the weapon refining stove. Shan Xiangling said softly. Zhang Ruo Chen replied, "That's why we are heading to the Martial Market Bank. I'm going to do a business with them. As for what kind of business, I can't tell you now. Zhang Ruo Chen had a feeling that the Martial Market Bank would surely be interested in the spatial ring. Being able to store treasures inside the spatial ring would be very useful for the Martial Market Bank. By doing business with the Martial Market Bank, it would fully maximize the profit he could get from the spatial ring. The magnificently constructed Martial Market Bank was tightly guarded. A large number of armored royal guards could be seen watching over all sides of the bank at any time. In terms of the defensive power, Martial Market Bank was second only to the palace of the Yunwu Commandery. The moment Zhang Ruo Chen, the 9th Commandery Princess, and Shan Xiangling got off the carriage, a figure quickly approached them. "Greetings, the 9th Prince and the 9th Commandery Princess. I'm the 9th Steward of the Martial Market Bank." An old man with goatee beard hurriedly walked over and greeted Zhang Ruo Chen and the 9th Commandery Princess with great respect and courtesy. Zhang Ruo Chen asked, "Do you know me?" The 9th Steward smiled and said, "If I can't even recognize the 9th Prince, then I'm not qualified to be the Martial Market Bank Steward." Zhang Ruo Chen nodded and said, "Well, that's great. I want to discuss a huge business opportunity with the manager of the Martial Market Bank. I was hoping Mr. Steward could be my referral." "Ha ha, who do you think you are? You're just one of the 9 princes. How dare you ask the manager to do a business with you? If so, you should have made Commandery Prince Yunwu come here in person." Liu Chengfeng walked out from the main door of the Martial Market Bank with his head held high. He had an arrogant expression on his face, and his gaze was just as unfriendly. It seemed that he wanted to compare himself to Zhang Ruo Chen. Thus, he brought 2 young and beautiful maids with him. They appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. However, their appearance and manner still paled in comparison to the 9th Commandery Princess and Shan Xiangling. Liu Chengfeng said with a sense of superiority, "If you really have a business to discuss, I can do it with you. Given my status, it's more than enough." Zhang Ruo Chen was not sure if he should believe his words. He gave Liu Chengfeng a thorough once-over and replied blandly, "The business I would like to discuss. With your status, I'm afraid you're not qualified enough to do so." "Excuse me, do you even know who I am?" Liu Chengfeng's expression quickly turned cold. "Actually, I'm not too sure who you are," Zhang Ruo Chen said nonchalantly. Liu Chengfeng said with a hint of pride, "Well, listen up. I'm Liu Chengfeng, the son of the manager of the Martial Market Bank. Even though you've never met me in person, you should have at least heard of my name before." "I'm sorry, but I've never heard of your name." Ignoring Liu Chengfeng, Zhang Ruo Chen turned to the 9th Steward and said, "Mr. Steward, please pass my message to the manager. If he doesn't want to see me, I'll leave right away." "My 9th Prince, please wait here for a moment." The 9th Steward immediately went to notify the manager about this matter. In fact, if he was the feeble Zhang Ruo Chen before obtaining the sacred mark, he would not have a chance to enjoy such treatment. However, it was different now. His outstanding performance in the year-end assessment had successfully aroused the attention and interest of many major powers in the Yunwu city. No one would look down on such an extraordinary genius, who knew if he would become the king of Yunwu Commandery in the future. Zhang Ruo Chen's action had completely enraged Liu Chengfeng. Zhang Ruo Chen casually dismissed him in front of everyone, as if he was someone of no importance. It made him feel like he had lost all his face in front of Shan Xiangling. Let's see. I'm sure my father won't receive you. With your martial cultivation, you're just a tiny little ant in my father's eyes." Liu Chengfeng said coldly with disdain in his voice. Zhang Ruo Chen did not bother to respond to him. He stood with his arms crossed, patiently waiting for the steward. The 9th Commandery Princess and Shan Xiangling did not hide the contempt they had for Liu Chengfeng, showing a disdainful expression on their faces. They felt that Liu Chengfeng was too rude and lack of manner. He was not even worth comparing to Zhang Ruo Chen. The ninth prince, does he want to do business with me? Liu Xianxia stood next to the lake, his hands clasped behind his back. The aura emanating from him resembled a lofty mountain, giving people a sense of superiority. Yes, he does. If my manager doesn't want to see him, I'll ask him to leave. But what? The ninth steward kneeled down on the ground and continued to say, that's another matter. I've already found out the identity of the mystery man, who auctioned the low class of spiritual sword skill in the central auction. The mystery man is the same person, the ninth prince. He currently has 800,000 silver coins deposited in the Martial Market Bank. Wow, it's unbelievable for a young man like him to have such fortune. What kind of adventure has he encountered in these few months? A faint smile broke out on Liu Xianxia's face. He said, well, there's no harm meeting him. Perhaps it'll bring me some pleasant surprises. Chapter 42. My ninth prince, please follow me. The manager is waiting for you in the bank. The ninth steward led the way in the front and accompanied Zhang Ruo Chen to the Martial Market Bank. The ninth commandery princess and Shan Xiangling stayed outside the bank. Neither of them was entitled to meet the manager of the Martial Market Bank. After Zhang Ruo Chen and the ninth steward left, Liu Chengfeng frowned and thought, what a bastard. I can't believe my father wants to see him. What virtues does he exactly have? Then he cut out the cold-blooded face and looked over to Shan Xiangling and the ninth commandery princess. He displayed a heroic smile and waved at Shan Xiangling. Miss Shan, I've heard about you a long time ago. I wonder if I have a chance to sightsee the Yunwu city with you. In his point of view, the daughter of Master of the Red Cloud sect would not turn down the son of the Martial Market Bank's manager. Once he got to spend time with her alone, he had a great chance to take her down. Liu Xianxian was considered as a legendary person in Yunwu Commandery. He had control over all the armed force and financial resources of the Martial Market Bank in Yunwu Commandery, and he was classified as one of the top 10 in Yunwu Commandery. Except for people like the Commandery Prince Yunwu, it would be as difficult as to climb up to the sky for other ordinary warriors to meet him. When Zhang Ruo Chen first saw Liu Xianxian, he was able to feel that his martial cultivation was unfathomable. He had displayed a powerful strength from head to toes. If an ordinary warrior stood in front of Liu Xianxian, he would have been trembled and feared to look into his eyes. Zhang Ruo Chen, however, was not an ordinary warrior. He said pleasantly, I've heard of your name years ago, my manager. You're certainly a legend. The ninth prince is such a rarity. I've also heard of how talented you are. Liu Xianxian stood at the inner part of the living room, intentionally exposed his powerful thrust so as to suppress Zhang Ruo Chen. He had watched every single move of Zhang Ruo Chen. After he walked into the living room, he praised Zhang Ruo Chen to himself, as Zhang Ruo Chen had demonstrated a calm and humble attitude. He wondered how nice it would be if Liu Chengfeng, his son, could behave like Zhang Ruo Chen. Zhang Ruo Chen sat opposite to Liu Xianxian and said, Mr. Liu, I'll simply go straight to the point. The reason why I'm here at the Martial Market Bank is to do a business with you, the manager of the bank. I believe my manager won't disappoint after taking a look at my product. At the same time, Zhang Ruo Chen took off the spatial ring, placed it on the table, and passed it to Liu Xianxian. Just a jade thumb ring. Liu Xianxian looked at the jade thumb ring and frowned his eyebrows in confusion. Zhang Ruo Chen said, Please, my manager, try to transfer your genuine qi into the ring. Liu Xianxian immediately transferred his genuine qi into the jade thumb ring, as Zhang Ruo Chen said. He activated 6 inscription of space on the jade thumb ring. A layer of white halo eventually floated out on the ring. Liu Xianxia put his hand out to the jade thumb ring. His hand disappeared all of a sudden as if it had been swallowed by the jade thumb ring. There was a light of splendid in Liu Xianxia's eyes. He looked at the ring and said with excitement, "There is a space inside the thumb ring. I wonder where does my majesty get such a space treasure?" Zhang Ruo Chen answered, "Well, I'm not available to disclose its details." Liu Xianxian recovered his genuine qi and calmed his excitement. He said, "There are less than 10 pieces of space treasures among the entire Kunlun's field. Each of them is incredibly precious. Yet the class of your space treasure seems to be quite low, my 9th prince. Its space is narrow. I guess it can barely classify as a 3rd-class genuine martial arm." Zhang Ruo Chen asked, "If I sell the space treasure to my manager, what will the price be?" Liu Xianxian was indeed very interested in such a space treasure. Yet he acted exceptionally calm in order to keep up his power over Zhang Ruo Chen. He said, "A normal 3rd-class genuine martial arm usually costs between 3,0 to 10,0 silver coins. Since it's a space treasure, the price will surely be higher. It is worth 10,000 silver coins, 200,000 silver coins." Without hesitation, Zhang Ruo Chen set the price at 20 times more than the original price straight away. Liu Xianxian smiled while he shook his head. "My 9th prince, you're not doing a business but robbing me. Let me tell you, this is not how you do business. If the space of the ring is 10 times larger, I'll be happy to pay 200,000 silver coins for it. To be honest, the internal space of this treasure is indeed too small. How about this? I'll buy your spatial ring under my name with 20,000 silver coins. What do you think? 150,000. Zhang Ruo Chen made another offer. 30,000. Liu Xianxian kept bargaining. 120,000 silver coins. 40,000. After all the bargaining, Zhang Ruo Chen made the final deal. 100,000. This is my bottom line. Deal. 100,000 silver coins. Liu Xianxian laughed out loud and put on the spatial ring placed on the table. He took a detailed look at the ring and grinned. "My 9th prince, do you prefer transferring the 100,000 coins to your 3-star VIP card under the Martial Market Bank, or convert it to the spiritual crystal?" Zhang Ruo Chen was scolding such a cunning fox in his heart and said grumpily, "Just put it into my 3-star VIP card." After selling the spatial ring, Zhang Ruo Chen was still in need of 100,000 silver coins. In order to buy the weapon refining stove, he would have to think another way to collect the rest of the coins. Liu Xianxian handed over Zhang Ruo Chen's 3-star VIP card. After transferring the coins to his account, Zhang Ruo Chen wondered, "Since I'm here at the Martial Market Bank, I should also pay a visit the Coliseum of the Martial Market. I guess I should be able to make the rest of the 100,000 silver coins in the Coliseum of the Martial Market." The Coliseum of the Martial Market was a drill ground operated by the Martial Market Bank with a long history. It represented the martial arts spirits of warriors and was a good place for getting famous. Once warriors who were confident in their cultivation, most of them would fight in Coliseum of the Martial Market so as to prove their abilities. Any warriors who obtained a 10-winning streak in the Coliseum of the Martial Market, a massive amount of silver coins would be rewarded. Moreover, they could also earn a place on the ranking operated by the Martial Market Bank. Once warriors who got onto the ranking, they would get fame in the entire commandery. Nonetheless, if the fighting force of the warriors were powerful enough, as well as high enough in their ranking, in the Colosseum of the Martial Market. They would also be well known in other commanderies. Martial Market Bank had set up 4 boards: the Yellow Board, the Profound Board, the Earth Board, and the Heaven Board. Martial Market Bank was located all over the commandery with a flourished intelligence system. Not only they would analyze the performance of the warriors in the fighting ground, but also collected all information of the warriors from the system. It therefore would conclude the final ranking of the warriors after organizing the information. As a result, the accuracy of the 4 boards under the Martial Market Bank was particularly high. In order to become one of the fighters on the ranking, warriors had to participate in the fights in the Colosseum of the Martial Market. Otherwise, the Martial Market Bank would not be able to calculate all the details of countless warriors in such a big commandery. On the Yellow Stage Colosseum, warriors would be eligible to rank in the Yellow Board. The more winning streak warriors obtained, the higher ranking they achieved in the Yellow Board. Same rules applied to the rest of the boards. Warriors would be entitled on the Profound Board if they obtained a 10-winning streak in the Profound Stage Colosseum, entering the Earth Board by getting a 10-winning streak in Earth Stage Colosseum. Nevertheless, warriors could go into the Heaven Board by obtaining a 10-winning streak in the Heaven Stage Colosseum. Due to the fact that there were only a few warriors of the Earth Realm and the Heaven Realm, therefore, neither the Earth Stage nor the Heaven Stage Colosseum had been constructed in the Yunwu Commandery. With Zhang Ruo Chen's cultivation at the moment, he could only be eligible to join the fight in the Yellow Stage Colosseum. Once he obtained a 10-winning streak in this Colosseum, he would be awarded the 100,000 silver coins that he needed. On top of it, he would also become one of the members on the Yellow Board. There were only 27 warriors of the Yellow Board in the entire Yunwu Commandery. Hence, every one of them was incredible and dominated the Yellow Realm. Indeed, the mobility of warriors of the Yellow Board was high. It was because the warriors of the Yellow Board themselves had reached the peak of the completion. They would break through to the Black Realm anytime. Once they had broken through it, they would no longer classify as warriors of the Yellow Board. It was seen as a circulation. The older warriors would be replaced by a younger group of warriors of the Yellow Board when they left. In conclusion, the number of the warriors of the Yellow Board in the Yunwu Commandery retained between 20-30. In the Yunwu Commandery, they held their separated ranking of the warriors of the Yellow Board, which warriors from other commanderies would not be counted. In other words, the ranking of the warriors of the Yellow Board would be from 127 in the entire Yunwu Commandery. Liu Chengfeng was one of the warriors of the Yellow Board. The best result he had achieved was a 13-winning streak in the Colosseum of the Martial Market, ranking 11 on the Yellow Board. Among the younger generation, he was classified as one of the most powerful warriors in the Yunwu city. The 10 warriors ranked in front of him were all the elder warriors who had been practicing martial arts for more than 10 years. Those elder warriors who were unable to break through the Black Realm, they would rather practice martial techniques so as to enrich their fighting experience. With such astonished techniques, the younger warriors were not strong enough to be their opponents. Zhang Ruo Chen told Liu Xianxia his idea about fighting in the Colosseum. The 9th prince is going to join the fights in the Yellow Stage Colosseum. With my 9th prince's cultivation at the moment, I'm afraid it may not be a wise idea. When you reach the completion of the Yellow Realm after 3 to 5 years of cultivation, you'll become a strong warrior of the Yellow Board undoubtedly. Liu Xianxia said. Liu Xianxia didn't even know what Zhang Ruo Chen's level was. He only noticed that Zhang Ruo Chen's cultivation had reached the dawn state of the Yellow Realm not long ago in the year-end assessment. In his eyes, perhaps he had broken through his current cultivation and reached the medium state of the Yellow Realm. He still was not capable of being a warrior of the yellow board. It would be fabulous for him to obtain a 3-winning streak in the Colosseum of the martial market. Whether or not I become a warrior of the yellow board, we'll see after the fights. Zhang Ruo Chen exclaimed with confidence. Since the 9th prince is full of confidence, your servant wish you good luck. Well, I need to tour the Colosseum of the martial market today. Let's go together. Xianxia stood up and left the bank with Zhang Ruo Chen. Just before the second, when they walked out the front door of the martial market bank, there was a great noise crackling. I wholeheartedly want to invite you to go sightseeing in Yunwu City. How dare you to refuse my invitation? You're such a dishonor. Everybody, haul this offensive woman, clean her and send her to my room. Liu Chengfeng demanded with anger. Liu Chengfeng was extremely pissed off by Shan Xiangling, who turned him down. He felt like she had totally embarrassed him in public, and therefore, he decided to use a tough method that Shan Xiangling couldn't even have a chance to refuse. The 2 royal guards ran towards Shan Xiangling instantly. People surrounded by the bank got used to the fact that Liu Chenjing would use all kinds of method to get the woman he wanted. Didn't matter if she was the daughter of a master. The Red Cloud sect, however, did not dare to offend the martial market bank. After having fun with Shan Xiangling, the royal guards might have a chance to spend some time with her too. Shan Xiangling changed her countenance and said, Liu Chengfeng, you're also one of the warriors of the yellow board, and the son of the martial market bank manager. I can't believe you have such a shameful morality. Liu Chengfeng chuckled and said, whether my morality is good or bad, you'll have to discover it tonight. I suggest you not to confront. You clearly know what the consequences are if you offend the martial market bank. Otherwise, you or even the entire Red Cloud sect will disappear in a night. Shan Xiangling was extremely irritated and bit her lips. Yet, she did not dare to outrage the martial market bank, as its capability was too powerful that it could vanish the Red Cloud sect with just a word. While Liu Chengfeng was laughing joyfully about capturing Shan Xiangling, Zhang Ruo Chen and Liu Xianxia walked out from the front door of the martial market bank. Chapter 43. Liu Xianxia snorted, walking out with his hands behind his back, and said with a low voice, unfilial son, you have disgraced the martial market bank badly. Now, apologize to Ms. Shan. Liu Chengfeng heard Liu Xianxia's words and turned around immediately. His face changed, completely lacking the haughtiness and arrogance of before. Father, I was just joking with Xiangling. I will apologize to her at once. Liu Chengfeng was so afraid of his father that he stuttered. Seeing him act like this, Liu Xianxia sighed within his mind. With his disappointment growing, he shook his head and said, 9th Prince, I'm sorry that my unfilial son has made a fool of himself. Let's go to the martial market Colosseum now. With Liu Xianxia leading the way, Zhang Ruo Chen, the 9th commandery princess, and Shan Xiangling arrived at the martial market Colosseum shortly. The martial market Colosseum was a sea of people. There were powerful warriors everywhere. There were also many warriors with little martial cultivation. They stood in the outer ring of the Colosseum to watch and learn from the more powerful ones. Liu Xianxia departed for the deepest palace in the Colosseum to handle some important business as soon as he entered to the martial market Colosseum. Zhang Ruo Chen, the 9th commandery princess, and Shan Xiangling entered the Yellow Fighting Palace. The Yellow Fighting Palace was an ancient 6-story amphitheater. Each story had 360 bleachers, and every bleacher provided a clear view of the battle in the center of the Colosseum. Whoever threw 10 silver coins could enter the Yellow Fighting Palace. 9th brother, do you really want to fight? Your current cultivation is not strong enough. There is a huge gap between you and a warrior of yellow board. The ninth commandery princess said. The ninth commandery princess did not disparage Zhang Ruo Chen. She was just well aware of the ruthlessness of the martial market Colosseum. No weak dared to battle in the Colosseum. Xianxia added, I heard that warriors must sign a life and death agreement before they enter the Colosseum, because all Colosseum warriors are crazy. They all want to become famous with one single battle, so they all fight so desperately. One tiny mistake, you may get hurt seriously or even die. That's right, ninth brother. You'd better decide to fight when you've practiced to the completion of the Yellow Realm. You could ask father for money, if you don't have enough to buy a weapon refining stove. For your talent, our father is willing to giving you 1,000,000 silver coins. The ninth commandery princess suggested. Zhang Ruo Chen answered, we shall wait and see. At this moment, a warrior in his 30s entered the Colosseum. He carried a red, powerful-looking long spear in his hand and said, I'm the first disciple of Tianhe suzerain, Nai Heng. It is my first time at the Yellow Fighting Palace. Who shall be my first opponent? Xianxia said, I have heard of this Nai Heng before. He reached the completion of the Yellow Realm when he was 22. He has been in the completion of the Yellow Realm for 15 years, so he must be quite powerful. I think he may win 7 or 8 rounds in a row. There were countless suzerains and houses in the Kunlun's field. Some small suzerains only had dozens of disciples. Some of the huge suzerains had thousands of millions of disciples and ruled the martial arts world of dozens of commanderies. They were extremely powerful. Thus, the suzerains and the families were divided into 3 hierarchies and 9 levels. For example, the Red Cloud sect which Xianxia belonged to, and the Tianhe suzerain which Nai Heng belonged to, were both the 7th-level suzerains. Yunwu Commandery had 1 6th-class suzerain, 5 7th-class suzerains, 17 8th-class suzerains, and countless 9th-class suzerains. Every single suzerain was governed by official powers. If a suzerain did not submit, it would be treated like a cult and hunted down. Ninth Commandery Princess said, Nai Heng's cultivation is indeed strong, but there are more powerful warriors in the Warfare Palace. I predict he will win 6 rounds repeatedly at best. Xianxia said, in that case, let's make a bet. Let's go. The ninth Commandery Princess and Xianxia rushed to the highest bleacher of the Yellow Fighting Palace together to place bets. I bet 1,000 silver coins on Nai Heng winning 6 rounds in a row. The ninth Commandery Princess took out a spiritual crystal and placed it in a cell marked 6 on the betting table. I'll bet 500 silver coins on Nai Heng winning 8 rounds in a row. Xianxia dropped a coin purse in a cell marked 8 on the betting table. Then I will bet on the middle number. Zhang Ruo Chen also became interested and placed a spiritual crystal in the cell marked 7. Because so many people had bet, a grand fortune could be acquired by winning every bet. Nai Heng was powerful enough that someone even had bet on him winning 10 rounds in a row and becoming a warrior of yellow board. Although it was a rare event, the one bold bet would win a massive sum if he succeeded. The first warrior who challenged Nai Heng looked like he had a cultivation in the final state of the Yellow Realm in his 40s. Boom! Nai Heng stood in the center of the Colosseum, sending the warrior falling down the Colosseum with only a single movement. Round 1, 1. Round 2, 1. Round 5, 1. Round 6, 1. The entire Yellow Fighting Palace cheered for Nai Heng during his 6th consecutive win. The warriors watching from the bleacher shouted and yelled in a frenzied manner. It was an extraordinary event in the Yellow Fighting Palace when a warrior acquired a 6-win streak in one day. Nai Heng's possible opponents in the ongoing battle became more powerful. Only warriors who held a record of a 7-round winning streak in the Yellow Fighting Palace had the qualifications to challenge him upon reaching round 7. How could a weak warrior gain such a record in the Yellow Fighting Palace? Nai Heng had finally met a strong opponent in round 7. Huang Zhenlong, a warrior in the completion of the Yellow Realm, had a record of 3 different 7-round winning streaks. Unfortunately, he was defeated in round 8 each time. He was quite strong. Nai Heng had fought Huang Zhenlong for an hour before employing Snowflake Spear, a martial technique in the mid-class of human stage. This technique had punctured Huang Zhenlong's chest, seriously injuring him as he fell from the Colosseum. But Nai Heng had also suffered some damage from Huang Zhenlong, gaining an internal. There was a trace of blood falling from his mouth. At that moment, a man in his 20s approached to the Colosseum while holding a white folding fan in his hand, saying mildly, "You've got a severe injury. There's no chance that you can win 8 rounds in a row. Just throw in the towel." The battle was so cruel that it would not allow competitors any time to rest or heal their wounds. It simply continued. It was as difficult as to climb up to the sky if you wanted to get a 10 rounds winning streak. Although Nai Heng was quite powerful, his genuine chi was half empty after 7 rounds, not to mention his severe injury. It was almost impossible for him to win round 8 in such a condition. Nai Heng gritted his teeth, staring back at the man with the folding fan, and said, "Who says I can't fight round 8? Who are you? He. I am Shue Bingsheng from the minister's mansion. I have a record of 2 8-round winning streaks in the Yellow Fighting Palace." Shue Bingsheng smiled lightly, waving the folding fan in his hand. "Let's fight." Nai Heng galvanized the rest of his genuine chi and poured it into the long spear. The spear coalesced in ardent light instantly, then he thrust it at Shue Bingsheng. Boom! In just the blink of an eye, Shue Bingsheng disappeared. Shue Bingsheng practiced a footwork technique in the superior class of the human stage. In a flash, he reappeared in front of Nai Heng. With a wave of his folding fan, Nai Heng's head flew away with a spray of blood. Shue Bingsheng glared at the corpse and said, "I had told you to surrender, but you didn't listen. Fool." A strong warrior in the completion of the Yellow Realm just died inside the Colosseum like that. Nai Heng's junior brother and sister apprentices rushed to the Colosseum, crying all along the entire time they carried his body down. There was nothing that could have been done. Nai Heng had signed the life and death agreement when he first challenged the Colosseum. There were several people who died in the Yellow Fighting Palace every day. No one would be shocked. In fact, the main reason was Shue Bingsheng was too stronger than Nai Heng, that Nai Heng did not have a chance to concede before Shue Bingsheng killed him. Alas, knowing the huge gap between them, he was still too stubborn to concede. Life is far more important than becoming famous, the 9th Commandery Princess said, sighing. Shan Xiangling shook her head slightly and said, "According to Nai Heng's talent, he could have been a warrior of the Black Realm after 10 years of cultivation. A lot of warriors with great talents fall just like that." "Wow, 9th brother, you've won the bet. Go and check your bounty," the 9th Commandery Princess exclaimed. It was just a lucky guess. Zhang Ruo Chen had just bet casually. He did not think he would win. Although Nai Heng had died in the Colosseum, he gained a 7-round winning streak. Zhang Ruo Chen had put 1 spiritual crystal on the bet and won 8 in return. "It's about time. I will try my luck in the Colosseum." Zhang Ruo Chen signed the life and death agreement and paid a spiritual crystal. Then he walked to the Colosseum. "9th brother, I know I can't stop you, but you must promise me that you will concede at once if you face someone you can't defeat," the 9th Commandery Princess said with concern. The 9th Commandery Princess believed that Zhang Ruo Chen had simply wanted to get into the spirit of the Colosseum, rather than being involved in an actual fight. With a cultivation at the medium state of the Yellow Realm, his was even less than Nai Heng's. He could win 3 consecutive rounds at the most. Relax, I know my limits. Zhang Ruo Chen smiled lightly. He walked step by step to the Colosseum, looking quite at ease. The moment he reached the Colosseum, the Yellow Fighting Palace clamored. Who's that boy? How dare he to fight in the Yellow Fighting Palace at such a young age? Maybe he wants to become famous. Dozens of reckless boys die here every month. Big deal. At this moment, Liu Chengfeng stood at a higher bleacher of the Yellow Fighting Palace, staring down at Zhang Ruo Chen. He showed a ferocious smile and said, "Ha ha, you choose a path to hell instead of the path of heaven. If you die in the Colosseum, even the Yunwu Commandery Prince could say nothing about it." Chapter 44. Zhang Ruo Chen's first opponent was a young warrior in yellow. He seemed nearly 20 years old, and was at the medium state of the Yellow Realm. He could be considered as a genius of martial arts, since he had practiced to the medium state at such an early age. The young warrior in yellow held a broadsword and said in a loud voice, "How Shiki from the house, I am the first to challenge you. Please draw your sword." Zhang Ruo Chen gripped the hilt of the flash-shining sword with his right hand, shook his head and said, "I don't need my sword to defeat you. If I draw it out, you may get hurt." Arrogant, the young warrior in yellow poured his genuine chi into the broadsword to activate 2 inscriptions of power within it. The weight of the broadsword increased to 143.5 kilograms. He held the broadsword with both hands, brandishing it, and rushed toward Zhang Ruo Chen. With his momentum, even a warrior at the final state of the Yellow Realm would not dare to confront him directly. Boom! Zhang Ruo Chen was completely still. With a wave of his arm, the scabbard cleaved at the young warrior's neck. Ding! The broadsword clattered to the ground. The young warrior in yellow screamed and fell from the Colosseum out of his bearings. He covered his neck, returning to the Colosseum to pick his broadsword up. He glanced at Zhang Ruo Chen respectfully and said, "Thank you for not killing me." He was quite lucky that Zhang Ruo Chen had hit him with the scabbard, or his head would not be on his neck anymore. Round 2 1, Round 3 1, Round 4 1. Zhang Ruo Chen won 3 consecutive matches. He stood in the center of the Colosseum as steady as rock, never moving his feet at all. Whoever challenged him was struck down from the Colosseum with the same movement, no matter what cultivation they had reached. How could the boy be so powerful? Even Luo Tian, whose cultivation is at the final state of the Yellow Realm, was defenseless against that scabbard strike. A 16-year-old noble girl stared at Zhang Ruo Chen curiously. Zhang Ruo Chen was too young and had such great strength. Warriors at the final state of the Yellow Realm were unable to force him backward a step, let alone make him draw his sword. He must have practiced the sword comprehension to the realm of sword following the mind. Unless the challenger can deal with his sword comprehension, will be struck down from the Colosseum by him with only one move. Shui Bingsheng brandished the fan in his hand, smiled and said, "Ha ha, don't you know who he is?" "Do you know?" many people asked. Shui Bingsheng said, "He is the 9th prince of Yunwu Commandery. He could beat the geniuses at the final state, with the cultivation of the beginning state in the year-end assessment. According to his practice speed, he must have reached the medium state by now. Unless warriors at the completion of the Yellow Realm challenge him, nobody can beat him." Ha ha, so it's the 9th prince, the famous genius of martial arts. Let me challenge him. A bald man kicked off of the grandstand while holding 2 hammers and covered a distance of 10 meters before falling. On the Colosseum, the 9th prince Iguo Sihai will fight you for round 5. You should be careful. My hammers weigh 400 kilograms. Even a man made of iron will be crushed if he gets hit, said Guo Sihai. Warriors who could gain 5 repeated victories in the Yellow Fighting Palace were almost all at the completion of the Yellow Realm. Only a few geniuses were at the final state of the Yellow Realm. Guo Sihai was a warrior at the completion of the Yellow Realm. He was 185 whose arms were wider than Zhang Ruo Chen's thighs, and his body was full of palm-sized muscles. Guo Sihai was born with amazing power. He can burst out with the power of 30 bulls in the completion of the Yellow Realm. Maybe the 9th prince will lose. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, the 9th commandery princess started to worry. After all, it was a warrior at the completion. A warrior in the completion and a warrior at the final state were not at the same level at all. Oh, Guo Sihai roared, and his bones popped. He swung the 2 hammers with his arms like a windmill, emitting gusts. Wild hammer. Guo Sihai struck out with all his power, using a martial technique of the inferior class in the human stage. He swung the 2 hammers at Zhang Ruo Chen concurrently. A hammer aimed at Zhang Ruo Chen's head, and the other at his legs. Under such wild attack, Zhang Ruo Chen would have needed to step back even if his cultivation was stronger. Once Zhang Ruo Chen stepped back, he would continue to pressure Zhang Ruo Chen with his following movements and beat Zhang Ruo Chen with a thunderbolt-like momentum. Bang! Zhang Ruo Chen just cleaved with his scabbard just as before, slamming into 1 hammer. The hammer changed direction immediately, crashing into Guo Sihai's chest. Boom! Guo Sihai fell down from the Colosseum with his 2 hammers. How? How can that be? Guo Sihai covered his bloody chest and climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. He stared at Zhang Ruo Chen, who was standing straight in the center of the Colosseum. He did not see how Zhang Ruo Chen waved his scabbard at all. All he knew was that he was struck down from the Colosseum by his own hammer. Even Guo Sihai couldn't force him to draw his sword. How could he be that powerful? Shue Bingsheng seemed a bit more serious and said, "The 9th prince's sword comprehension is at least at the intermediate stage of the realm of sword following the mind. Maybe it is already in the advanced stage." Impossible, even for warriors of the Black Realm. Only a few can train to the advanced stage of sword following the mind realm. Shue Bingsheng smiled a little and said, "Let's see. It's only round 5 now. The following warriors will be more powerful as it continues. Eventually, someone will find his weakness. If he lasts to round 8, I will go to the Colosseum to beat him myself." At this moment, the 9th commandery princess and Shan Xiangling were very shocked as well. They didn't expect that Zhang Ruo Chen was that strong. He beat a warrior at the completion of the Yellow Realm with just 1 move. Could my 9th brother's cultivation have broken through to the final state of the Yellow Realm? The 9th commandery princess said, "It must be the final state of the Yellow Realm." How long ago was the year-end assessment? The 9th prince's cultivation has progressed 2 levels since then. That is incredible. Shan Xiangling said. She would not be able to believe that there was such an incredible man in the world if she had not witnessed it. Another warrior at the completion of the Yellow Realm went up to the Colosseum. It was a woman in her 20s in an indigo robe. She also used a sword. The woman in the indigo robe stood across from Zhang Ruo Chen, watching his every movement carefully, searching for a flaw. There are no flaws at all. I have to force him to reveal one. Crash! The woman in indigo robe moved fast as a lighting with special footwork. She attacked Zhang Ruo Chen's legs with a fish intestine rapier. Even if she was unable to defeat Zhang Ruo Chen, it would count as an achievement if she could force him to move. Once he moved, he would show flaws. Beating him became much easier. Zhang Ruo Chen finally seemed serious. The indigo-robed woman's sword technique was quite sharp. It had reached the realm of sword following the mind. Although she was just at the initial stage, She was much more powerful than the other warriors at the completion of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruo Chen closed his eyes, only using his ears to catch the sound of the sword breaking air. Ding! He waved the scabbard, aiming at the space between them. He parried woman's attack down to his legs. The woman was a little stunned, but she changed her movements quickly. She used 3 sword techniques in a row, yet each one was accurately blocked by Zhang Ruo Chen. There was a dong when she was about to start the 4th movement. She felt a sharp pain in her chest, and a rib of her seemed broken. Zhang Ruo Chen pointed the scabbard at the female's chest and said mildly, "You lose." The scabbard had once again saved a life. If it were the point, her heart would have been punctured. The woman sheathed her fish intestines rapier, made an obeisance to Zhang Ruo Chen by cupping one hand in the other before her chest, and said, "No wonder the 9th prince is the genius of martial arts. I admit your superiority." Another warrior at the completion of the Yellow Realm had lost without forcing the 9th prince to retreat. Damn it. He is only 16, but his martial cultivation was that high. I can't let him live. Absolutely not. Liu Chengfeng was very angry. He said to a royal guard standing behind him, "Go get Han Fu. Tell him it's the time." Copy that. The royal guard rushed off at once. Liu Chengfeng stared at Shan Xiangling, who was standing at the bleacher below. A filthy smile appeared as he said, "Shan Xiangling, I'll see who can save you when Zhang Ruo Chen dies in the Colosseum." Ha ha. Due to Zhang Ruo Chen's incredible performance, the entire Yellow Fighting Palace cheered upwards loudly. Finally, Zhang Ruo Chen met his 7th challenger, Hong Tao, whose cultivation was at the completion of the Yellow Realm, had developed an ice of profound sacred mark. He gained a record of 7 consecutive victories, 4 times in the Yellow Fighting Palace. In addition, he also had reached the initial stage of the following the Mind Realm, but he used a whip instead of a sword. Whip followed the mind. I, Hong Tao, greets the 9th prince. I hope the 9th prince will forgive me if I offend your excellency later. Hong Tao seemed refined and courteous. There was always a smile on his face, but his eyes were sharp. Hong Tao touched his wrist gently and uncoiled a long golden whip. The golden whip was 13 meters long, only the width of a little finger wide. It seemed like a genuine martial arm made of some savage beast. Normal people couldn't even swing the long whip properly. Bang! Hong Tao shook his arm, making the golden long whip flail immediately. It coiled around his body like a flexible spiritual snake, radiating golden lights. Chapter 45. Among all of the weapons, whips were the nemesis of swords. They used softness to overcome hardness, longness to overcome shortness. Just like Hong Tao now, he could easily attack Zhang Ruo Chen even though he was standing over 10 meters away. His whip movements changed unpredictably, like a golden snake serpentining and hissing sharply in the air. There was a 3-inch spine on the tip of the golden long whip, which was even sharper than the sword tip. Very interesting. Zhang Ruo Chen finally made a move. He transferred his genuine qi to the legs and revolved all his 27 meridians at the same time. Stepping out, he turned into an afterimage, shuttling back and forth among the golden long whip. Zhang Ruo Chen dashed through the distance in only a second and appeared in front of Hong Tao. Hong Tao's face changed color. He immediately tried to pull his long whip back and attack Zhang Ruo Chen again. Bang! Zhang Ruo Chen smashed Hong Tao on the neck with the scabbard in his hand. Hong Tao stumbled and fell off the Colosseum. Hong Tao somersaulted at the moment he fell off. So unlike the 6 warriors before him who fell off with a great discomfiture, he landed on the ground stably with both feet. Standing under the stage, Hong Tao stared at Zhang Ruo Chen deeply and said, "I lost." Zhang Ruo Chen's movement just now was too fast. He was doomed to lose even if they fight again. Another movement. With Hong Tao's cultivation, he couldn't even block Zhang Ruo Chen's one movement. How terrifying! Shui Bingsheng waved his folding fan slightly and smiled evilly. Quite interesting. Let me stop your winning streak in round 8. Shui Bingsheng turned into a white shadow and leaped onto the Colosseum lightly as a leaf. Shui Bingsheng, shouted Zhang Ruo Chen. Zhang Ruo Chen had seen the battle between Shui Bingsheng and Nai Heng previously. At that time, Shui Bingsheng killed Nai Heng with only one movement. He was very fast and indeed a strong opponent. Shui Bingsheng gave a wee smile and said, "Among the geniuses I've seen in my life, you are the most talented other than the 7th prince. Only 2 months have passed since the year-end assessment, but you have broken 2 stages and reached the final state of the Yellow Realm. I admire you, I do." Zhang Ruo Chen asked, "Are you from the minister's mansion?" "Exactly," said Shui Bingsheng. "Are you confident in defeating me?" asked Zhang Ruo Chen. Shui Bingsheng laughed and said, "Your biggest advantage is the advanced stage of sword following the mind, and your biggest disadvantage is the lack of genuine qi. I assume that you have just broken through the final state, right?" Zhang Ruo Chen did not respond. Shui Bingsheng continued, "You are fast, but I'm not slow. You can defeat others with your speed, but it won't work on me. And in terms of power, I'm afraid I still outweigh you with my cultivation at the completion of the Yellow Realm." "Really?" said Zhang Ruo Chen. Shui Bingsheng nodded and said, "It's time to take your sword out." "I will take my sword out if I think you are powerful enough," said Zhang Ruo Chen. "You should be careful then. My iron bone fan is a 3rd-class genuine martial arm." There were altogether 9 warriors at the completion of the Yellow Realm died because of it. Shui Bingsheng closed his eyes, and the folding fan suddenly spread. There was a 3-inch sharp blade came out of each leaf. Swish! Shui Bingsheng was extremely fast. He dashed in front of Zhang Ruo Chen in just a second, like a white ghost. He had been practicing a movement at the superior class of the human stage, namely 8 steps in the air. Each step he made was 10 feet long. He made 8 steps, and 8 afterimages appeared on the stage. It looked like 8 Shui Bingsheng were attacking Zhang Ruo Chen at the same time. Zhang Ruo Chen stayed still, like a divine tree which rooted there, and kept wielding the sword scabbard in his hand. Every time their weapons collided, there was a sharp noise, and sparks flew off in all directions. Bang, bang! Just in a second, Zhang Ruo Chen and Shui Bingsheng had fought over 20 movements. It looked like a shadow fighting on the Colosseum. Warriors of the lower cultivation could not even figure out how they made their moves. Only shadows of shadows were seen. Standing on the highest bleacher, Liu Chengfeng stared at the Colosseum and sneered. He said, "Even Shui Bingsheng went to a duel with him. It's really hard to predict the result." "Good day, Master Liu." Han Fu knelt to Liu Chengfeng with the utmost respect. Han Fu was very tall, about 260 or 270 centimeters. His one fist was much bigger than an ordinary person's head. There were leopard spots all over him. He was not a purebred human, rather. He came from leopard human clan and had the blood of the savage beast, fire lion leopard. In Kunlun's field, there were many half-humans developing into an independent clan. For example, the strong dragon human clan, elephant human clan, and ape human clan, the beautiful fox human clan and fish human clan. The status of these half-human clans, however, was very low. Many of them were enslaved. Han Fu was a half-human slave, and since he had a record of a 9-game winning streak in the yellow-level Colosseum, Liu Chengfeng bought him with a high price. Liu Chengfeng said, "Stand up. Did you see the boy on the Colosseum?" Han Fu stood up and stared at Zhang Ruo Chen. Then he said, "He is powerful. Liu Chengfeng said, "Of course he is. So if Shui Bingsheng loses to him, you should go and kill him in the next round. I will never let you down. I will kill him even if it means perishing together," said Han Fu with determination. Liu Chengfeng nodded and said, "Shui Bingsheng has tested his real power. Take a look at them. It will help you to the next round." Han Fu nodded. "Shui Bingsheng is so powerful. I'm really worried about my brother." The ninth commandery princess was very concerned. Surely, Shui Bingsheng didn't dare to kill Zhang Ruo Chen. But who could make sure no accident would happen? Shui Bingsheng was nothing like other warriors in the completion. He was a really powerful warrior who suppressed Zhang Ruo Chen in every field. It was almost impossible for Zhang Ruo Chen to win. All of the warriors in the Yellow Fighting Palace was very nervous now. They all wanted to know whether Zhang Ruo Chen could defeat Shui Bingsheng or not. Could he achieve an 8-game winning streak? This is it. Zhang Ruo Chen's look turned sharp. He stabbed with his sword scabbard and cried, "Sacred breaking plum sword." The speed was 3 times faster than before, making an unusual scene. The sword breath turned into the white flash, piercing through the void space and coming directly for Shui Bingsheng's glabella. Shui Bingsheng changed color and stepped back immediately, but it was too late. Boom! The tip of the sword scabbard dashed onto Shui Bingsheng's glabella directly. Shui Bingsheng felt dizzy and fell on the ground. He fainted. It was lucky for him that it was just the scabbard. If it were the sword point, his glabella would have been transpierced. After saying that, he carried the fainted Shui Bingsheng off the Colosseum and quickly left the Yellow Fighting Palace. The whole Yellow Fighting Palace was seething. It was very extraordinary for a young man at the age of 16 to achieve an 8-game winning streak. Even Liu Chengfeng, the warrior of Yellow Board, was not so powerful when he was 16. "My 9th brother is so powerful. If our father king knows that, he will again fate the officials to share his happiness." The 9th commandery princess let out a long sigh of relief. Her hanging heart finally went back to where it should be. She found that, however, Zhang Ruo Chen didn't walk off the stage. Did he want a round 9? In this moment, the stalwart Han Fu came onto the Colosseum step by step, completely covered in metal armor. He held a 600 kilograms battle axe in his hand. His metal armor was not simply overlapped onto the body but inlaid in his flesh and bones. It became one with his body. "No, it's Han Fu, no." The 9th commandery princess turned pale and shouted to Zhang Ruo Chen, "My 9th brother, please give in. Han Fu is a martial addict. No one can survive him." Shan Xiangling's color also changed. She said, "Han Fu is Liu Chengfeng's slave. He will definitely kill you on the Colosseum. The 9th prince, please give in. There is absolutely no need to put up a desperate fight with a bloodthirsty lunatic." Han Fu gave a loud laugh. "Did you hear them, boy? The 2 women over there ask you to give in. If you don't, my battle axe will cut you into 2 pieces." Zhang Ruo Chen looked up to the highest bleacher and happened to see Liu Chengfeng up there. Liu Chengfeng was also staring at Zhang Ruo Chen. He sneered and said in a clear voice, "If you fear death, you should better give up. Once you die on the Colosseum, I might find it hard to explain to the commandery prince." Zhang Ruo Chen said, "Really? But we need to fight to find out who will die and who will live. You just don't stop, do you? Very well. Han Fu, show him your real power. Don't let him look down on you," said Liu Chengfeng in a somber tone. Chapter 46. Ow! Han Fu let out a beast-like groan. His genuine qi revolved in the 15 meridians, and a gush of strong power burst out from his body. Boom! Boom! Holding his battle axe, he strode towards Zhang Ruo Chen. The Colosseum shook slightly with every step he made. Boom! He slanted out the axe towards Zhang Ruo Chen. The slanting seemed like coming from sheer animal strength. In fact, it was rather tricky, which blocked all of Zhang Ruo Chen's leeway, leaving him nowhere to hide. It was the realm of following the mind. The axe followed the mind. Zhang Ruo Chen stayed calm, taking it steadily and unoppressively. He lifted his arm and blocked transversely with his sword scabbard, colliding with the battle axe. Bang! A massive deafening sound burst out. The sword and the axe fixed up in midair at the same time. Holding the sword in one hand, Zhang Ruo Chen blocked the axe easily. Seeing this, all of the warriors' astonishment reached its height. No one ever imagined that Zhang Ruo Chen's power was so terrifying. Han Fu was born with amazing power. He can burst out the strength of 32 bulls without using martial techniques. Is the ninth prince even more powerful than him? Standing on the grandstand, Hong Tao shook his head slightly and said, "It turns out that the ninth prince hasn't gone all out. His cultivation is indeed fathomless. I don't know whether Han Fu can feel the real strength of his cultivation." It was indeed heart-shaking. At first, people believed that the reason why the ninth prince could defeat those warriors at the completion of the Yellow Realm was that he was in a high sword comprehension realm. No one could have expected that his power was so terrible. He could act as a counterweight with his power alone. "Boy, your power is strong enough. Now, take this, Mixed World Slay." Han Fu bounced over 60 meters high and gave free play to a martial technique in the mid-class of the human stage. He held the axe with both hands and struck it down again. The martial technique in the mid-class of human stage and the 600-kilogram weight of the battle axe could burst out the terrifying power of 45 bulls. Sacred Bell Sword, crash. The flash shinning sword was finally freed from the scabbard. Zhang Ruo Chen shifted all of his genuine qi into the flash shinning sword and activated all the 4 inscriptions of power series in the sword. The flash shinning sword weighed 227 kilograms. The dancing sword breath turned into an illusory bell sword and covered Zhang Ruo Chen's body in the center. Bang! Chopping on the bell sword, Han Fu failed to cut it open. On the contrary, he was tossed out by a great counterforce. Han Fu felt a great quake at the 5 internal organs, and the spiritual blood tossed over his body. He had an internal injury. Zhang Ruo Chen could burst into the strength of 36 bulls without using any martial technique. With the dragon and elephant Prajnapam, he could burst into the strength of 49 bulls. The sacred sword skill was not a martial technique to increase the power, but a technique that focused on the delicacy of the sword technique and the sharpness of the sword breath. The sacred sword skill, however, was a sword technique of the low class of spiritual. Zhang Ruo Chen still burst out the strength of 49 bulls by putting the defensive technique of the sacred bell sword. In addition, the counterforce of the sacred bell sword was also very powerful. Thus it was impossible for Han Fu to stay safe and sound. Again, Han Fu's eyes turned blood red. He activated his fire lion leopard blood and traces of fire came out of his pores. Han Fu is going wild. With the power of the fire lion leopard blood, he is able to burst into the terrifying strength of 49 bulls. Last time when Han Fu went wild, he tore a warrior apart at the completion of the Yellow Realm to shreds with his battle axe. The fact was, an ordinary warrior at the completion of the Yellow Realm could only burst out the strength of 25 bulls. Anyone who could burst out the strength of 36 bulls would be regarded as outstanding. Even some warriors of the Yellow Board could not burst into such terrifying strength as 49 bulls. Han Fu could have been a warrior of the Yellow Board as well. He, however, met a warrior of the Yellow Board with a higher ranking in round 10. Thus he failed to achieve 10-game winning streaks. If he met a weaker warrior of the Yellow Board in round 10, He could have been a warrior of the yellow board now. In other words, Han Fu was no weaker than any other warriors of the yellow board. Well, Zhang Ruo Chen, you can even drive Han Fu wild. It seems that your power is quite strong. With ridicule, Liu Chengfeng looked at Zhang Ruo Chen, who kept falling back on the Colosseum. He would have been defeated by the wild Han Fu, not to mention Zhang Ruo Chen. When a man lost to Han Fu, it was not failure that awaited him, but death. Boom! Zhang Ruo Chen could clearly feel a wave of warmth blowing on his face before the axe was chopped down. He decided not to confront the tough with toughness. Instead, he chose to step back, even if they faced each other directly. Zhang Ruo Chen was also as powerful as Han Fu. However, Han Fu was not the only person Zhang Ruo Chen needed to defeat. He had to prepare for round 10 with the warrior of the yellow board, so it would be unwise to waste too much genuine qi and physical strength. Han Fu kept chopping down the axe, while Zhang Ruo Chen kept stepping back. Every chop and hide was so close that people could not imagine the consequence if Zhang Ruo Chen was one step slower. The 9th Commandery Princess was very worried. It was too dangerous. She really hoped that her dear 9th brother just gave in, for there was no chance of winning when the opponent was Han Fu. At the very beginning, Han Fu indeed suppressed Zhang Ruo Chen with his great momentum. Han Fu's power, however, gradually grew weaker. The speed of his axe waving started to slow down, and the fire on his body had also gotten thinner. Han Fu has wasted too much of his genuine qi. He might lose. The 9th prince is indeed a genius with an outstanding talent, said Liu Xianxia. After hearing the news that Zhang Ruo Chen made an 8-game winning streak, Liu Xianxia came to the Colosseum immediately, wondering how powerful this 9th prince would be. Standing beside Liu Xianxia, a stern-looked scribe said in a hoarse voice, "If the 9th prince can fully develop his martial arts techniques, maybe he'll be able to compete with the 7th prince." Liu Xianxia looked at the stern-looked scribe and asked, "What does your mean, sir?" The stern-looked scribe said, "If the 7th prince is the only unconquerable warrior in the Yunwu Commandery 10 years later, I'm afraid the Martial Market Bank, the Black Market, and the Federation of Inscription will all be monopolized by the official power, as there's nobody who is capable to confront the 7th prince after 10 years. But if there is someone who can pin down the 7th prince in the royal family, the situation will be very different." Hearing this, Liu Xianxia nodded slightly as if absorbed in thought. He said, "Well, it seems that we can help him when necessary. It's the best situation if they can both be defeated and wounded. The 9th prince is still too weak compared to the strikingly talented 7th prince. We can just place a hand on him for support, but it still depends on his own potential whether he can come to maturity or not." The stern-looked scribe smiled slightly and said, "Han Fu must fall within 3 movements." Before the stern-looked scribe's voice had died away, Han Fu was struck down the Colosseum by Zhang Ruo Chen's one palm. Round 9, 1. Zhang Ruo Chen won again. Now it came to the last round. If he could win the last round, he could leave his name on the yellow board, and became the 28th warrior of the yellow board in the Yunwu Commandery. Of course, Zhang Ruo Chen's opponent in the last round was also a warrior of the yellow board. The 9th prince is so strong. He is only 16 years old, and now he is going to be a warrior of the yellow board. I heard that when the 7th prince became the warrior of the yellow board, the Commandery Prince Yunwu proclaimed a general amnesty. Let's guess which warrior of the yellow board will break his winning streak record. The whole yellow-level Colosseum was seething again. Even the audience in the profound stage came here specially to witness the birth of a new warrior of the yellow board. The very moment of charging the yellow board was so rare that happened less than half a month. My ninth brother, you must succeed. The ninth commandery princess did not realize that Zhang Ruo Chen was so powerful that he could even defeat Han Fu. Now she had a lot more confidence in Zhang Ruo Chen. Shan Xiangling's beautiful eyes blinked. She stared at Zhang Ruo Chen closely and thought, both being the cultivation of the final state of the Yellow Realm. He is much stronger than me. He'll probably be a warrior of the Yellow Board. Crap. Looks like I have to handle him on my own. Liu Chengfeng walked down from the grandstand and stepped up the Colosseum. He stared at Zhang Ruo Chen sharply and said, "The ninth prince, you have fought 9 rounds. How much genuine qi have you left?" "More than enough to defeat you," said Zhang Ruo Chen. Liu Chengfeng grinned and said, "The ninth prince, you are indeed a genius. If you can practice to the completion of the Yellow Realm, I'll probably lose, but with your present cultivation you are doomed to fail." Liu Chengfeng, ranking 11th on the Yellow Board, was classified as one of the strong warriors among the warriors of the Yellow Board. Chapter 47. Zhang Ruo Chen was not interested in talking to Liu Chengfeng any longer. He held the flash shining sword and said, "After the battle, you will know whether I am good or not." After watching the first 9 battles, Chengfeng actually did not look down upon Ruochen. Instead, he considered Ruochen as an enemy at the same level as him. Chengfeng owned a level 5 icing cold sacred mark, and inside his body, there was icing cold genuine qi. No doubt that his innate gifts were superior to many other warriors. So Chengfeng was a completion warrior at the Yellow Realm. There was almost nobody who could compete against him among his peers. Had he practiced harder, he would have reached the Black Realm. Meteor Sword Technique. The genuine qi in Chengfeng was very strong. He injected his genuine qi into the sword. All of a sudden, the sword in his hand glowed. 5 inscriptions of light series inside the sword were activated by him, so some sharp light sword aura were released. The whole Colosseum was surrounded by the running sword aura. "Your sword is a level 5 genuine martial arm," asked Zhang Ruo Chen. "Your eyesight is not that bad." A hint of a cold smile played on Liu Chengfeng's face as he said, "Spark fireflies." Both he and the sword flew towards Zhang Ruo Chen's heart. The speed was so fast that they looked like a meteor flying over the Colosseum. It was a sword technique at the superior class of human stage, the meteor sword technique. Ruochen dared not underestimate Chengfeng. He aggregated his genuine qi and transferred them to his eyes through eye vessel. Within a second, his eyesight doubled in power. Ruochen looked at Chengfeng. He could see that Chengfeng was rather slow when using the sword. However, it was not because Chengfeng was becoming slower. Rather, it was Ruochen's observation that had improved. Eye vessel was one of his 27 meridians. It was quite difficult for other warriors to open up their eye vessels. Ding! Ruochen swayed the sword towards Chengfeng. His sword slid along Chengfeng's blade and left a light bloody cut on Chengfeng's neck. A drop of blood fell from the edge of Ruochen's sword. "How can he be faster than me?" Liu Chengfeng touched the cut on his neck, his gaze cold gaze. He shouted again. Meteor sword 3 flickers. 3 beams of sword aura were released by Chengfeng at the same time. His sword aura was with icing cold air, made frosts in the air. Sacred guiding sword. Ruochen thrusted his sword forward as well, broken Chengfeng's 3 sword aura once. The sword aura did not vanish, but flew back to Chengfeng instead. Chengfeng dared not to fight against the sacred sword skill directly. He turned himself into a shadow and moved to his right. He then jumped 10 meters high and used his meteor sword 3 flickers technique again. 3 sharp sword aura was smashed onto Ruochen's head. Liu Chengfeng was placed 11th on the Yellow Board. Obviously, he was a strong warrior. He was even considered as the strongest at the Yellow Realm. Even if he battled with those who had just reached the Black Realm, he would not lose the fight immediately. In other words, with Cheng Feng's combat powers, even if he met initial stage warriors who had reached the Black Realm, he could survive. However, if other completion warriors at the Yellow Realm met Black Realm warriors, they would lose the fight or even their lives. When it came to the realm of sword knowledge, Zhang Ruo Chen was more proficient than Liu Chengfeng. However, Zhang Ruo Chen's genuine qi was weaker than Cheng Feng's. Besides that, his martial arts realm was lower as well. His genuine qi capacity is 10 times larger than mine. If I have a long battle with him, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. I need to win against him as soon as possible, Zhang Ruo Chen thought. Although Ruochen's genuine qi capacity was smaller than Cheng Feng's, he had opened up 27 meridians while Cheng Feng had opened up 19 only. His explosive force was stronger. Let's fight. Ruochen roared with the moves from the Sacred Sword skill. He thrust his sword with the Sacred Sword skill technique Sacred Breaking Plum Sword. Hey, are you using a low class of spiritual sword technique again? I see, you want to quickly finish the match, don't you? But too bad, I won't let it happen. Cheng Feng noticed Ruochen's intention. However, he had no plans to fight recklessly. Instead, he moved back to keep a distance away from Ruochen. Cheng Feng knew his advantages as well as Zhang Ruo Chen's disadvantages. He planned to exhaust Ruochen's genuine qi. Liu Xianxia nodded and said, Cheng Feng finally knows how to use battle tactics. If he can keep using this strategy, he will win. The stern-looking scribe said, Cheng Feng has a talent for martial arts. If he can practice it more, he may achieve more than you, my lord. 15 minutes later, Zhang Ruo Chen started to sweat. Beads of cold sweat could be seen on his forehead and the back of his hands. He was exhausted, genuine qi running out. Liu Chengfeng smirked. All of a sudden, Ruochen made a lethal move with his sword techniques. It seemed that he could not continue any longer. The time has come. Go to hell. Liu Chengfeng took the opportunity and initiated an attack ahead of Zhang Ruo Chen. He thrust the sword towards Zhang Ruo Chen's heart. He wanted to not only beat Zhang Ruo Chen, but to kill him. When Cheng Feng was about to make his move, a hint of a smile played in Ruochen's eyes. It seemed that Ruochen was laughing. Got you, boom. Zhang Ruo Chen squatted partially and slid forward. His sword was thrust towards Cheng Feng's abdomen. How could Cheng Feng expect that Ruochen could still change techniques with his low genuine qi? Cheng Feng twisted his arm hastily to crosscut his sword downward. Boom! Two swords met. A huge vibrative power transferred back to their arms simultaneously. The words flew out of their hands at the same time and fell outside the Colosseum. The next second, Zhang Ruo Chen utilized his residual genuine qi to run inside his 27 meridians. He unleashed all the power through his palm. Galloping elephant. It was released with the strength of a herd of bulls. Phew! Liu Chengfeng threw up blood because of his wounded abdomen. He flew backward more than 10 meters before falling. He was severely injured and fainted the moment he touched the ground. Liu Xianxia shook his head and told the servant next to him. He said, Gosh, he is too impulsive. Take him back and nurse him. After this, Liu Xianxia turned back and walked out of the yellow-level Colosseum. Boom! The palace was filled with loud applause. Another warrior at the yellow board was born. After that, a deacon of the warfare palace handed a black iron plate, as well as 100 spiritual crystals, to Zhang Ruo Chen as an award. Congratulations, Your Highness. You're the 28th warrior of the yellow board in our Yunwu commandery. Now you're the 11th on this yellow board, said the deacon. The yellow-level Colosseum made a comprehensive assessment on Zhang Ruo Chen based on his behavior today, and finally awarded him this rank. That deacon put a black iron plate into Zhang Ruo Chen's hand and said, "This is a yellow board iron token. It represents the recognition by the Martial Market Bank, which also symbolizes your identity as a warrior of the yellow board." Zhang Ruo Chen took the token with words etched on it. Yunwu Commandery, the 11th of the yellow board, Zhang Ruo Chen. That deacon also gave those 100 spiritual crystals to Zhang Ruo Chen and said, "Because of your 10 winning streaks in the yellow level Coliseum, you're awarded 100 spiritual crystals. They're worth 10,000 silver coins in total. Your Highness, if your cultivation is further improved, you can come here to battle again. If you can have another 10 winning streaks, you will be awarded 1,000,000 silver coins." That deacon continued, "However, if you come here again, the warriors you battle will be warriors of the yellow board alone. In other words, only by winning 10 warriors can you win 1,000,000 silver coins. In Yunwu Commandery's history, there has been anyone who can defeat 10 warriors of the yellow board. Even the genius 7th prince only won 9 at that time. That's the best record in our commandery." Zhang Ruo Chen put them away and said, "I'll come again." After saying this, Ruo Chen stepped out of the Colosseum and walked towards the 9th Commandery Princess and Shan Xiangling. The 9th Commandery Princess, Yuxi, was quite excited. She was like a fragrant breeze and threw herself into Ruo Chen's arms. She stretched out her soft, white arms and hugged Ruo Chen's neck. She kissed his cheek with her 2 gorgeous eyes shining. She said excitedly, "Brother, you're amazing. You're now a warrior of the yellow board. You just defeated Han Fu and Liao Chengfeng. I have asked my people to bring this news back to the palace. Our father and concubine Lin will be thrilled as well." Yuxi was 16 after all. She had a nice figure. Right now her big, soft breasts were pressed onto Ruo Chen's chest, moving constantly. This embarrassed Ruo Chen a lot, so he had to turn his eyes away. Yuxi freed Ruo Chen and said, "Brother, as a warrior of the yellow board, you can go to the Savage God's pool again to cultivate. I'm so envious." Zhang Ruo Chen asked, "I can go there for the second time?" "Of course. Only a warrior of the yellow board can do that," replied Yuxi. "Great. I'll buy a weapon refining stove first, then I'll head for the Savage God's pool immediately." Ruo Chen was pretty happy now. He thought, if I can practice there again, I will be able to absorb more power of blood for sure. By then, my physique will improve a lot, which can give me a chance to open up 36 meridians when trying to reach the completion level. If so, I will be stronger than I was in my previous life. Chapter 48. After 10 winning streaks at the yellow level Coliseum, Zhang Ruo Chen finally gathered 1,000,000 silver coins. He sent these coins to Qingshuan Pavilion. Qingshuan Pavilion then sent someone to take the weapon refining stove, a level 7 genuine martial arm, to the Imperial Palace. Without a doubt, their father and concubine Lin were waiting for him after hearing about him becoming a warrior of the yellow board. Zhang Ruo Chen ordered the royal guards to send his weapon refining stove back to his place. Afterwards, he immediately rushed to Sunglo Palace with Yuxi. When they entered Sunglo Palace, they heard Yunwu Commandery Prince laughing. "My son, it has only been a month since the year-end assessment, but you've broken through 2 levels since then. Now you're a final state warrior and a warrior of the yellow board. I'm glad to see that." Yuxi said, "Father, Ruo Chen's power is unfathomable. We can't define his real cultivation with normal martial arts terms." "Oh, really? I am actually quite interested in his true cultivation. Hai Shu, go and compete with the 9th prince. I hope you can tell me the extent of his power," said the Yunwu Commandery Prince. "Yes, your majesty." On the left side of the palace, a person in an iron armor knelt down in front of Yunwu Commandery Prince. Then he walked towards Zhang Ruo Chen and said, "Your Highness, please." Zhang Ruo Chen knew that his father would like to know his real cultivation. After all, it had been a month only since the year-end assessment. Even the Yunwu commandery prince could not believe that Ruo Chen could reach the level of warrior of the yellow board in such short time. Concubine Lin sat next to the Yunwu commandery prince and said, Ruo Chen, Lord Hai Shu is also a warrior of the yellow board. He is ranked 23rd on the yellow board. You two can spar and learn from each other. At the same time, His Majesty will be able to learn about your ability. Concubine Lin was rather proud. Truthfully, when she heard the news of Ruo Chen becoming a warrior of the yellow board, she could not believe it. With no doubt, she also hoped that Zhang Ruo Chen could become more outstanding and be recognized by his father. It was a common mindset of every parent who wanted their children to excel. Then, Lord Hai Shu, let's start. Ruo Chen did not underestimate Hai Shu at all because all warriors of the yellow board were top warriors. Boom! Driven by Ruo Chen's genuine qi, his flash shinning sword was drawn out of its sheath with one inscription of Power Series, two inscriptions of Ice Series, and one inscription of Light Series activated simultaneously. Zhang Ruo Chen's running genuine qi surprised the Yunwu commandery prince. That was because he saw more than 20 meridians inside Ruo Chen's body. Among these meridians, some of them looked different from others. Even with his great cultivation, he had no idea about these weird meridians. There were at least 23 meridians, maybe even more. What exercises has he done? How can he open up so many meridians? Yunwu commandery prince wondered doubtful. Boom! The battle finally began. Zhang Ruo Chen used his sword, and Hai Shu took his blade. Hai Shu was also a completion warrior at his yellow realm. His power was weaker than that of Liu Chengfeng. He was even weaker than Han Fu. When it came to the 15th attack, Zhang Ruo Chen used his sacred breaking plum sword which forced Hai Shu to drop his blade. He won the game. The space between Hai Shu's thumb and first finger bled and his whole arm grew numb. He said, Your Highness, you defeated me. As the 11th warrior on the yellow board, you have my admiration. After saying this, Hai Shu picked up his sword from the ground and returned to his original spot. The 9th prince defeated a warrior of the yellow board with only 15 attacks. It's truly eye-opening. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Concubine Lin. The old eunuch next to the Yunwu commandery prince flattered. The Yunwu commandery prince laughed loudly. Hai Shu, it's a fair match. Your blade comprehensive state is just at the initial following the mind level. But my son's sword technique has reached the advanced following the mind level. With such stark difference, how could you win? The comprehensive state was also called the heart state. It was about how a warrior interpreted martial arts. The comprehensive state could be divided into 3 levels, following the mind, integrating, and combination. For instance, a sword warrior at the following the mind level could be called sword following the mind. If he had reached the integrating level, he could be called heart integrated into sword. If he had reached the combination level, he would be called human sword. The rule of these 3 realms was also applied to broadsword technique, spear technique, palm technique, and stick technique. Generally speaking, yellow realm warriors who could reach the initial following the mind level were considered geniuses. Typically, only black realm warriors could reach the intermediate stage. Earth realm warriors could make it. Zhang Ruo Chen was just 16, yet he was already at the yellow realm and had reached the advanced stage. This was incredible. He could easily defeat other warriors in his realm. When I was at that age, I just reached the initial stage, but he is already an advanced stage warrior now. What a psycho. Yuxi whispered under her breath. The Yunwu commandery prince said, Everyone, please leave. I would like to talk to the 9th prince alone. Within a moment, All people including Yuxi and concubine Lin had left. Right now, there were only Zhang Ruo Chen and his father in Sunglo Palace. The Yunwu commandery prince left his throne and walked to the middle of the hall. He stood in front of Zhang Ruo Chen and asked seriously, "Tell me, how many meridians have you opened up?" Zhang Ruo Chen had no plans to hide the truth. He replied, 27. In fact, there was nothing to hide. Once he ran his genuine qi, his meridians could be seen from his skin. That could not be hidden from his father's eyes. That's a lot. The commandery prince took a deep breath. 27 meridians were beyond his imagination. The commandery prince had a serious gaze and said, "During the last year-end assessment, I believed that you had a wonderful experience and gained some powerful techniques. If you don't want to explain, I won't force you, but you should learn to hide your ability. After the year-end assessment, I awarded you an Ice-Fire Kylan armor. Why didn't you wear it? Don't you know that this armor can help cover some of your meridians so others wouldn't know?" Zhang Ruo Chen was a bit shocked. He did not know the intention behind the commandery prince's award. "In the future, I will wear this Ice-Fire Kylan armor when I battle with others," replied Zhang Ruo Chen. The commandery prince nodded and said, "The only person in the yellow-level Colosseum who can see your meridian number is Liu Chuan Shen. I will talk to him and ask him to keep it a secret." Ruo Chen opened up too many meridians. In order to open them, he must have practiced some incredible techniques. These incredible techniques were desired by every single warrior. If Ruo Chen was noticed by strong warriors, he would be in danger. The commandery prince took out a purple gold box out of his sleeve. He gave it to Ruo Chen and said, "This is a level 4 refining pill, Kylan pill. It was made of Kylan's blood and flesh. It should help you a lot." Each level 4 pill was worth more than hundreds of thousands of silver coins. Even a heaven realm warrior would find it difficult to get one. Obviously, the commandery prince saw Zhang Ruo Chen's potential, so he awarded this pill to Ruo Chen to help him lay a more solid foundation of martial arts. The commandery prince said, "With your current cultivation, if you take it directly, you won't be able to refine and absorb it. Your body will just explode instead. You should take it after entering the savage god's pool. With the help of the power of blood in the pool, you will be able to refine this pill. You have just reached the final state, right?" Zhang Ruo Chen nodded. The commandery prince said, "Firstly, practice your genuine qi in the qi pool fully to become a top final state warrior. Then go to the savage god's pool to practice further. You will benefit from this more." "I will." Ruo Chen nodded. "Off you go." The commandery prince stared at Ruo Chen, then he waved his hand slightly. Ruo Chen bowed to the commandery prince before walking towards the palace door. He then heard the voice of the commandery prince. "Ruo Chen, you were born in a royal family. It's like a jungle here. Even if I'm the king of this jungle, I won't be able to protect you forever. If you're not good enough, you'll be eliminated. However, if you're great, you'll excel at this cruel game. This is the survival of the fittest. Different people have different fates." Ruo Chen slowed his steps. He did not turn around but said, "I understand." After that, he walked out of the palace. Why wouldn't he understand it? A king normally had too many children. It was impossible for him to care about all his heirs. Only the outstanding ones would be given attention, while the average ones would never appear in the king's eyes. If Ruo Chen was like he had been before without demonstrating any talent in martial arts, he would just disappear in the commandery prince's eyes. However, it was a different story now. As long as Ruo Chen was excellent, he would get more and more resources in the future. His status would be higher as well. Another palace in the manner of the Yunwu city. Bang! The queen threw a cup on the ground. The cup was smashed into pieces. She said in a cold voice, "Ruo Chen, he's a warrior of the yellow board now. He did it in such short time. If we give him time to develop further, what will happen? My queen, what do you think? A beautiful servant next to the queen asked. She had a red mark on her glabella and a sharp gaze. The queen exhaled deeply and asked, King Luo has reached the Black Realm, hasn't she? Yes, 2 days ago, the servant replied. The queen ordered, let her know that she needs to kill Zhang Ruo Chen at any expense. I need to see his head in a month. What if the 9th prince doesn't leave the imperial palace in a month? The servant asked. The queen answered with an even more ruthless gaze. I told you, his head at any expense. This servant understands. That servant left immediately. She needed to pass the queen's order to hand Xingluo. Chapter 49. Zhang Ruo Chen went back to the Jade Palace and had a short chat with concubine Lin. Then he returned to his place with Blackie. You have just reached the final state of the Yellow Realm, but developed 27 meridians. What's the secret of you to practice exercises? Blackie asked curiously. I have no idea, Zhang Ruo Chen answered. Actually, Zhang Ruo Chen knew nothing about the exercise class of the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean, because only he and Emperor Ming had practiced it. Blackie said, I know that only when warriors cultivate the inferior class exercises of the king's stage can they develop 27 meridians. However, as you are at the final state of the Yellow Realm, you still have the space for improvement, which means that you can develop more than 27 meridians. Can you tell me, are you practicing exercises of the god stage? Maybe. Zhang Ruo Chen also became serious about it. It seemed to be necessary to be dressed in ice-fire Kylin armor at any time to conceal my cultivation. Otherwise, even the Yunwu commandery prince could not protect him from being killed if other people knew that his practice was more advanced than the king's. Stage exercises. Fortunately, only the Yunwu commandery prince and the manager of the Martial Market Bank, Liu Shen, knew his condition at present. The Yunwu commandery prince must keep it a secret. The Yunwu commandery prince must have a conversation with Liu Shen and give him warnings. Zhang Ruo Chen recalled Blackie into the yin-yang wooden graph before his practice. I have to watch out for the cat. Then, Zhang Ruo Chen started to practice after putting on the ice-fire Kylin armor, which ranked 6th in genuine martial arms. I must reach the peak of the final state as soon as possible. Zhang Ruo Chen took out 1 second-class triple purity, genuine chi pill and swallowed it. Boom! The triple purity genuine chi pill spilled inside Zhang Ruo Chen's body, transforming into 3 genuine chi, like 3 genuine chi rivers flowing rapidly. Zhang Ruo Chen started operating all the genuine chi contained in 27 meridians, and transforming the pill spirit of the triple purity genuine chi pill into the body's genuine chi stored in the chi pool. Zhang Ruo Chen took 6 hours to absorb all the pill spirit from the triple purity genuine chi pill. The genuine chi in the chi pool increased by 7 times after the cultivation of the triple purity genuine chi pill. The remaining 8 triple purity genuine chi pills and 4 elephant fire pills could fulfill my genuine chi in the chi pool and help me reach the peak of the final state. The practice went on. During the following 8 days, Zhang Ruo Chen took 6 hours to take in 1 triple purity genuine chi pill, 8 hours to rest, and the rest of the time to practice drawing inscription of space. 8 days passed. After taking in the remaining 8 triple purity genuine chi pills, the genuine chi inside Zhang Ruo Chen's body has been increased by 6 times 8 days ago. With his present strength, he could defeat Liu Chengfeng in 10 moves in their competition. However, the chi pool was not full of genuine chi, and it didn't yet reach the peak the final state required. Zhang Ruo Chen took out 4 elephant fire pills and put them in front of him. The elephant fire pill was the third-class pill which functioned to refine the body, to improve the warrior's physique, and to increase the warrior's power. Certainly, a third-class pill, which can increase the storage of genuine qi to some extent, was much better than a second-class pill. Zhang Ruo Chen took another 8 days to take in 4 elephant fire pills, making a great improvement in the physical quality of his body. At his first time making a breakthrough to reach the final state of the Yellow Realm, Zhang Ruo Chen could unleash the power of 36 bulls without using martial techniques. But now he could unleash the power of 45 bulls without using martial techniques. By using dragon and elephant prajnapam, the power of 58 bulls even could arise. Besides, the peak of the final state was finally reached the moment the qi pool was filled with genuine qi. In this case, only one move by Zhang Ruo Chen could defeat Liu Chengfeng, or could even kill him. In my case, few can defeat me among the top 10 in the yellow board, let alone warriors in the initial stage of the Black Realm. Practicing 17 days in the time and space spinel was equal to 6 days. In reality, considering the fact that he has reached the peak of the final state, Zhang Ruo Chen could practice in the Savage Gods pool. Zhang Ruo Chen couldn't wait to walk to the Imperial Ancestral Temple with the 4th-class Kylin pills. Obviously, guardians in the Imperial Ancestral Temple have received the order from the Yunwu Commandery Prince to let Zhang Ruo Chen pass. Thus, they didn't stop him. Zhang Ruo Chen walked straight to the underground, the Savage Gods pool in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The bloody pool water has always been boiling like magma. It was the second time for Zhang Ruo Chen to practice in the Savage Gods pool, where the water covered half of him. The moment he walked in the central area of the pool, all the skin from his waist was painful, as it was almost splitting, with a burning and sharp pain caused by the boiling hot water. Fortunately, chakras have been successfully developed that formed protective streaks of light, with genuine qi flowing through his skin. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruo Chen's pores started to take in the power of blood, which has been carried to the chakras through his pores, and then the chakras carried it through his whole body. Every 15 minutes, the physical quality of Zhang Ruo Chen was significantly improved. 2 days later, after fully adapting to the central area, Zhang Ruo Chen went to the deeper area one step at a time. When he walked into the deeper area, the level of the pool water reached his neck and covered his chest. The power of blood became stronger in the deeper area, with the temperature increasing to a terribly high level. Even though Zhang Ruo Chen had developed chakras, it was hard for him to resist the power here. All the skin below his neck almost melted instantly. His body became bloody and badly mangled. If someone stood here looking at Zhang Ruo Chen, he might find that Zhang Ruo Chen seemed to be a bloody man. The sharp pain almost made Zhang Ruo Chen cry, but he bit the bullet and took in the 4th-class pill, the Kylin pills. Ow! A snarling of Kylin resounded inside Zhang Ruo Chen's body. A ball of bloody light dashed out from his head, forming a cloud shaped like a Kylin. At Zhang Ruo Chen's present cultivation, he could not cultivate the 4th-class pill. Thus, to cultivate it by force would only kill him. Furthermore, his current cultivation could not resist the power of blood in the deeper area of the Savage Gods pool. Similarly, to enter it by force would melt his body into the blood. At present, although Zhang Ruo Chen was suffering pain, his body could still bear the power of blood and was not melted. There were 2 powers, one from the inside, the other one from the outside. The 2 powers should achieve a subtle balance. As time passed by, the physical quality of Zhang Ruo Chen was improved by the pill's spirit and power of blood that was taken in. Meanwhile, something happened in the Lins. Lin Jingai, the last house leader, returned to Lin's mansion in Yunwu City from the Omen Ridge. He immediately called in his 3 sons the moment he arrived. They were Lin Fengxian, the present leader of Lin House, Lin Enbo, the 2nd son, and Lin Zixiao, the 3rd son. Lin Fengxian bowed down to Lin Jingai sitting higher than him and said with respect, "My distinguished father, may I know your final outcome, whether you have reached the heaven realm during your practice in the Omen Ridge?" Lin Jingai responded, "It is easier said than done. But I indeed found some opportunities and improved my cultivation during my practice in the Omen Ridge. Although the breakthrough has not been realized, the method to make a breakthrough has been found. Maybe in 3 years I could reach the heaven realm. Good news." All 3 sons felt delighted about it. As was known, the house with the warrior who reached the heaven realm was quite distinguished from the one without this kind of warrior. The position of Lin House in the Yunwu Commandery could reach another level, being the 3rd 7th class family in the Commandery. If Lin Jingai reached the heaven realm, even the Yunwu Commandery prince could attach great importance to a 7th class family. At present, there were only 2 7th class families and 12 8th class families in the Yunwu Commandery. The Lins was one of the 12 8th class families now. The other 2 7th class families were the Zhus in the minister's mansion and the Citus. Lin Jingai laughed and said, "The moment I entered the city, I heard that my grandson, the 9th Prince Zhang Ruo Chen, became the genius of martial arts and the one who was the warrior of the yellow board at just 16. Aha! Ruo Chen's late blooming makes me delighted. Fengxian, the event 3 years ago was not blamed on Lan'er after all. You were furious with her and blamed it on her. But you are indeed brother and sister, so you need to seek an opportunity to apologize to her to break the ice. What's more, I am proud of her son, and also my grandson who is the genius of martial arts. You can invite him here to make Ningxian and him stay close. Aha, they are childhood sweethearts, and I remember the promise the commandery prince made that they would get engaged. This could be true." All of the 3 men standing below seemed to be strange and silent, and no one dared to respond to him. The smile disappeared from Lin Jingai's face. He immediately realized that something bad happened and said in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? What happened?" Lin Enbo sneered and stepped ahead, saying, "Father, let me tell you the truth. Several months ago, the 4th sister took the 9th prince back here and tried to resume relations with us. However, my brother humiliated her and drove them out of here. Humph! They must hold great resentment of us. Rather than relations, we are enemies now. Look what you have done, my brother. Humph!" The 3rd son, Lin Zixiao, also added, "I agree. I thought it was a strong overreaction. They are our sister and nephew. How could you do this?" Lin Jingai became more enraged. He glared at Lin Fengxian and said, "My eldest son, you are the leader who should never be so impulsive. Chen is only 16, but is the warrior of the yellow board, which means a promising future. If he were to become the leader of the Yunwu Commandery, he would take revenge on us. That would be a disaster. Go to the palace with me to apologize to your sister now. You are an asshole, damn it." Chapter 50. Why should we go groveling in order to apologize to them? Suddenly, a spooky voice with a sneer came from outside, saying, "Father, grandfather, we can rely on the 7th prince. No matter how brilliant the 9th prince is, he will serve as a foil to the 7th prince. Don't worry." Afterwards, a young man in 20s entered. The skinny man's complexion was fairer than a woman who had glabrous and fine skin, and seemed to be more feminine than masculine. His voice was strange, with a perverse yet sharp tone, similar to that of the eunuchs in the palace. He was the first genius of the Lins, Lin Chenyu. 3 years ago, he had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm. However, he was condemned to castration after offending the 7th prince. Later, he became a servant of the 7th prince, Chenyu, haven't you been to Yuntai suzerain following the seventh prince? Has he returned as well? Asked Lin Jingai. Lin Chenyu smiled and said in a sharp voice, My Majesty found an ancient relic and got a great opportunity. He can't return temporarily, so he sent me here to solve some problems in Yunwu City, such as that of my cousin. Lin Jingai's expression became cold and he said, The seventh prince sent you to kill the ninth prince. Lin Chenyu shook his head and said, My Majesty is a hero who doesn't need to take my cousin seriously. The ninth prince would never catch up with him, even if he spent his whole life to practice. However, the queen was worried that the ninth prince may fully develop, and so my Majesty sent me here to kill him. He is your cousin, Lin Jingai said in irritation. So what? Lin Chenyu sneered. He must die as my Majesty wants. Papa, I have to mention you to be careful about your choice. After my Majesty completed his cultivation in the ancient relics, his cultivation must reach a higher level. It's a piece of cake if he destroys the Lins. Ha ha. Lin Jingai felt a little frightened about the seventh prince with his incredible talent. It was well known that the seventh prince ranked first in the yellow board at the age of 12. Nobody knew how high his cultivation was after so many years of practice, given his immense practicing speed. Well, my Majesty has promised to marry Ningxian as his concubine under my entreaty. I will report it to the queen in detail to ensure that the engagement is made as soon as possible. Lin Chenyu said assertively and relentlessly without any respect for the four seniors. After these words, he left immediately. The seventh prince will be engaged with Ningxian. What's going on? Lin Jingai asked. Lin Fengxian answered, Father, it's the decision made by Chenyu and Ningxian. Isn't it a good news for us if we can depend on the seventh prince's position and power? But why does it give me the feeling that the whole Lins will become the servants of the seventh prince? Lin Jingai clenched his fist bitterly and indignantly. He felt helpless because the seventh prince was indeed powerful enough to destroy the Lins if they irritated him. The savage god's pool. The red shine around Zhang Ruo Chen disappeared after 7 days, and the skin of his face returned to the normal complexion. He had completely taken in the pill spirit of Kylin pills. Zhang Ruo Chen had never felt so powerful before. At present, his body, even in the deeper area of the savage god's pool, was melted by the power of blood. Zhang Ruo Chen still remained in the deeper area of savage god's pool, with the graph of 36 meridians in his mind. The power of sacrifice integrated with the savage god's pool helped him comprehend the heart vessel and vessel of spirit. When developing the 36 meridians, the most difficult thing was to develop heart vessel and vessel of spirit. It was as difficultly as climbing up to the sky to develop 2 meridians. 3 days passed. Zhang Ruo Chen laughed loud in the savage god's pool and said, I understand. The method to develop the gaseous heart vessel is the same as the power of blood in the savage god's pool. If I compare the savage god's pool to the blood inside the warrior's body, the power of blood will be the heart vessel, and my body is like the chi pool. I got it. I got it. 8 days passed. Zhang Ruo Chen comprehended the truth of the vessel of spirit in the savage god's pool. Actually, the principle was the same between the vessel of spirit and sacrifice. Sacrifice meant the communication between human beings and gods. Vessel of spirit meant the connection between the body and soul. Vessel of spirit did not appear at any time and any place. It would only appear when you connected your soul. That meant the vessel of spirit did not belong to meridians, but to the power of sacrifice. What he sacrificed was not God's, but his own power. The power of sacrifice was contained in the power of blood. As long as he separated the power of sacrifice and kept it in the chi pool, when he made a breakthrough to reach the completion of the yellow realm, he would develop the vessel of spirit automatically. Having grasped this fundamental point, the rest would naturally follow it. Finally, Zhang Ruo Chen completely comprehended the graph of 36 meridians. It's time to make a breakthrough to the completion of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruo Chen intended to reach the completion of the Yellow Realm in the Savage God's Pool. Therefore, he took out one marrow-washing liquid from the internal space of his time and space spinel, and started to develop the 28th meridian. He continued on, as though he was unstoppable. The 29th meridian, the 30th meridian, the 35th meridian, the 36th meridian. When the 36th meridian was developed, a blast of sound came out of Zhang Ruo Chen's body. The 36 meridians were like 36 giant dragons flowing inside the body, and formed 36 large circles of vital energy. A sacred shadow of God appeared behind Zhang Ruo Chen, 33 meters tall, and bore a golden blaze. At that moment, all the warriors in Yunwu Commandery felt as though they were under incredible pressure, as though an invisible huge mountain weighed down on their heads. The pressure continued for a short while and then dissipated. The average person took it for granted as a sense of suppression within their chest for a while people with strong martial arts had a feeling as though the sky was collapsing, feeling as though there must be something horrendous happening in the Yunwu Commandery. But Zhang Ruo Chen felt it normal, except for the feeling of a tenfold increase of the chi pool, and his success of reaching the completion of the Yellow Realm. Aha, I can't imagine developing 36 graphs of meridians. Great, but how much power of bulls can I reach now? Out of the Savage God's Pool, Zhang Ruo Chen decided to test his present power.